Hey guys, in today's video we're going to talk about Yamoshi, the first goddess of saiyans. Yamoshi will return but in a different form to help Goku and his friends save the Earth from a terrible enemy. But for Goku to find new information about Yamoshi, we will need Shenron's help again, and you will see this amazing story now. So get one bucket of popcorn and your soda, and come with me. And of course, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Well, without further ado, let's get started. In the 7th universe, the Saiyans were catching their breath and already with their guard down because they believed that the battle against Gas was over, but Frieza appeared in the middle of the battlefield and finished off Gas by killing him. And not only that, but the Emperor ended up demonstrating that he had become much more powerful since their last meeting, which was at the time of the Power Tournament, and at that moment Goku, Vegeta, and Granola were in shock when Frieza revealed that he had achieved a new transformation that surpassed the power of Golden Frieza, and Frieza ended up naming his new transformation Black Frieza. And using that new form, Frieza managed to defeat all three warriors with extreme ease. All of them were using their powers to the fullest, and not even Goku, who was using the power of Ultra Instinct, could dodge the Emperor's blow. He didn't kill any of the three because he just didn't want to. As the Saiyans' humiliating defeat at the hands of the Emperor of the Universe, who was much more powerful than they could have imagined, Goku, using what was left of his strength, crawled on the ground to approach Vegeta, who had passed out, and Granola, who was also on the ground. He was still awake, and when Goku managed to get close to the two, he used the remaining energy he had and used his teleportation technique to teleport everyone to the Capsule Corporation. When Bulma saw her husband and her childhood friend very injured, she, with the help of her son Trunks and with the help of Goten, Goku's youngest son, who was there, took both the Saiyans to a hospital area, and Goku, Granola's request, was also taken to the medical area, and the three ended up being placed in recovery capsules where they stayed for hours. During that time, when the trio was having their strength and bodies recovered little by little, Bulma left the Capsule Corporation and began calling the name of Whis and Beerus, who, even though they were divine beings, had already become great friends with mortals, especially Bulma and her family, and after a few hours the God of Destruction and his angel arrived on planet Earth. But Bulma couldn't explain anything to either of them because not even she knew what had happened to her husband and her friend Goku. After a few hours, the trio was no longer at risk of life. It was already possible to see a great improvement because they were already able to walk even with some pain. And all this thanks to Whis, who was in the place where he used his powers to heal the trio of warriors. And with so, Vegeta began to tell everything that had happened from the moment when Goku faced Granola until the moment when Granola allied with the Saiyans to defeat Gas. And in the end, the three were defeated by Frieza and his new transformation that easily subdued Goku, who was using the power of Ultra Instinct, and Vegeta, who was using the power of Ultra Ego, and also Granola was defeated. After Vegeta explained everything that happened along with Goku and Granola, all the three were sitting at a table that was full of food, and next to them was Bulma, Whis, and Beerus, who were trying to understand how all this happened in such a short time. Bulma said, "So Frieza has been an enemy of Goku and Vegeta for a long time, who had been killed by Goku when he came to Earth to kill Goku, and then was revived at the end of the Power Tournament, now came back with everything and is now more powerful than Goku, who has the power that only angels could dominate, and Vegeta, who has a power that only the gods of destruction have. And besides that, Frieza also managed to defeat this guy, who is a Tuffle, and who has a power as great as these two?" said Bulma to see if she had really understood everything her husband told her. Granola said, "I thought you said that this human was smart, but it seems that she is not so smart because she didn't understand something as simple as that, and that's kind of disappointing." Tuffle said while looking at Bulma, who ended up getting a nerve pulsing in his forehead in anger at Granola's speech. Goku said, "She must have understood, but Bulma is the type of person who listens to the story and then summarizes it in an easier way for some people to understand. And most of the time that person is me, ha ha ha," said the Saiyan before raising his hand on the back of his neck and scratching it, then gave a wan smile. Vegeta said, "Regardless of what happened, one thing is an undeniable fact. Frieza came back, and he came back very powerful. So powerful that not even Kakarot and I are able to face him alone. And not even with Granola's help we could face the damn Frieza, and that is frustrating," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at Granola and his Saiyan rival. Beerus said, "Frieza was already problematic before, but now with this new power, he is an even greater danger to everyone, and especially to you, Saiyans, since he has a great hatred for you, too. And it is surprising that he did not kill any of you in the moment. But I think he didn't do that because he wanted to humiliate you two little by little. and in the future he will undoubtedly kill you. And when he succeeds, he will end up destroying planet Earth, said the god of destruction while looking at both the Saiyans who knew that Beerus was telling the truth. Bulma said, "Since Goku and Vegeta cannot defeat Frieza together, even using their full power, then you could use the fusion with the Potara earrings, or doing the fusion dance. After all, Vegeta and Gogeta are much stronger than you two apart." Goku said, "It would be a great solution, but I don't think it would work because the fusion with the Potara earrings lasts only 1 hour of fusion, and depending upon the amount of energy we use, the fusion will have its time reduced. And doing the fusion dance won't work either, since Frieza is now extremely powerful. And I believe that even Gogeta using Super Saiyan Blue could defeat Frieza," said Goku while looking at Bulma. And even having a good idea, Goku believes that the fusion would not be enough. Vegeta said, "Also, I would have to do that horrible dance with Kakarot, and doing that dance takes time, and Frieza already knows Gogeta's power, so Frieza would know how to face Gogeta. So I believe it wouldn't be a good idea," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking about what could happen in a battle between Gogeta and Frieza. Granola said, "In short, in a quick and easy way, you have no idea how to face that damn Frieza, and much less do you have the power to defeat him and protect this planet. Damn it." Vegeta spoke, "You talk as you were able to face him alone, don't you, Granola?" Whis said, "I think you better calm down, because it doesn't matter who's right or wrong in this matter, because you all have the same goal, which is to defeat Frieza. Why don't you try to ask Shenron for help? Maybe he won't find more information about Yamoshi," said the angel while looking at the Saiyans, who was surprised to see Whis talking about the Dragon of Desires. Bulma said, "It's true. Maybe we don't have a way to defeat Frieza, but maybe Shenron has an idea," said the surprised and excited woman. After all, she already had the Dragon Balls in her possession, and could ask the dragon for help, who had helped them many times in the past. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on planet Earth, it was possible to see Son Goku, Vegeta, Granola, Whis, and Beerus gathered in the backyard of the Capsule Corporation. Everyone was waiting for Bulma, who had entered the Capsule Corporation to get the Dragon Balls that were with her. Bulma believed that even if Shenron couldn't stop Frieza, who was much more powerful than before, the dragon should at least know how to defeat Emperor Frieza or help Goku and his friends eliminate the threat that was Black Frieza. Goku said, "Will Shenron be useful this time? Not that he's useless. After all, if it weren't for Shenron, many of us wouldn't be alive today. And I'm one of them. After all, I've died a few times, and without Shenron's help, I would be dead, and Vegeta would have destroyed or conquered the planet. And later, he would have been killed by Frieza. At that time, Vegeta and I faced Frieza on planet Namek. In short, everyone we love would be dead, and the 7th universe would have been destroyed. If I hadn't given the idea of the Tournament of Power of our universe, it would have already been destroyed, because we don't have the ideal mortal level. So, kind of indirectly, Shenron saved the 7th universe," said the Saiyan thoughtfully as he looked at everyone around him, and saw that everyone was agreeing with him, except Granola, who didn't know even half of the things that the Saiyan and the Z fighters had faced over the years. Vegeta said, "You talk that way, it makes you look like an intelligent Saiyan, Kakarot. You don't even look like the Saiyan who already has children, but doesn't even know what a kiss is," said the Prince of the Saiyans while looking at his rival, who ended up closing face after hearing what Vegeta said. Apparently, Vegeta liked to call Goku dumb or brainless, and most of the time, Goku simply ignored his comments. Beerus said, "One thing is for sure, Shenron does not have powers to change anything, much less affect Frieza in any way. But Shenron may have important information to help us defeat Frieza in some way," said the God of Destruction while looking at the Saiyans, who agreed with Beerus. After all, Shenron had not been so useful since the time the Saiyans met Beerus, who a few years ago had come to the planet to find the Super Saiyan God. Granola said, "Who exactly is this Shenron guy you talked about?" asked Truffle, while looking at the Saiyans. Granola didn't know who Shenron was until the moment, since nobody had explained anything to Granola. Whis said, "Shenron is the dragon god of desires, just like Torambo, who is the dragon god you met and made a wish to become more powerful. But unlike Torambo, Shenron has larger spears, and there's 7 spears in total. But if we are going to classify the two, I would say that Torambo is stronger than Shenron," spoke the angel, finally explaining to Granola who Shenron was and the fact that the dragon god that Granola had invoked before was stronger than Shenron, because Shenron would not be able to leave the Granola as powerful as it was. Granola thought, "So you've had a wishing dragon this whole time? If you had a dragon god or wishes all the time, why didn't you ask to become stronger in the past?" then you wouldn't have died so many times, and you could have eliminated Frieza's bug decades ago. Tuffle was thought while looking at the Saiyans with a bored face. After all, if the Saiyans had the power of the Dragon God, who could grant wishes for them, why didn't the Saiyans use the power before to become more powerful and eliminate Frieza when he was still weak? Goku said, "Hey Mr. Beerus, you're stronger than Frieza in his new transformation. He called Black Frieza. So couldn't you just go after him and erase Frieza using his power of destruction?" asked the Saiyan while looking at the god of destruction of his universe, who could eliminate Frieza quickly if he wanted to. Beerus said, "I can, but I'm not going to do that," said the god of destruction with a certain disdain to Goku's request, and that surprised everyone. Vegeta said, "And why don't you do it, Beerus? You know very well that Frieza is not only dangerous for us, but for you too. I'm sure one of his goals is to eliminate you and become the new god of destruction. So why don't you eliminate the one who wants to take your position of god of destruction?" asked the Prince of Saiyans to the god of destruction of his universe, who faced him seriously before answering his question. Beerus said, "The reason is simple. This is the fault and responsibility of you two idiot Saiyans. You two always knew that the moment Frieza was revived, he would act up, just like he did several times in the past. And Frieza admitted this when the Tournament of Power ended. So the responsibility to go after him and eliminate that vermin is on you two, and yet you left Frieza aside, and in that time he became stronger. I don't know if you did it to have a more intense and exciting fight against Frieza, or if you did it because you were stupid and forgot that damn Frieza's obsessed with defeating you two, and in that, the most humiliating way possible. I will not interfere on that subject, but in case Frieza becomes a bigger threat, I myself will eliminate that worm, and I will also eliminate you two for your great incompetence," said the god of destruction in an irritated tone. After all, that could have been avoided if Goku and Vegeta had finished off Frieza after the Tournament of Power. Goku said, "But it was you yourself who told Whis to revive Frieza," said the Saiyan with one of his eyebrows raised while facing Beerus, who ended up blushing because of shame. After all, he was also to blame for Frieza being more powerful. Beerus said, "I am a god of destruction who honors his agreements, and Goku had said that he would revive Frieza, so it wasn't my fault because I just fulfilled my part of the agreement," said the god of destruction, trying to act as if nothing that had happened was his fault, and that made everyone present sigh at the thought. After the small conversation that was friendly, but became a little heavier among the group, everyone could see that Bulma was arriving at the place, and with her was Goten and Trunks, who were holding the 7 Dragon Balls with them. Bulma said, "Sorry for the delay, I had forgotten where the Dragon Balls were, and now we're here. Let's invoke Shenron soon, because the more the time passes, the more Frieza becomes stronger, and with that he plans a way to destroy us all," said the human while looking at the group that was present in the place, and behind her were Goten and Trunks, who placed the spears side by side on the table. Bulma said, "Shenron, come and fulfill my wish, please." Bulma spoke while looking at the Dragon Balls that began to glow, and suddenly a light rose to the heavens, making time, before becoming closed, and soon the light took the form of a large thin dragon in the Oriental style with green scales and red eyes. Shenron said, You summoned me? Do you need me to bring someone from the dead back to life? After all, apparently that's all I'm good for you currently," said the god approaching the present beings, and some of them felt that Shenron had a certain grudge for the fact that they called the dragon god useless in their last meeting. Bulma said, "Don't hold a grudge against us, Shenron. If you want to hold a grudge against someone, hold it against Beerus, because he was the one who called you unless the last time we saw each other," said the human while looking at the dragon god of desires, and then looking at Beerus, who just rolled his eyes and looked away. Shenron spoke, "Anyway, say what you want. What can this humble dragon god of wishes do for you on this beautiful sunny day?" said the dragon god of desires in a tone of sarcasm. After all, with his arrival, the sky was completely closed and dark. Goku said, "Shenron, Frieza, who is one of our main enemies over the years, he ended up becoming stronger, and even me and Vegeta with the help of Granola were not able to face him. We were all using our full power, and yet we were humiliated by Frieza. So we want to know if you know a way to defeat Frieza, or if there's a way to become so powerful that we can face and defeat Frieza. Can you help us do one of these things?" asked the Saiyan, looking at the dragon, who thought for a few minutes before giving an answer to Goku's question. Shenron said, "I don't know how to defeat Frieza in the state he is in, and much less how to make you more powerful.
but I know someone who can help you. If I remember correctly, there are two people who could make you more powerful. One of them is a descendant of Suforigin, who has isolated himself from everyone, but knows a way to push the powers of a member of his race to the limit, and still managed to break that limit. And the other person is the one that day you wanted me to bring here to face Beerus-sama. And that person is the one who was the first Saiyan to become a deity, said the Dragon God, surprising the two Saiyans who were on site. Vegeta said,
Yamoshi,
said the Prince of Saiyans incredulously with the information he had just received.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the Capsule Corporation, which was the place where Beerus, the current god of destruction of that universe, and Whis visited the most when they went to planet Earth. It was possible to see that in the Capsule Corporation were gathered very powerful beings like the god of destruction, his angel, the strongest Saiyans Son Goku and Vegeta, Granola, who had the power of both Son Goku and Vegeta. In the Capsule Corporation were also present the two sons of Son Goku and Vegeta, and along with them was Bulma, Vegeta's wife. Everyone in the place was looking at Shenron, the dragon god of desires who resided on planet Earth, and had been invoked by Bulma in order to discover a way to defeat Frieza, who had achieved a new transformation. Shenron ended up revealing the name of a person who shocked everyone by still being alive, because that person was the first Saiyan to awaken the power of a god. But until that moment, that person was dead. Goku said,
"But how is that possible? You yourself had said that Yamoshi had died thousands of years ago. When we asked you to bring him to face Mr. Beerus at the time, he came to Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. So explain to me how Yamoshi can be alive?" asked the Saiyan, surprised. And it wasn't just him. Everyone except Granola knew about the legend of the Super Saiyan God, and knew how strong she or he was. Shenron spoke. "At the time, I knew about the legend of Yamoshi and the legend of the Super Saiyan God. But from my sources and knowledge, Yamoshi was long dead. But apparently, she is still alive. And I couldn't find Yamoshi at the time, because somehow she managed to hide. And as you know, I have a certain limit of power, and finding Yamoshi was something very difficult at the time. So since I didn't feel her power, I said that Yamoshi could not be brought to Earth, since the Super Saiyan God was a transformation and not a person. But I don't remember saying that she was dead at the time," said the Dragon God of Desires while looking at everyone who was at the place. Beerus spoke. "So, the first Saiyan who managed to become a god is still alive. If Yamoshi was alive all this time, how could Whis not find her back then? Look, escaping Shenron's radar is not very difficult since he has limited power, but Whis is an angel, and is the most powerful being in the 7th universe. So how did this Saiyan manage to escape Whis?" asked the god of destruction as he looked at Shenron, who was saddened by again being seen as weaker than Whis, who just took one of his hands to his chin. Whis said, I think I should have analyzed it better at the time," said the angel, attracting the attention of everyone present, except Shenron, who already knew what the angel was talking about. Vegeta said, "What are you talking about, Whis?" asked the Saiyan while he looked at the angel, who was the center of attention at that moment. Whis said, "Well, at the time we came to Earth after the Super Saiyan God, there was another Saiyan with a strangely low power. It was as if this Saiyan power was sealed or limited on purpose, and I was going to talk to Mr. Beerus about the Saiyan," said Mr. Beerus preferred to come to Earth because of Vegeta, since Beerus thought that because Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans, he could know who the Super Saiyan God was, said the angel while looking at his god of destruction, who turned her face away. After all, if it weren't for Beerus's impatience, Yamoshi would have been found a long time ago. Bulma said, "Look, I don't know if you noticed, but when Shenron and Whis are referring to Yamoshi, other than by name, they are using the female pronoun. Hey Shenron, could you give me a description of what Yamoshi looks like, and what his or her gender is?" asked Bulma when looking at the Dragon God of Wishes, and soon everyone realized that Bulma was right. After all the many times she was used to refer to Yamoshi. Shenron spoke. "Yamoshi is a Saiyan with extreme power, but she is not a man as you imagined, but a woman. Yamoshi is a woman with long white hair and eyes similar to silver. And like the ancient Saiyans, Yamoshi wears combat clothes, similar to what Vegeta normally wears," said the Dragon God of Desires, shocking everyone with the news that Yamoshi was in fact a woman and not a man. "So Yamoshi, the first of the Saiyans who became a divinity, is actually a woman, and that same woman is Goku and Vegeta's hope of becoming stronger to defeat Frieza?" asked the woman as she looked at Shenron, who was staring at everyone's surprised face, except Whis, who knew that Yamoshi was a woman. Shenron spoke.
That's right. You all thought that Yamoshi was a man because the legend of the Super Saiyan God and the legendary Super Saiyan always referred to a man. But you should remember that at the time the Saiyans were very sexist and thought that the Saiyan women were not so strong as Saiyan men. But that began to change because of Yamoshi, who had become the most powerful Saiyan of his time. However, the king of that time ended up leaving the legend, as if he were a male Saiyan, and Yamoshi did not change anything because when Yamoshi became a goddess, she disappeared from the planet. And so the legend was created and passed down from generation to generation until it was lost,
said the dragon god of desires while looking at those who were present at that place. Vegeta said, "That's a fact. There was never a woman who was remembered in the history of Saiyans. So not saying that Yamoshi was a woman was a way of keeping men as superior. It seems that no matter how much time passes, the past never stays in the past and always comes up to torment us. Especially I, who am the Prince of Saiyans," said the Prince of Saiyans while bringing one of his hands to his forehead. But he remembered of all the wrong his race had done over the years. Beerus said, "Hey, Shenron, we need Yamoshi, so bring her here for us," said the god of destruction as he looked at the dragon god of wishes, that he sighed hearing that. Shenron said, "Sorry, but I can't do this. Yamoshi must have some skill that prevents me from touching her or interacting with her. Maybe it's because of her divine power or the place where she is. After all, Yamoshi has many years, and over the time, she must have mastered the powers of Super God Saiyajin to a point where her divinity surpasses even mine. So unfortunately, I can't bring Yamoshi here," said the dragon god of desires as he looked at everyone present and saw Beerus sigh. Beerus said, "Wow, you really are useless, Shenron," said the god of destruction after sighing. But before Beerus could speak or do anything, he ended up getting slapped on the head, and who gave that slap was Bulma. That surprised Granola, who was surprised by the fact that a weak human smacked a god of destruction on the head. Bulma said, "The only one useless here is you, Beerus, because if you were useful, you would have already killed Frieza once and for all. Now, Shenron, could you give us the location of where Yamoshi lives? Because even if you can't bring her to us, you can tell us where Yamoshi is, can't you?" asked the human while looking at the dragon god of desires, who was surprised by the fact that a god of destruction had been slapped on the head by a mere human without powers. Shenron said, "Yes, I know where Yamoshi is, and I can send you there if you want. But I already say that you shouldn't provoke Yamoshi, because even if she hasn't fought for a long time, Yamoshi is still the first Saiyan to reach the power of a deity, and I guarantee she's not weak at all. So if you want a tip, don't tease her, and much less talk about her age. After all, Yamoshi is still a woman, and as you know, women don't like people who ask about their age," spoke the dragon god of desires while looking at Bulma, who agreed. And those who were married like Goku and Vegeta knew that what Shenron said not to do was the same thing as starting a fight with a woman. Granola said, "Since that's how it is when you send Goku and Vegeta to this Yamoshi, send me to the place where this powerful Sufurujin is, so I can train with him," said the Sufurujin, showing that he was still present in the place. Bulma said, "Right. Since that's how you can send Goku and Vegeta minus Granola to the planet where Yamoshi is, and while you're going to train, I'm going to gather the other Z fighters so they're ready, in case Frieza makes an attack on our planet together with his army," said the woman as she walked away from the group. And with her was Goten and Trunks, who even wanted to meet the goddess of Saiyans. They couldn't since Bulma wouldn't let them. Shenron said, "Right, then let's go," said the dragon god of desires, making his eyes shine. And soon everyone disappeared, and with that, the dragon spheres rose to the heavens and separated. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on the planet Namek, it was possible to see Goku, Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus appearing a few kilometers from the village that belonged to one of the elders of the Namekians. They had appeared in that village because Bulma had asked Shenron to send the Saiyans and those who were with him to the place where Yamoshi should be living. But as Shenron couldn't send everyone directly to the place where Yamoshi was, the Saiyans with Whis and Beerus were sent to the place closest to where Yamoshi should be. Vegeta said, "So, Yamoshi was on planet Namek this whole time. Of all the planets in the 7th universe, this was the last planet I thought she would be on. Even more so on a planet that was already destroyed years ago."
How long has it been since she came to live on this planet? Asked the Prince of the Saiyans as he looked around and saw that he was on a mountain with his Saiyan rival and his divine allies.
Goku said, I don't know, but I know that it hasn't been long since Yamoshi has lived in Namek. After all, this planet was destroyed in the past by Frieza, and if Yamoshi had been on the planet at that time, she should have stopped Frieza. Goku said, looking at sides and seeing the terrain of the planet, including a large crystal clear lake.
Beerus spoke. Did Shenron bring us to the right planet? Because I still can't feel the energy coming from Yamoshi. So I think Shenron just sent us to the wrong planet. Because I'm not surprised that the Dragon God has proven useless once again.
Beerus spoke while looking around and sighed as he thought that the Dragon God of Desires of planet Earth was being useless once again.
Vegeta said, Now that you said that, Beerus, I'm not feeling any powerful ki around either. In fact, I am, but not to the point of being a goddess.
Vegeta said when he opened his eyes, because he had closed them to feel the ki of all the beings around, and no one had the considerable power to be the goddess Yamoshi. Goku said, Now that you said it, I can feel several ki energies nearby, but none of them have a power great enough to be Yamoshi's, since she's the first Saiyan to become a goddess. But still, the power of the Namekians who live close by are not short. I don't know how they became so strong, but the Namekians near here have a very high power by normal standards. Goku said, a little surprised to feel the fighting power of the Namekians who lived near the place, and there were some who had a power quite high by the standards of the breed. Whis said, I would say that Yamoshi must have been responsible for making the Namekians more powerful, and alias Mr. Beerus. Miss Yamoshi is indeed on this planet, and Shenron did his job perfectly this time, said the angel while looking at Beerus, who just turned his face. After all, Beerus didn't like to be retorted by anyone.
Beerus said, If she's on this planet, why am I, who am a god of destruction, not able to feel her power?
Asked the god of destruction while looking at his angel, who then hit his staff on the ground, causing a kind of hologram to appear, and it showed a kind of invisible dome surrounding the planet, and there were thousands of invisible layers, which prevented one from feeling the energy of Yamoshi. Whis spoke. As you can see, around the planet there are several layers of an energy that prevents other beings from feeling the power of a certain being, and the more power someone has, the more layers are needed to hide their power. And how can you see yourself? There are thousands of layers of energy around the planet, and the main layer comes from that village, a few kilometers from here. So I would say that Yamoshi must be there, and not only that, but none of you could feel the power of the Namekians. And by the way, this is not their full power, and I should say that there are warriors in this village that could even take on Mr. Goku and Vegeta one-on-one. The Namekians would not win if you two fought seriously, but that they would be difficult to defeat, this is an undeniable fact, said the angel while looking at everyone who was in that place, and they ended up being surprised to learn that there were Namekians who could even get them worked. That showed just what Yamoshi was doing, and it was working. Goku said, So Yamoshi really is on this planet? So let's go get her. I want to know how strong she is, and maybe she and I can face each other, said the Saiyan, excited about the possibility of facing someone so strong, something that made everyone sigh because they knew Goku's personality very well, and that he would do everything to face Yamoshi and Vegeta, even not showing that he was also wanting to face her. After all, it's not every day you have a chance to face an ancient goddess of your race. Beerus said, So, let's go. I want to see up close who is the one who will be able to become a divinity in the past, and who even after so many years is still alive. Vegeta said as he walked towards the Namekian village, and seeing that the rest of the group began to follow the Saiyan. Goku was quite excited about his possible confrontation with Yamoshi and Vegeta as well, but unlike his rival, he was containing his excitement. Goku and his group were being led by Whis, who ended up in front of the group. After all, he was the only one who could feel Yamoshi's power, and that's why he was leading the group. Upon entering the village where Yamoshi lived, everyone felt that the energy of those warriors, which was high before, became even greater, as if they had been transformed. In reality, all Namekians already had that power, but now Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus could feel the power of those warriors, and for the first time, everyone felt for a brief moment the power of Yamoshi. And that made Goku and Vegeta widen their eyes, because that woman's power level was much higher than they expected, and that should be her base form. Goku said, That's her power? That's as big as mine and Vegeta's, but the two of us only have that level of power when we're transformed into Super Saiyan 2, thought the Saiyan, impressed with the power of the most powerful woman of his race, probably more powerful than him and his rival. Vegeta thought, so that power level of the Saiyan goddess, she really is someone who deserves such a title, and her power shows that Yamoshi is not to be underestimated. I'm looking forward to meeting her, thought the Prince of Saiyans as he looked in the direction and felt Yamoshi's power. Beerus thought, Yamoshi has an interesting power level, but I still don't feel her divine power. So she must be in her base form, and that means Yamoshi is even stronger since she is not in her divine form. Is it the Yamoshi I dreamt of in the past? I'll finally meet the Saiyan goddess who can defeat me, thought the god of destruction while remembering the past when he met Goku and Vegeta. Beerus was after the Super Saiyan god, but he didn't find him at the time. But now maybe he can find him. After walking for a few more seconds, everyone was stopped by two Namekians who started asking them questions. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a house that should belong to Yamoshi, but the small group was surprised when a part of the house exploded. A Namekian with black skin went flying and knocking down some things in the process. And with that, everyone returned to pay attention to the house, and in the smoke formed by the attack, a woman with long white hair wearing a Saiyan combat suit identical to Vegeta's came out of the smoke. And as if by magic she disappeared and reappeared in front of the black Namekian, who tried to shoot a spear of ki towards some people, but Yamoshi ended up holding his arm and pointed it upwards, making the spear of ki rise to the sky and explode. And before the Namekian could speak or try to do something, Yamoshi landed a punch on him that sent him flying out, fainting in the process. Yamoshi said,
There are men who really don't know how to take a no. Get him out of here, please. Let the Elder know that I didn't accept the Black Namekian's marriage proposal. Actually, I want him to bring the Elder to my house. After all, we have a special guest today, and make it quick. We can't leave the God of Destruction waiting.
Yamoshi spoke, as she turned around and appeared in front of Beerus, holding his chin. Yamoshi surprised Beerus with her speed. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in a safe and secret village on the planet Namek, it was possible to see Beerus and Whis together with Goku and Vegeta. All of them were currently at Yamoshi's house. The first Saiyan who managed to transform into a divinity, Yamoshi, was sitting in a big chair along with all the other beings present. Yamoshi was sitting in the center, and next to her was a green Namekian who was the elder of that village, and a longtime friend of Yamoshi. Everyone was impressed with the speed demonstrated by Yamoshi, and the most impressed were Goku and Vegeta, who hadn't ever seen Yamoshi's movement. The way she disappeared and reappeared right in front of Beerus holding his chin. Beerus had found Yamoshi daring by the way she acted with him, even knowing that Beerus was the god of destruction of the 7th universe. And Whis found that interesting, because the Saiyans already knew about the god of destruction, and the other universes, which showed that Yamoshi had much more knowledge than Whis imagined, and the strength she hid was very great, perhaps even superior to the power of the god of destruction. Even though Yamoshi was in her base form, after all, she should be able to transform into Super Saiyan God just like Son Goku and Vegeta. Yamoshi spoke.
So, my dear guest, what do you want with this humble Saiyan? Because I'm sure you didn't come here just to meet me. After all, who would spend so much time looking for me in a place protected by thousands of barriers that prevent any being from feeling a fraction of my power? Any being with the exception of an angel like you, Whis.
Yamoshi spoke while looking at all the beings present in the place, with Whis as his main focus. Whis said,
So, you know who we are, and you know what we are. But how exactly do you know that? Could you answer my question if you don't mind?
Asked the angel while he looked at the woman who just looked to the side where the elder of that village was. Yamoshi said,
All I know is that it has nothing to do with combat or ki control. I learned that from this young man named Yuiko and his ancestors, who ended up welcoming me in the past when I arrived on this planet injured. The great-grandfather ended up taking care on me, and I remained on this planet until today.
Yamoshi spoke while looking at a Namekian friend who just sighed with the woman's carefree speech. Yuiko said, 1,000 pardons for the way this stupid monkey acted. As you may know, Saiyans are not a very social race, and most of them are airheads who don't know how to think straight. They only know how to fight, and this idiot is a clear example of that, Yuiko said while looking at the divine beings present, who nodded mentally with him.
After all, Goku was literally everything he had said, and Vegeta just wasn't that way because he was a prince, and as such, he had learned to be polite. Vegeta spoke.
You said you arrived at this planet injured. How were you injured, and why? After recovering, did you not return to the planet of the Saiyans?
Asked the Prince of the Saiyans, who faced the oldest ancestor of his race, who deserved all his respect. Yamoshi spoke. I was injured in combat with an old flame of mine, who ended up getting jealous when I first transformed into Super Saiyan God. My old flame tried to become a Super Saiyan God, but his heart wasn't pure enough to become one. Then he was overcome with envy, and somehow my old flame ended up getting into a corrupted Super Saiyan God spirit, and he and I started fighting in our first match, I ended up defeating my old flame together with the corrupted Saiyans. But I was hurt, and I knew that the king of the time didn't like me, so I left the planet. I ended up here, and with the help of Yuiko's ancestors, I ended up surviving. After that, I tried to return to the Saiyans planet, but it didn't work, so I started wandering around the universe. But my old flame came after me, and he and I started to fight, and almost died in that fight. But I had a seed of the gods, so I managed to survive. Yamoshi said while remembering her own past and everything she ended up living because of an old passion that betrayed her just out of envy. Vegeta spoke.
So there's a way to transform into a Super Saiyan God without using the Saiyan ritual, or without facing someone who possesses divine power?
Asked the Prince of Saiyans while he looked at Yamoshi. Yamoshi said, yes, there is a third way to transform into a Super Saiyan God, but this transformation is called Corrupted Super Saiyan God. And to get that power, it is necessary for a Saiyan to kill 1,000 Saiyans with pure heart and body. And it was like that of my old crush that ended up turning into a Super Saiyan God. He killed 1,000 Saiyans. To be precise, my old crush ended up killing 1,000 children to get that power. That's how he got the power. Luckily, you two don't have to use this method, because I felt the divine energy corrupted within you two. I would kill you. Even if you are cute, I would still have no mercy. Yamoshi spoke while looking at Goku and Vegeta in an analytical way, surprising both Saiyans with the fact that she knew they were both Saiyans, and that they could also transform into Super Saiyan God. Goku said, how do you know that Vegeta and I are Saiyans, and how do you know that he and I managed to transform into Super Saiyan God? Goku asked while looking at the woman in front of them, who just sighed at the level of knowledge of those two Saiyans in front of her. Yamoshi said, I'm the first Saiyan to get the power of a divine being, and during all this time, you thought I stood still? Sorry guys, but unlike you two, I've already mastered the power of a Super Saiyan God. And I say that this Super Saiyan God form that you two must know is not even half of the true power of our God form. But when you manage to use at least the 2 stages of the Super Saiyan God, you'll be able to know who is Super Saiyan and who is not, and who has a divine power. If you can get out of the level you have. Yamoshi said, surprising everyone, because everyone thought that the transformation that Goku and Vegeta possessed was already the power of Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue could be considered an evolution of it. Beerus spoke.
Isn't the Super Saiyan God that Goku and Vegeta possess the true power of a Super Saiyan God?
Asked the God of Destruction while looking at the Saiyan. Yamoshi said, yes, the power that these two possess is not the true power of a Super Saiyan God, because if it were, you would not have come to me. After all, the only thing that would make you look for the oldest ancestor of the Saiyans would be to find out how to stay stronger to defeat the Arcosiano named Frieza. It must be in the Arcosians' instinct to want to dominate everything. It's a good thing I killed almost all of them, or there would have been a galactic war for domination between the Arcosians years ago.
Yamoshi said, while looking at the Saiyans who didn't know that Frieza had a race, yet alone that Yamoshi had faced and killed them.
Whis said, so it was you who destroyed the Arcosians, but from what I heard, there were 2 people, more precisely, a couple who ended up destroying the Arcosians, or most of them, said the angel while looking at Yamoshi, who was yawning at that moment. Yamoshi said, yes, it was me and my old flame, along with some other Saiyans. We destroyed the Arcosians, but we ended up leaving some of them alive, which was a mistake. But as the Arcosians are very difficult to reproduce, they would die soon. Now there's only one of them, and that must be Frieza. Now say what you want to know, Prince of Saiyans, because I don't like that look of yours very much. Yamoshi said as she was looking at the angel, but soon she looked at the Prince of Saiyans, who had a serious look.
Vegeta spoke. You are very strong and could have saved our race from extinction if you wanted to. So why did you let our people be enslaved and then killed by that Frieza bug? Asked the Saiyan in a furious tone while looking at his ancestor. Yamoshi said, Sorry, kid. I didn't do that because I really didn't want to. I knew Frieza had enslaved the Saiyans and I could stop him, but I didn't because I'm not on this planet just because I'm safe. I'm also here to prevent the damn thing I loved before from going out and destroying everything and all the mortals and planets he sees ahead just to make me face him. Yamoshi spoke before hitting one of his hands on the table, causing the table to be destroyed. Then Yamoshi left the place, leaving everyone confused, except Yuiko. Vegeta spoke. What happened to her? Asked the Saiyan Prince as he looked at the Namekian Elder. Yuiko said, Well, I don't tell everyone about this, but you need to know that if you want to get along with Yamoshi and not end up getting killed by her, Yuiko said while looking at the Saiyans in front of him. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in a village on the planet Namek, it was possible to see Beerus, Whis, Goku, and Vegeta sitting around a table that had been destroyed by the hands of Yamoshi, who had gotten angry and ended up destroying the table. At that moment, all those present were looking at the village elder, who was called Yuiko. Everyone was wanting to know why Yamoshi had acted that way when Vegeta questioned her about why she had not tried to stop Frieza and his father from enslaving all Saiyans. Vegeta spoke. Why did Yamoshi act like that when I asked her about why she let her race be enslaved by Frieza's worm? Asked the Prince of Saiyans while looking at the old man who was thoughtful. Yuiko ended up sighing. Yuiko said, The subject is a little delicate for Yamoshi because it makes her remember the mistakes she made and her lack of courage. I'll tell you a story. Yuiko said, looking at all those who were present there who wanted to know the true story of Yamoshi. Yuiko spoke. A long time ago, even before Yamoshi got the power of a goddess, she was a student at a combat academy on the planet of Saiyans. Since at the time the power of women was considered inferior to that of men, she had to endure many things. But she showed her power and persistence in front of all the other Saiyans. Among those Saiyans, there was one that since her birth was designated as a low-class Saiyan. This Saiyan wanted to be as strong and important as the high-class Saiyans. His name was Hiroki. Yamoshi and Hiroki ended up becoming friends during the time they lived in the academy, and over time they ended up becoming rivals, with the same dream of showing everyone that they would not let their destinies be guided by other people, and that a woman could be as strong as a man, and that a low-class Saiyan could be as powerful as a high-class Saiyan, said the elder to the guests who were paying close attention to his words. And the smartest ones, like Whis and Vegeta, had already discovered that the former passion quoted by Yamoshi before should be this Hiroki guy. Yuiko spoke. With time, Yamoshi and Hiroki ended up becoming the strongest in the academy, being able to even face the princes of the Saiyans of the time. The king of that time had 2 twin sons, who had been born very strong for the normal standard, and they always stood out in the academy. But one day Hiroki ended up challenging the youngest of the princes, and using all his power, Hiroki managed to defeat him. But Hiroki ended up being very injured. Seeing that, the oldest prince, who was stronger than the younger one, tried to kill Hiroki, but Yamoshi didn't let him, and the two ended up getting into a frantic fight between them. Yamoshi ended up winning and showing everyone that Hiroki and Yamoshi weren't weak, said the old man before one of the employees arrived at the place and changed the table that was broken for a new one, where another employee placed some cups of tea. Yuiko ended up taking a sip before speaking again. Vegeta thought, I know that back then the power levels of the Saiyans wasn't that great compared to the power level of the current ones. But back then, the level of power from birth and the blood that flowed through the veins of the Saiyans defined whether they would, and they become someone important or just weak soldiers who would only serve to die on the front lines. So the fact that these two defeated 2 princes who were already said to be prodigies is something very surprising. But for the nobles, it's a bad thing. After all, it was like giving a punch to the nobles, saying that someone inferior to them was actually superior, thought the Prince of Saiyans, who had received a certain level of teaching about politics in the past when the planet of Saiyans, Hiroki, and Yamoshi existed. Yuiko said, Thanks to the victory of Hiroki and Yamoshi, most of the nobles of the Saiyan planet kept an eye on them and tried to bring Yamoshi and Hiroki to their side.
Many nobles tried to make Yamoshi marry their children, and at the same time happened with Hiroki, but none of them came to accept the deal with the nobles. Over the years, a large part of the Saiyan planet knew Yamoshi and Hiroki, but Yamoshi never wanted fame or anything like that. She just wanted her strength recognized by the powerful Saiyans. But Hiroki, on the other hand, wanted more fame and power. He was blinded because of this, and seeing Yamoshi, who had more fame and recognition than him, throwing it all away made him extremely angry. So much so that many times Hiroki tried to humiliate Yamoshi, who was a strong warrior, but a naive woman who did not believe when someone spoke badly of Hiroki in front of her because of Yamoshi's head. His old friend and rival would not be able to commit such atrocities that the other Saiyans spoke, said the old man in a sad tone, because Yuiko knew how much his friends had suffered at Hiroki's hands. Yuiko said, "More years passed, and with that Yamoshi and Hiroki ended up leaving the academy and became soldiers who roamed the universe in search of conquering unpopulated planets and going after people with great rewards on their heads. At that time, the Saiyans were mercenaries and not conquerors. But with time, Yamoshi reached the age to form a family, and Hiroki, for being the person she knew best, ended up becoming her suitor. And after a few years, they got married and had 2 children who ended up being killed during a battle between the Saiyans and the Arcosians. And that was the main reason for Yamoshi to face and almost extinguish the Arcosians," said the old man, surprising everyone by the fact that Yamoshi had already been married and had children in the past. After all, the information that everyone had was limited, and not even Whis knew much.
Goku thought, now it makes sense for Yamoshi to have faced members of Frieza's race. I remember when Black said that he had killed my wife and son Goten along with everyone I loved. I felt so angry that I couldn't think of anything other than defeating Frieza, and Yamoshi must have felt in the same way. Could it be that she was able to transform into a Super Saiyan by feeling such anger, or does Yamoshi not have Super Saiyan? Asked Goku when remembering the time when he faced Zamasu, who had killed and stolen her body in the future. Yuiko said, "After the fall of the Arcosians, Yamoshi tried to return to his normal life, but some people started to say that Hiroki cheated on Yamoshi with some noble girls, and that ended her peace, and a few years later the evil Saiyans ended up appearing, and with that Yamoshi ended up becoming a goddess for the first time. And using the power she got, Yamoshi defeated all the evil Saiyans, and so the planet entered an era of peace. But Hiroki was very jealous of her, because Yamoshi had become a goddess, and he didn't. And when the second war against the evil Saiyans happened, Hiroki wanted to become a Super Saiyan god, but it didn't work out because he didn't have a pure heart. And that was obvious, because the one who had caused this second war against the evil Saiyans was Hiroki. That taken by a desire of anger and envy, she ended up killing several people with a pure heart, because Hiroki thought that if he couldn't become a Super Saiyan god with a pure heart, he would corrupt his heart as much as possible, and with that he would be able to have the same power as Yamoshi. And unfortunately, Hiroki got it. Yuiko spoke in a slightly irritated tone at the fact that so many innocents had been killed by Hiroki's dark desires. Yuiko said, after that day, Yamoshi and Hiroki faced each other, and it was the first of many fights, because even with Yamoshi's winning, she couldn't kill Hiroki because she still loved the man and would never be able to kill him. But Hiroki wanted to kill Yamoshi anyway to prove to be superior to her, and because of that, Yuiko spoke before being interrupted by the noise of the door being opened abruptly by Yamoshi. Yamoshi said, "Because of the obsessive desire that Hiroki had to kill me, he started destroying planets and killing people to get my attention and forced me to face him. Because of that, I went of search in a way to hide my power. And with the help of Yuhiko's ancestors, we managed to create these thousands of barriers to hide power. And after years of destroying civilizations, Hiroki stopped because he saw that it was no longer affecting me. But I carry every planet and person he killed as a sin on my back. I will always carry it. You wanted to know my story? So now you know." Yamoshi spoke in the corner of the room, with his back against the wall, as he looked at the floor. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in one of the villages on the planet Namek, it was possible to see that in the house where Yamoshi lived, there was Beerus, Whis, Son Goku and Vegeta, and next to them was the village elder Yuiko, who was the leader of that village. while Yamoshi was the guardian and responsible for training all the Namekian warriors. Inside Yamoshi's residence, it was possible to see that the atmosphere in the residence was very heavy. The conversation between them had reached a point that did not please the ancestor of the Saiyans very much, and thanks to that the atmosphere ended up getting pretty heavy. Yuiko spoke.
Let's leave the past in the past. Now that you've asked what you wanted to know, it's time for us to ask what you want in our village, and especially, what do you want with Yamoshi?
Asked the elder of that village, as he looked steadily at the beings in front of her. Vegeta said, "Don't get me wrong, but our main subject is with Yamoshi, and I don't think you should get involved in something that is none of your business or interest, but it's nothing personal," said the Prince of Saiyans with a more arrogant tone than usual. After all, Vegeta didn't like talking to weaklings or vermin in his opinion. Yamoshi spoke.
You are weaker than I imagined. If you were strong enough, or had managed to master at least the power of the Super Saiyan God, you could feel the power of a deity without being transformed, said the goddess of Saiyans in a tone more fun while looking at the members of her race.
Goku said,
I didn't understand very well. What did Yamoshi mean by that, Whis?
asked the Saiyan looking at the angel of his universe.
Whis said, use it in your Super Saiyan God forms, and you two will understand what Yamoshi meant, said the angel, giving a slight look to the two Saiyans.
Goku and Vegeta didn't understand what was happening, but they both obeyed Whis and transformed into Super Saiyan God. And in doing so, the Saiyans felt an enormous amount of ki being released by Yuiko, who wasn't even making an effort to do so. Yuiko said,
The elders of this village are not decided just because they are smart and know how to solve problems, but also the elders must be the strongest among the Namekians. And I am an ancient elder, and during that time, I have already been challenged countless times. None of them were able to defeat me. Yamoshi is the strongest in the village, but she's not a Namekian. She can't be an elder. But I can, and that's why I'm the second strongest person in this village. So I recommend that you don't treat me that way, or I'll have to crush you.
Yuiko spoke in a serious tone as he looked at both Saiyans, who unconsciously trembled when they felt the gaze of the old woman. Vegeta thought, I just trembled like this before, when I said that Bulma was getting old and fat, and even though she was a normal human, I felt very scared. But this one's scaring me because Yuiko really can kill me if she wants to, thought the Prince of Saiyans while looking with a certain fear at the power of the Namekian elder. Yamoshi said, Yuiko, you can stop releasing your energy now. After all, they are our hosts, and you always complain here when I don't receive my guests properly, so behave yourself. Yamoshi spoke as she approached and placed one of her hands on the shoulder of the elder woman, who closed her eyes and sighed, making the energy that was being emanated suddenly disappear. Yuiko said, You calling me out for not being a good hostess is even ironic, considering you literally threw the representative of the Black Namekians out of your house with your usual Saiyan violence. And don't think we won't have a long talk later about it, Yamoshi, Yuiko said while staring at her childhood friend, who turned her face away and started whistling, pretending the message hadn't been meant for her. Yamoshi said, Well, leaving this unpleasant moment about my past and the lack of power of these two Saiyans aside, I'd like to know what you want with me and Yuiko. You'll stay and listen to everything. After all, she's the elder of the village. I'm the guardian, and anything I do, I need her permission. So say what you want, and if I think it deserves my attention, and Yuiko lets me, I'll help you. But if it doesn't happen, you'll leave this village, and don't bother me again, Yamoshi said, taking the chair where she was sitting before and sitting on it again. Beerus said, In a summarized way, Frieza, the last of the Arcosians, is now very powerful, surpassing the power of Goku and Vegeta, who have the power of Ultra Instinct and Superior Ego, respectively. Even these two Saiyans possess great power in their hands. They could not face Frieza, who got a new power that he named Black Frieza. And using that power, he managed to humiliate Goku and Vegeta with just one blow. So he came after you, Yamoshi, so you could train these two Saiyans to fight Frieza. Because even though I know how dangerous Frieza is, I'm not gonna do anything to help these two. It was these two Saiyans who caused it, so they'll solve the problem. Explained the 7th Universe God of Destruction to Yamoshi and Yuiko, who thought about it a bit. Yuiko said, Frieza, the Arconian, who had destroyed our planet in the past,
who was later killed and then revived, and then killed again, became a threat again. All because of you two. Because you didn't know how to leave someone dead, definitely dead. And now it comes to our village with the intention of asking Yamoshi to train the two of you to solve the problem you caused yourself. And still you dare to insult me. Have I recapitulated it well, or am I missing some important information? Asked the old woman in a sarcastic tone when she found out what those two Saiyans without education or respect had done. Vegeta said, "No, you recounted it very well. It's our current situation created solely and exclusively by Kakarot, who called Frieza to the Tournament of Power, promising to bring him back to life," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at his Saiyan rival who just scratched his head on his back in embarrassment. Goku said, "Well, in my defense I promised to revive Frieza, but who revived himself was Whis at the behest of Mr. Beerus," said the Saiyan while looking at the god of destruction of the universe who just turned his face. Beerus said, "Frieza is already alive, so the important thing is not who was responsible for bringing him back to life. What matters now is whether Yamoshi is going to train you two Saiyans to kill Frieza. And at this time, it's going to be permanent, because after I kill him, I'm going to hell myself to erase Frieza's existence for all eternity," spoke the god of destruction while looking at the Saiyans, and then at Yamoshi, who had his hands behind his head. Yamoshi said, "Well, I don't mind teaching these two to use the power of the Super Saiyan God in a state above those they have, but I already say that my training is not light, so you'll have to follow all my orders to the letter. If not, I'll send you away," Yamoshi said while looking at the two Saiyans who were in front of her. Goku said, "Right, but before you start training me and Vegeta, I'd like to fight with you a bit to find out how far my power is from your power." The Saiyan spoke while getting up and pumping his fists excited, thinking about facing the first goddess of Saiyans. Whis said, "Mr. Goku seems to be very excited as always," said the angel looking at the Saiyan and seeing that he was excited to face the oldest ancestor of the Saiyans. Yamoshi said, "Well, I wasn't planning to fight anyone today, but if you want to face me, then let's fight. And you can also come, Mr. Prince of the Saiyans," Yamoshi said while getting up, but at that moment, Yuiko held her wrist preventing her from leaving the place. Yuiko said, "You will fight, yes, but it won't be with Yamoshi. It will be with me, because I'm still offended by the way the prince spoke to me, and I want to hit someone to de-stress. Nothing better than hitting a Saiyan, because of some Saiyans I'm stressed," Yuiko said as she stood up and looked at her childhood friend who just gave a smile. Yamoshi said, "Well, it looks like you two already have someone to fight with, so let's go to the arena where you can fight without worrying about anything," said the woman as she left the place along with everyone else. 7th Universe. Currently in the 7th Universe, being more precise, in the secret village where Yamoshi lived for many years, and this village is present on the planet Namek, it was possible to see a large combat area where several chairs in the stands that were being occupied by the Namekians who had different colors in their skin. Most of them had green skin color, and most of them were Beerus and Whis, who were in a higher area, as if they were VIPs, and in the center of the arena was Yamoshi, who was in the center of the arena, and at the ends from the arena there was Goku and Vegeta, who were getting ready on one side, and on the other side was Yuiko, who was facing the two Saiyans, who were at the other end of the arena. Yuiko thought, "Those two idiot Saiyans are going to learn that they shouldn't underestimate someone's strength, just because they can't sense that person's power. Just like Yamoshi, I possess divine power, because I ended up going through the transcendence ritual that elders receive when they become the definitive elders of our village. And I definitely hate it when someone thinks I'm weak because of the way I'm dressing, acting, or talking to people. I hate even more the idiots who think I'm weak for being a woman. And because of that, I really want to beat up these two idiots. And at the same time, I'm going to take out my anger that Yamoshi is putting me through because of these two," Yuiko thought in an evil way as he looked at the two Saiyans who would suffer at her hands and would make Goku and Vegeta regret it. Yamoshi thought, "Seems that Yuiko is serious, and that cold look of hers I only saw a few times, but every time I saw her that way, it didn't go very well for those who felt her cold look. And I can say that their punch is so strong it hurts a lot. And I speak from my own experience," she thought while looking at Yuiko and remembering that she is the strongest in the village, and that Yuiko's blows affected her, the Saiyan ancestor.
Yamoshi said,
Well, it looks like both sides are ready, so let's start the fight. Remembering that it's not necessary for you to hold back, because we have seeds of the gods, so none of you will die in this fight. That's clear if Yuiko doesn't use a mass destruction attack, so control yourself, my old friend, she said, while looking at her longtime friend, who just gave a simple smile, showing that she wouldn't use enough power to kill those two saiyans.
Yamoshi said,
Having said everything necessary, let this duel begin, shouted the woman before disappearing from the arena and reappearing next to Whis, who wasn't even surprised by that, because he was already expected by her. When the duel between Goku and Vegeta against Yuiko began, both Saiyans transformed into their Super Saiyan God forms, and together they advanced against Yuiko, who remained standing, still looking at them. Goku and Vegeta managed to quickly approach the Elder, and together they tried to land a blow on the woman. But the blow of both seemed to have passed through Yuhiko's body, and seeing that, the two Saiyans began to try to land several blows on her, but the Elder did not even move. Or that's what they both saw. Except that Goku and Vegeta suddenly felt a blow in their abdomens that made both of them go backwards, but neither of them could see any movement from the woman, which surprised both of them. Goku and Vegeta, seeing that their current state was not strong enough, they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and advanced against Yuiko again and tried to hit a double punch on the Elder, who this time held a fist of both with extreme ease, and before Goku and Vegeta could think, both ended up receiving a key attack that sent them flying. But before both managed to stabilize themselves, Yuiko was already at the side, hitting a punch in Goku, throwing him in the air, and then a kick in Vegeta, making him leave the arena and go against the barrier that was around the arena. Goku managed to recover quickly and advanced against Yuiko, and then tried to hit several blows on the Elder, who dodged everyone in a simple way as if it were nothing. And in the vision of the Elder, Goku was slower than a turtle, so dodging was simple and easy for her. When Goku saw that no matter how many times he attacked, he would not hit her, Goku ended up activating his Kaioken, and for the first time Goku managed to hit Yuiko, which surprised everyone. But in the next instant, everyone could see that Goku's fist was a few feet away, centimeters from the old woman's face, and that around Goku's fist there was a golden aura that prevented him from moving his fist. Yuiko said, "Good blow, but lacked strength to break my barrier," she said before raising her hand, making a great wind that came out of the old woman's hand, causing Goku to be thrown sharply against the arena's barrier. Yuiko, feeling an increase in power coming from one side of the barrier, she jumped back and saw two spears of ki go flying, both of which had been fired by Vegeta in an attempt to catch the old woman off guard, something that did not work. Vegeta suddenly appeared above Yuiko, hitting the old woman with a kick, something that made several cracks appear in the arena, and along with that a large amount of dust ended up forming, and from that curtain of dust soon everyone saw a dark blue aura, this being Vegeta in his form of Super Saiyan Blue evolution. Vegeta said, "Kakarot, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to come back here and help me deal with her?" asked the Prince of Saiyans while looking in the direction where his rival was, and soon Goku appeared beside the Prince of Saiyans. Goku spoke. "Why do I think that even the two of us fighting seriously, using all our power, we won't be able to face her?" he asked rhetorically while looking at his Saiyan rival. Vegeta said, "It's because we probably won't be able to defeat her ourselves, but I'm not going to lose without fighting with everything I have," he said while looking at Goku, who nodded. Yuiko said, "You really won't be able to defeat me, even if you use your full power. But at least Yamoshi will know how strong you really are. And if you two fight with everything, you might be able to destroy my barrier. And if you succeed, it will be something surprising. After all, only Yamoshi can do that. And besides her, no one else can do that here in the village," said the old woman as she left the dust curtain without any apparent injury, which irritated Vegeta, because his blow was ineffective. Goku said, "Since it's like that, then let's not go with everything at once. Come on, Vegeta," he spoke, the Saiyan, before returning to his base form. Vegeta said, "Don't give me orders, Kakarot," said the Prince of Saiyans, returning to his base form, as well as his rival. Goku and Vegeta at the same time began to raise their power, and soon two pillars of energy rose to the heavens, one being silver and the other in a dark purple tone. And when both pillars disappeared, everyone could see that Goku was now with the power of Ultra Instinct activated, and Vegeta was now at the power of Ultra Ego, and now both Saiyans were using their full power. Yamoshi thought,
So they have the power of an angel and a god of destruction. I must say that this is truly impressive, but this is a power that doesn't belong to them. Because of that, these two will never be able to fully master the power of these transformations, which must make them weak. She thought as she watched both Saiyans using that one power, that for another one, who knows about those powers, would be impressed, as everyone who was watching the duel was, and even though everyone knew that Yuiko would be the winner, everyone was still impressed with the power of the two Saiyans. Yuiko thought, is this the full power of these two Saiyans? I must say that they have a dangerous and incredible power at the same time. Even more if we take into account that this power belongs to the highest level divine beings. And even though they are mortal, they got this power. The old woman thought while looking at the two Saiyans, who they now had serious expressions on their faces. Goku said, "Let's show her the power of the most powerful Saiyans in the 7th universe. Vegeta," said the Saiyan, putting himself in a combat posture. Vegeta said, "See if you don't disturb me, or if not, I myself will defeat you and fight her alone, Kakarot," said the Prince of Saiyans while putting himself in a combat posture, and at the same time looking at his rival, who just laughed. Yuiko spoke. "Then come, show me your power, the strongest mortals of the 7th universe." She spoke in a defiant tone as she looked at the two Saiyans.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the village where Yamoshi lived, it was possible to see that Son Goku and Vegeta were using the power of their most powerful forms. Son Goku was using the power of Ultra Instinct and Vegeta the power of Ultra Ego, and both Saiyans had a serious expression on their faces. Yamoshi was impressed with the powers of those two mortal Saiyans, as Goku and Vegeta were using powers that only divine beings like Beerus and Whis possessed. Yuiko, until that moment, was just staring at the two Saiyans, impressed by the divine abilities of Goku and Vegeta. Yuiko knew that even though the two Saiyans possessed that impressive and almost unbelievable power for two mortals, that power didn't even come close to the full power of Yamoshi, as she transformed into a perfect Super Saiyan God form. Both Yamoshi and Yuiko knew that those two Saiyans were too strong for their standards, but both women weren't in that same standard for many years. Yamoshi and Yuiko knew that even the two Saiyans having all that power, they still wouldn't be able to hurt Yuiko. Maybe they could destroy the invisible barrier that was around her, but defeating her would be impossible for Saiyans with that level of power. Yuiko said, "Are you going to stare at me, or are you going to start with this soon? I want to see if you deserve to be trained by Yamoshi. Because if you don't manage to destroy my barrier, I will expel you from the planet, and you will never be able to come to the planet Namek again. And even if you do, you will not be allowed to enter this village. But if you do, I will have to kill you too, and I will ensure that the Dragon Balls cannot bring you back to life," said the old woman, looking at the two Saiyans, who ended up assuming an even more serious expression. After all, if they couldn't at least destroy the barrier that was around Yuiko, they would never be able to become stronger, and thus defeat Frieza with his new form. Goku and Vegeta looked at each other for a few seconds, and then they nodded, and began to raise their energies and advance towards the old woman. Yuiko, seeing the speed of the two Saiyans, flexed her knees and advanced against them, aiming a blow at Goku and Vegeta, and for the first time, the Saiyans managed to dodge the old woman's blow, and then counterattacked, aiming a double kick that ended up hitting the Namekian elder, who was surprised, because for the first time, the Saiyans had landed a direct hit on her. But like Goku's previous blow, that attack was blocked by the barrier around Yuiko. Goku and Vegeta did not wait for the old woman to recover, and advanced against her again, and Yuiko did the same, and with that they entered into a hand-to-hand combat where Yuiko opened his own guard on purpose, so that the Saiyans tried to break her guard. At the same time, the old woman hit several blows on the two Saiyans when they made a mistake, and even Goku managed to dodge some blows because of Ultra Instinct, but he couldn't dodge them all. The old woman was too fast for Goku's Ultra Instinct, and Vegeta, unlike Goku, he ended up receiving all the hits from the old woman. But thanks to his resistance, he was able to withstand the blows from Yuiko, who smiled when she saw the persistence of the Prince of Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta thought for a moment, and after looking at each other, they both walked away from Yuiko, and then the Saiyans advanced against the old woman with their fists imbued with their ki. Upon seeing that, Yuiko advanced against them, and exchanged a blow with the Saiyans. This blow created a large impact wave, one so strong that it made the arena turn into rubble,
and the barrier that was around the arena ended up being destroyed. But before the impact wave could affect those who were watching the duel, Whis hit his staff on the ground, creating a new barrier, preventing the impact wave from affecting the viewers of that duel. Whis said, "It seems that this fight is getting very exciting, and apparently it's already reaching the end. But for that to happen, your friend Yuiko needs to take this duel more seriously," said the angel, looking at the Saiyan Yamoshi, who kept her gaze on the two Saiyans. Yamoshi spoke. "Yuiko can defeat those two with just one attack if she wants to, but she's extending this fight so I can analyze how these two Saiyans are, and what their power level is, and if they deserve to be trained by me. Yuiko is the village elder, and I'm the guardian, and as such, I have a lot of work to do. So if those two don't show that they really want to be trained to get stronger, Yuiko won't allow the training to happen if they don't pass her test. Many have tried to train with me, but most of them couldn't pass Yuhiko's test, and those who passed are currently the strongest in the village." Yamoshi spoke while looking at the angel, and Beerus, who was enjoying that fight a lot. Beerus thought that fight was supposed to be a lot of fun. He normally just liked to face his enemies, but seeing a duel between powerful beings was also fun. Another big wave of impact was formed, making everyone turn their attention to the duel between the Saiyans and Yuiko. After the impact wave, a large curtain of dust was formed, but in a few seconds the dust disappeared, and then the Saiyans and Yuiko returned to exchange blows, again revealing to everyone that Goku and Vegeta had a large part of their clothes destroyed and torn, and there were several wounds on their bodies. Yuiko had no wounds on her body, and there was no mark of destruction on her clothes. Yuiko thought, "My barrier is starting to break, so if I force these two Saiyans a little, they will end up using their strongest attack. And if this attack doesn't break my barrier, then Goku and Vegeta will not be able to be trained by Yamoshi." Yuiko thought, already planning to see if those two Saiyans would break her barrier with one final attack. Yuiko, who was receiving several blows that were being blocked by the invisible barrier, decided to release her ki, making her barrier expand, and the Saiyans move away. Then Yuiko disappeared and reappeared on top of Goku and hit him with a kick, and then she disappeared and reappeared next to Vegeta, hitting him with a spinning kick that made Vegeta go against Goku, and both of them were thrown away, and in doing so, Yuiko started shooting several energy spheres at the Saiyans that ended up being hit in full. Yuiko said, "It seems that you two are already at your limit, so let's end this battle once and for all. I recommend that you use your most powerful attacks now, or you'll lose the duel, and you won't be able to be trained by Yamoshi," alerted the old woman as she looked at the two Saiyans who were leaving the dust curtain with some more injuries and bruises. Goku said, "My energy is already at its limit. I won't be able to maintain the power of Ultra Instinct for a long time, Vegeta," confessed the Saiyan while looking at his rival who was a little out of breath. Vegeta said, "I didn't want to admit it, but my energy is already reaching its limit, and the power of Ultra Ego is running out quickly," said the Prince of Saiyans while feeling his power diminishing. Goku said, "Since it's like that, then let's use all our power at once, and with that unite our attacks to end this barrier," said the Saiyan while he got up and looked at Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta began to unite their energies and then flew together with their fists closed towards Yuiko, who just raised her hand to stop the Saiyan's attack. When Goku and Vegeta attack hit Yuiko, there was a huge explosion that left a large trail of destruction throughout the place. That was the end of the battle, so the barrier that was being maintained by Whis ended up being undone, and with that everyone started looking at the smoke that had been created by the Saiyan's attack. And from that same dust, Yuiko left without any injury, and that scene left everyone scared, because the Saiyans managed to fulfill their objective of breaking the old woman's barrier. Yuiko spoke. "I must say that I'm very impressed with you two. After all, it's been a while since someone managed to break through my barrier. Congratulations, Son Goku and Prince Vegeta. You won this duel. But please, you two can take your hands off my chest," said the old woman, while the smoke coming out of her, showing that in this last attack of the Saiyans, Yuiko had to defend herself using his hands, but Goku and Vegeta were faster and broke the barrier. As Goku and Vegeta were out of energy, both Saiyans ended up falling to the ground in their base forms, leaving Yamoshi, Whis, and Beerus scared with the unusual way that Goku and Vegeta broke the barrier. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the village where Yamoshi lived on the planet Namek, it was possible to see that in the arena where the fight between Goku and Vegeta against Yuiko had taken place, there was a great uproar and a lot of screams coming from the Namekians who had seen that duel. For the Namekians, that had been one of the best spectacles of their lives, because they had seen a combat where two Saiyans had faced Yuiko and were still alive. And not only that, but these same Saiyans had the power equivalent to the power of the superior gods, like Beerus and Whis. And with that power, the two Saiyans managed to accomplish an impressive feat that was to destroy the barrier that was around Yuiko, which was a surprise to everyone, including Yamoshi, who managed to realize that Yuiko's barrier had weakened slightly, and that was something that Yuiko had done on purpose, and Yamoshi realized this right away. Yamoshi mentally spoke.
You weakened your own barrier, so that they would be able to destroy with that last attack. I thought you didn't want me to train these two. What made you change your mind?
Yamoshi mentally asked Yuiko, as she felt the mental connection being made between her and her old friend. Yuiko mentally spoke.
Yes, I weakened my barrier, because I saw that these two Saiyans have great potential. And I didn't want to let that potential aside. And also, if they are trained by you, you won't stay all day on the street hitting on Namekian men who are mostly married. And by the way, these two Saiyans are also married, and as far as I know, they already have children. So control yourself, you stupid perverted monkey.
Yuiko spoke mentally with the Saiyan ancestor, who ended up bringing one of her hands to her head because of shame. Yamoshi mentally spoke.
You know me better than I thought you would, but don't blame me for trying to have a real boyfriend or husband. And they're both Saiyans, and even though I still have feelings for my old crush, I want to live my life, so I'll keep trying to find someone for myself. And if any of those two want to leave their wives to be with me, nobody can blame me. After all, I'm a very beautiful and strong woman, just like a Saiyan should be.
Yamoshi mentally spoke to her friend, who ended up sighing, which made the ancestor of the Saiyans give a light laugh. After ending his mental conversation with Yuiko, Yamoshi began to float, and went to the arena, and in doing so she approached Goku and Vegeta. And when Yamoshi approached the two Saiyans, she took 2 seeds of the gods that were in a bag of leather that was tied around his waist, then put the seeds of the gods in the mouth of each of the Saiyans, who when they felt the seeds of the gods in their mouths, began to chew the seeds, and after swallowing the seeds, the Saiyans had recovered completely. Vegeta said, "These seeds of the gods seem to be different from those on planet Earth. Their effects are the same. In fact, I would say that these seeds of the gods are more potent than those on planet Earth," said the Prince of Saiyans, getting up with some body ache. But thanks to the power of the seeds of the gods, Vegeta was already completely recovered, and the fatigue that was in his body was gone. Yamoshi said,
Congratulations on having managed to break Yuhiko's barrier, something that until the moment only I had managed to do, so congratulations!
Yamoshi spoke before jumping on top of Goku and pulling him into a hug, making the Saiyan's face stay between their chests, something that surprised everyone, except Yuiko, who just sighed. Goku thought, Yamoshi's breasts seem to be bigger and softer than Chi-Chi's, but the feeling of having them on my face is not so different. The Saiyan thought when remembering the feeling of having his face between his wife's breasts, and at the same time Goku compared the feeling of being among them. After a few seconds, Yamoshi stopped hugging Goku, making him take his face away from her breasts, and in doing so, Goku showed a slightly confused and even innocent expression in a way. After that accident, Goku and Vegeta, along with the rest of the group, went to Yamoshi's house, where the ancestor of the Saiyans said she would train the two Saiyans, but both needed a combat suit like her. Yamoshi then had an idea and said,
Goku and Vegeta, I need your body measurements,
said Saiyan Yamoshi. Yuiko, who had understood Yamoshi's intentions, said, Goku and Vegeta,
you can go to the room where the Namekians will take your measurements,
said Yuiko, looking at the Saiyans, and then at Yamoshi. Yamoshi didn't like her friend's idea and interfered, saying,
I'll do that myself, Yuiko,
Yamoshi said with a smile on her face. Yuiko knew very well that Yamoshi just wanted to take the Saiyans' measurements so she could touch their bodies. Goku didn't mind having his body touched by Yamoshi, and didn't even feel strange when he was touched. But Vegeta, on the other hand, didn't like being touched by his ancestor. Vegeta loved Bulma and wouldn't betray her under any circumstances, and Yamoshi took full advantage of that situation to be able to touch the body of the two Saiyans, until Yuiko ended up getting in the middle, taking the Saiyan from that place. And then Yuiko took the body measurements of the Saiyans, but this time it was in a professional way. After several minutes, it was possible to see Goku and Vegeta wearing new combat suits that the Saiyans normally used, at the same time when Yamoshi lived in the planet of the Saiyans. Goku had a white model, and Vegeta had a dark purple model, which in Yamoshi's opinion would match the ultimate technique they used when they were fighting Yuiko. Goku said, "Aren't those clothes too tight? I can feel that this outfit is very tight on my body, and it could end up hindering my movements when I fight," asked the Saiyan while looking at his costume, and saw that it was super tight on his body. Yamoshi said, "Quite the contrary, my dear Saiyan. These clothes will help you a lot when training, and they are excellent for long training, where you will sweat a lot. And the more you sweat and wet your clothes, with sweat the heavier these clothes will become, which will make training for both of you even more difficult." Yamoshi spoke with a smile on her face, and at the same time with a more serious look. In reality, she had made those clothes for another reason. Yuiko thought, "Did Yamoshi create those clothes to be useful in her training with the Saiyans? It looks like she even thought about it. Yamoshi made these clothes with the aim of looking at the Saiyans' bodies, and because it's too tight, you can even see the curves of their muscles, and surely Yamoshi did it on purpose." Yuiko thought as she looked at his childhood friend that even though she didn't show it, she was happy to see that the Saiyans were wearing those costumes that could be considered revealing enough. Yamoshi thought, "I'm going to love training these two Saiyans, especially the one called Son Goku, who seems to be the most innocent. He'll be the easiest to fall for my charms," Yamoshi thought as she looked at Goku and Vegeta, who were warming up in their new training clothes. Yamoshi said, "Now that you two are properly dressed to be trained by me, let's start our training. We'll train in the weather room of the village, where the weather and the gravity inside is greater than out here, and the climate of the thermal sensation can vary suddenly, so you can suffer from extreme cold 1 second, and the next you'll be dying of heat. I guarantee it is very different, and much more difficult than the room of time on the planet where you live." Yamoshi spoke as she warned the two Saiyans about where they would train, which in this case would be the room of time, but that this room was different from the one the two Saiyans knew. Vegeta spoke, "So what are we waiting for to start training? The sooner we start our training, the faster Kakarot and I will be able to return to planet Earth and go after Frieza to put an end to that damn thing once and for all. And now I have the power of a god of destruction. I will destroy Frieza using the power of destruction that I also possess, and that way Frieza will never again be a problem for us or for anyone else," Vegeta said, looking at Yamoshi, who just smiled at him, making the Prince of Saiyans blush slightly, and this made Yamoshi chuckle. Yamoshi said, "I can see that you are very excited, so let's start our training. Before we start, I must say that you are going to go through a real hell on Earth. In fact, I need you to transform into your Super Saiyan God forms and keep it activated throughout our training. And don't leave this transformation, because to become more powerful and manage to evolve your forms from Super Saiyan God to true Super Saiyan God, you'll need to do this. Now let's start our training at once," Yamoshi spoke while looking at the two Saiyans, who had a big smile on their faces. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the Room of Time on the planet Namek, where Yuiko was the Elder and Yamoshi the Guardian of the planet, it was possible to see that everyone was living their lives peacefully after witnessing Son Goku and Vegeta's fight against Yuiko. This fight surprised everyone because in the view of the Namekians, Son Goku and Vegeta had surprising and unbelievable power. The Saiyans had the powers of higher level gods like Beerus and Whis. Now in the view of Beerus and Whis, Yuiko's power was surprisingly tall. Both knew another Namekian with great power, and his name was Piccolo. But Beerus and Whis did not know how strong a Namekian could be, and Yuiko managed to show the power level of that race that had extremely great potential. Unlike the Namekians who had seen the fight a few hours ago, years had passed for Goku and Vegeta as they were in the Room of Time, where time passed much faster than in the world outside this room. But even with time passing quickly, none of the two Saiyans got older because that Room of Time had the ability to stop the age of the individuals that were inside it. And because of that, it didn't matter the time that Goku and Vegeta spent inside the Room of Time, neither of them would get older. Yamoshi, during all the years she was training Son Goku and Vegeta inside the Room of Time, the ancestor of the Saiyans trained the two with an iron fist, where several times Yamoshi faced the two Saiyans and humiliated them in the process. Goku and Vegeta never succeeded, nor even touched her or made any kind of scratch on Yamoshi, who took advantage of every occasion to provoke flirting or even touching their bodies. When Yamoshi dodged the Saiyans' attack, she took the opportunity to touch their bodies. Goku began to find strange the actions of Yamoshi. Vegeta ended up feeling ashamed. He even complained to his ancestor that she pretended to be innocent every time Vegeta spoke about it. After several hours on the Namekian planet and several years in the Room of Time, Goku and Vegeta finally left the Room of Time together with Yamoshi, who who had a big smile on her face, and she had enjoyed training the two Saiyans in the Room of Time. Yamoshi took as much time as possible to harass the two Saiyans. Most of the time, Goku didn't say anything. When he asked why Yamoshi was doing that, she made up some excuse about being part of the training, and that excuse always worked with Goku. Already with Vegeta, every time Yamoshi was going to attack him, the Prince of Saiyans managed to escape. Yuiko said,
How was the beginning of the training of these two Saiyans to be able to awaken the power of the perfect Super Saiyan God?
Asked the village elder as she looked at Yamoshi, and upon hearing that, Goku and Vegeta widened their eyes and looked at the elder. Goku and Vegeta spoke. Start of training? Asked both Saiyans, surprised, as at the same time they were scared with the training. After all, if what Goku and Vegeta went through was just the beginning, they didn't even want to know what the rest would be like. Yamoshi said,
It's obvious that what you went through was just the beginning. Did you think that the training you did was the training I did to master the power of Super Saiyan God, and thereby achieve the power of perfect Super Saiyan God? Because if you think so, then you two are sorely mistaken. Yamoshi spoke in an amused tone, as she looked at Goku and Vegeta's disbelieving faces. Goku thought, if this was just the beginning, then the rest of the training will be much more difficult, and even though I enjoy training and fighting, this Yamoshi training will definitely end up killing me, or leaving me very injured, thought the Saiyan, feeling a shiver up his spine when he saw that Yamoshi was looking at him. Beerus said, It seems that the training had an effect, because I could feel the increase in power of Goku and Vegeta from afar. And I must say that you two must be much stronger now, said the God of Destruction, who arrived flying to the next place from Whis, who had his usual discreet smile. Whis said, The bodies of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta did not get to age, but the hair and beard of the two grew. And not only that, but Vegeta and Goku's training suit is destroyed due to constant training, said the angel when noticing the appearance and state of Goku and Vegeta. Even though Goku and Vegeta had not gotten older, their hair, beard, and mustache ended up growing, and Goku, noticing that, started smoothing his own beard. And not only that, but both Saiyans' training suits were well destroyed, almost revealing their entire body. The main parts were still covered, to Yamoshi's misfortune. Yuiko thought, That perverted Yamoshi doesn't change ever. It seems that no matter how many centuries Yamoshi lives, she will never change this way of being. In reality, I don't even want Yamoshi to change. I prefer that she keep this perverted personality of hers, because this personality of Yamoshi is much better than the old personality she had. Before being betrayed, Yamoshi was a brutal and merciless Saiyan. And after she discovered the betrayal, Yamoshi was depressed, sad, and guilty for the deaths caused by the man she loved so much in the past. I didn't know any of those personalities, but from what my father said, Yamoshi wasn't very nice at the time, the old woman thought while looking at her childhood friend. The old woman ended up smiling even though she didn't like the way Yamoshi acted. Yuiko liked having Yamoshi as a best friend. Beerus said, I think you didn't leave the Room of Time just to fix your clothes, cut your hair, trim your beard, mustache, and eat, did you? I think you must have achieved something in the time you've been training, asked the God of Destruction, already knowing that Goku and Vegeta must have achieved something besides the increase in power. Yamoshi said, Since the God of Destruction wants to see the progress of you two, then you can transform into the first stage of the perfect Super Saiyan God, said the Saiyan ancestor while looking at Goku and Vegeta, who looked at each other before doing what Yamoshi had asked. Upon receiving permission from Yamoshi, Goku and Vegeta moved away from each other, and then the two Saiyans returned to their base forms. They took a deep breath and concentrated. After a few seconds, Goku and Vegeta transformed back into their Super Saiyan God forms, and with that their energy began to increase rapidly. And with the rise in power of both Saiyans, bolts made of flames began to appear around them. And suddenly, flames came out of Goku and Vegeta's eyes, and their hair remained red, but with some strands in a more orange tone similar to fire. Whis said, Wow, the power of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta in this form surpasses even the power of Mr. Goku using Super Saiyan Blue with Kaioken. And Master Vegeta using Super Saiyan Blue Revolution, said the angel, surprised to see that new form that Goku and Vegeta were using. This form was much superior to the old power of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus spoke. Just by looking at it, you can see that this transformation is much more powerful than that of the other Super Saiyan God transformation. But isn't this still the perfect form of the last stage of the Super Saiyan God transformation? Asked the God of Destruction while looking at the two Saiyans. Then Beerus looked at Yamoshi. Yamoshi said, No, this one is just the first stage of the perfect Super Saiyan God form. In total, there are 4 stages before reaching the true Super Saiyan God transformation. And this one is just the first stage, so you can expect to see the true power of the perfect Super Saiyan God.
Yamoshi spoke slightly proud of the transformation she mastered, and that she was now teaching the 2 Saiyans to master as well.
Vegeta said, "This new stage of the Super Saiyan God is really powerful, but I still can't feel Yamoshi's divine power, and that's something very strange,"
said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at the ancestor of his race. Goku said, "True. So far I haven't been able to feel Yamoshi's power either. I thought it was because Vegeta and I weren't in our God forms, but even transformed into Super Saiyan God, we both still couldn't feel Yamoshi's power. Why can't we feel its power when we're already in our divine forms?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Yamoshi that she thought a little before answering.
Yamoshi said, "You can't feel my power because I'm using this enchanted ring that prevents people from feeling my power. Only Beerus and Whis can feel my power because they have a better domain over ki perception. But relax, you two will learn this in the future. Now let's rest a little before we go back to training," said the ancestor of the Saiyans, who looked at the 2 Saiyans, who upon hearing that, Goku and Vegeta returned to their base form.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in Yamoshi's house, which was located next to Yuiko's house, it was possible to see that in the kitchen were Goku, Vegeta, and Yamoshi, who at that moment were eating tons of food, while Beerus, Whis, and Yuiko were sitting at the table near the kitchen eating like civilized people. Unlike the 3 Saiyans who were eating as if they were the last time they were doing that, everyone at the place except the Saiyans were still surprised at the power that Son Goku and Vegeta possessed when they managed to transform into Super Saiyan God. Beerus said, "This new transformation of Goku and Vegeta seemed to be very strong, but it still doesn't come close to the power that the 2 have, when they have the power of Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego activated. And even using that power, neither of them was able to withstand Frieza's first attack in his new transformation. And even though the 2 were already tired because of their previous fights against Gas and Granola, Goku and Vegeta were still at maximum energy. And even they weren't able to withstand more than just a few hits from Frieza. I doubt Goku and Vegeta managed to even touch Frieza." Beerus spoke while looking at the 2 Saiyans and comparing their power with Frieza's, and even removing the unfavorable conditions that we're in at the moment. Goku and Vegeta wouldn't be able to survive the Emperor's power, or that's what Beerus thought.
Whis said, "I must say I agree with you, Mr. Beerus. Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta, even using their maximum power currently, they would not be able to defeat Frieza. But if Goku and Vegeta can master the true power of Super Saiyan God and reach the perfect stage, they should be able to face Frieza and defeat him. And as Mr. Vegeta himself said, when Frieza is defeated, Vegeta will use the power of destruction he has to erase Frieza's existence forever. So we will never have to worry about him again. And Mr. Beerus won't have to keep training in secret to be stronger in case Frieza tries to kill him in the future to take the post of God of Destruction from Mr. Beerus," said the angel while drinking tea in a calm way. But because of the angel's speech, Beerus ended up spitting out his tea that he was drinking, and the rest of the group stopped what they were doing and looked at Beerus and Whis. Goku said, "How so? Is Mr. Beerus training in secret because he's afraid of being killed and losing his post of God of Destruction of the 7th universe to Frieza?" asked the Saiyan while he stopped eating a giant piece of meat, and looked at Beerus, who ended up with a big nerve pulsing in his head because of the way the Saiyan ended up speaking.
Beerus said, "I'm not afraid of Frieza. I just went back to training because I needed to. And I know that damn Frieza wants my God of Destruction post, and I know he'll do anything to get it. But the main reason I went back to training is because the other Gods of Destruction are training to get stronger, to be able to face the possible threats that could leave the universe in chaos. Because somehow some beings from an alternate dimension managed to come to our dimension, and they are starting to cause chaos in the universes. And as far as we know, there is at least one of these beings in each universe, including ours. But Whis and I still haven't found that being," said the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, irritated by the way Goku had spoken. But what caught everyone's attention was the fact that there are other dimensions and beings coming from them and creating chaos in all 12 universes of their dimension. Vegeta thought, "That worm Frieza really wants to take Beerus' post as the God of Destruction. But that post as the future God of Destruction of the 7th universe is mine," thought the Prince of the Saiyans angrily, because someone like Frieza wanted to take the post of future God of Destruction that already belonged to him, since the moment Vegeta was trained by Beerus to get the power of destruction.
Vegeta said, "If Frieza's insect wasn't enough causing problems, now there are beings coming from other dimensions to our dimension to search and destroy us. Do you not know who the individual who came to our dimension is? Do you even know how many beings came to the 7th universe?" asked the Prince of Saiyan, looking at Whis and Beerus, who thought for a few seconds. Whis said, "From what I felt during the last few days, I know there must be at least 5 individuals from another dimension who are here in the 7th universe. But at some time, one of them ended up being killed by someone who must live near this planet, or he lives here on Namek," said the angel before looking at Yuiko, who looked at Yamoshi. Yamoshi said, "If you're talking about a boy with the face of a lion who had a very strange energy, then I was responsible for killing him. And I say that boy was really annoying to face. In reality, I didn't kill him. I just made the boy very wounded, and Yuiko used one of her techniques to seal that boy in a crystal. Then I destroyed the crystal with him inside. So I could say that the lion-faced boy is really dead or not, doesn't matter to me," Yamoshi said before going back to eating a big piece of steak from some animal that had green meat. Beerus said, "So, you already managed to face one of them. How strong was he?" asked the God of Destruction while looking at the ancestor of the Saiyans who was eating peacefully. Yamoshi spoke. "Strong enough to make me take that fight seriously, but weak enough to not make me transform into Super Saiyan God. Only according to that guy, he was the weakest of his group. The others were as strong as the gods, so I would say that the strongest of that group is as strong as Beerus, or they think so. But in my opinion, they are very weak, because their bodies are still adjusting to the dimension change. So I recommend going after them right before these beings get stronger. And if possible, go after someone who knows how to use some techniques that allow you to seal other beings, since their bodies and energy are still stable. So sealing these beings should be easy when you throw them somewhere, or use the power of destruction to erase their existence along with the seal," said the ancestor of the Saiyans, looking at Beerus, who stayed happy with that information. After all, he knew someone who had the ability to seal other beings, and he would be very useful at that moment. Yuiko said, "When that guy with the face of a lion invaded the village, I found it strange that he hadn't been detected by the barrier. But later I memorized his energy and reinforced the barrier. And now any being that has energy similar to his will be detected by the barrier. So I think this should be useful for you because this crystal has some energy that the lion-faced guy had. So it will be good for you to take and be able to track these beings using the rest of the energy," said the elder of the village, making a crystal appear out of nowhere. Then Yuiko throws it to Whis, who caught it still in the air. Whis said, "This will be very useful for me and the other angels because we can create a tracking device to find beings from another dimension. I thank you on my behalf and on behalf of all other divine beings, including my father, the High Priest," said the angel, thanking him. After all, thanks to Yuiko and Yamoshi, the angel could find all beings from other dimensions. Goku said, "Leaving that subject aside, I'd like to know why Vegeta and I can't feel Beerus' power and not Yamoshi's. Is Yamoshi stronger than Mr. Beerus by any chance?" asked the Saiyan while looking at his ancestor and then at Beerus. Yamoshi said, "You can feel Beerus' power, but only the power that he allows you to feel, because his full power neither of you can really feel. And you can't feel my power because I know how to hide it very well. And I also have the enchanted item that hides my divine ki, as I said before. But if you want, I can release some of it," said the ancestor, looking at Goku and Vegeta, who ended up looking at Beerus, who gave a slight smile when he saw that now they knew that the power of the two Saiyans felt was not the full power of Beerus. Then the two turned to look at Yamoshi. Goku said, "If possible, we'd like to know how strong you are, or at least feel a little of your power," said the Saiyan to Yamoshi. Yamoshi, hearing that, sighed and began to release a little of her power, making Goku and Vegeta fall to their knees when they felt the aura of the ancestor over their bodies. Both Saiyans had one hand on their necks, trying to get air, because the force that was on top of Goku and Vegeta was so big that the two Saiyans couldn't breathe, and because of that, Goku and Vegeta ended up passing out. Yamoshi spoke. "I think I overdid it." Yamoshi spoke as she scratched the back of her neck and stopped releasing the energy. Currently on the 7th universe, more precisely in the house where Yamoshi lived in the hidden village on the planet Namek, it was possible to see that Goku and Vegeta were lying on 2 mattresses on the floor of the living room. The Saiyans were resting after being knocked out by Yamoshi, who only demonstrated some of her power.
But even Yamoshi showed just a little of her power. It was enough to make both Saiyans lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Minutes after Yuiko had placed 2 mattresses in the room, Yamoshi then placed both Saiyans on the mattresses to rest. Goku and Vegeta were tired from their last training with Yamoshi. After several hours sleeping, Goku and Vegeta started to wake up, and Vegeta, after waking up from his sleep, he sat on the mattress and looked towards the kitchen where Yamoshi was eating something. And judging by the amount of empty and dirty dishes, she should already be eating for some time. Yamoshi said, "I thought I had killed you two because of the pressure my power put on your bodies. You ended up falling when I released a little of my power. I should have told you two to transform into Super Saiyan God, so that you wouldn't pass out so easily when you felt a fraction of my power. I took it easy and you still passed out." Yamoshi spoke with a smile on her face as she looked at the Prince of Saiyans, who was embarrassed by that. But even though he didn't like it, Vegeta knew he was too weak. Vegeta said, "Thanks again for throwing it in my face that me and Kakarot are very weak compared to you, Yamoshi," said the Prince of Saiyans in a bitter tone. Vegeta didn't like to admit that he was weaker than someone. Yamoshi said, "Wake your friend so we can go back to the room of time and continue the training of you two. After all, you've rested too much, and I don't have so much time to waste with you slacking off," Yamoshi said while looking at the Prince of the Saiyans, who followed Yamoshi's orders. Vegeta said, "Wait, why is Kakarot wearing new clothes? Actually, why am I wearing new clothes? I don't remember having changed before I passed out," asked the Prince of Saiyans, confused and surprised by the fact that he was wearing a completely new training suit, different from the destroyed suit he was using before. Yamoshi said, "Well, you two were knocked out and I didn't want to waste time, so when Yuiko left to do her work as an elder and Beerus and the angel Whis left to take care of beings from other dimensions, I ended up exchanging you two. So, you're welcome," Yamoshi said with a slight smile on her face, while looking maliciously at Vegeta, who ended up getting embarrassed, and he realized that the clothes he and Goku were wearing were tight, and because of that the Prince of Saiyans ended up not wearing any clothes underneath. Vegeta thought, "If Bulma finds out something like that, I'll definitely be sleeping on the couch for several weeks, and I hate sleeping on the couch," thought the Prince of Saiyans, imagining his wife's look of fury, in case she discovered that. And even though Vegeta was a strong Saiyan, he was afraid of his wife when she was angry or jealous. After leaving his thoughts, Vegeta woke up his Saiyan rival, who was sleeping very peacefully. Vegeta, knowing how Goku was difficult to wake up, the Prince of Saiyans ended up hitting Goku in the stomach, making him wake up immediately, and Yamoshi, who was watching that, thought the relation between those two was based on rivalry and hatred, and apparently Vegeta was the hater in that relationship. Yamoshi thought, "These two remind me of the rivalry I had with my Saiyan friends who helped me become a goddess for the first time. Those times were good. Back then I had friends, and I also had a family, but that's in the past and I want to leave it in the past." Yamoshi thought a little wistfully as she thought about the past where things were easier for Yamoshi and there was no one there either chasing to kill her back then. Yamoshi said, "Now that you're awake, it's time to go train. But this time you two will fight against some of the elite soldiers of this village. Let's see if you're really stronger," Yamoshi said, walking out of her house, and the two Saiyans, seeing that, began to follow her to a training area, where there were some Namekians training, and soon everyone had their attention turned to the village guardian. Yamoshi said, "Benimaru, Kiranu, you two are going to fight these two Saiyans today. I want to see the level of power that these two Saiyans have when using the power of Super Saiyan God in the first stage. And I also want to know if you two haven't been taking it easy on your training lately," said the Saiyan while approaching two Namekians who possessed their green skin coloring like Yuiko. Benimaru said, "We both haven't stopped training during these last 2 months, Master Yamoshi, and I guarantee that we are stronger than before," said one of the Namekians who had an iron spear in one of his hands. Kinaru said, "Telling you the level of our strength is useless, Master, but since you want us to fight these two Saiyans, we'll fight. But I'm sure we won't be able to face them if those two Saiyans use those forms they used against the elderly Yuiko during the duel between them," said the second Namekian, who had a sword on his back. Kinaru was staring at Goku and Vegeta. Yamoshi said, "Don't worry, Kinaru. Goku and Vegeta will not use that form, but a transformation that they recently acquired. And judging by the level of strength that you and Benimaru had previously, you have a great chance of winning against these two Saiyans. But for that, you must fight with everything. And the same goes for you two, Goku and Vegeta," Yamoshi spoke while looking at the two Namekians, and then at the two Saiyans,
And then all 4 warriors nodded in agreement. Goku said, "Since it's like that, then let's see how strong you two are," said the Saiyan, looking excitedly at the 2 Namekians. Benimaru said, "Let's see if you two are strong without using those transformations you learned from the God of Destruction and his angel," said the spear using Namekian while looking at Goku, who had a big smile on his face. Goku and Vegeta, along with Benimaru and Kinaru, headed towards a small arena, attracting the attention of all the other Namekians, who ended up stopping their training to watch that fight. Goku and Vegeta were on one side of the arena, while Benimaru and Kinaru were on the opposite side of the arena. After a few seconds looking at each other, the 4 warriors began to increase their power. And with that, Goku and Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan God forms in the first stage, assuming the same appearance as before. And seeing that, Benimaru and Kinaru ended up assuming a different form. Benimaru ended up assuming a form in a golden tone, with red details on his body, and Kinaru was with a silver tone, with blue details on his body. After the duos transformed, both advanced towards each other. Benimaru ended up starting a melee fight with Goku, and Vegeta ended up starting a melee confrontation with Kinaru. While everyone was paying attention to the confrontation between the 2 Saiyans against the 2 Namekians, Yamoshi was watching the entire confrontation between them, analyzing the strength of those warriors. But it didn't take long for Yuiko to appear beside Yamoshi, and by her expression it was clear that Yuiko was bringing bad news. Yamoshi said,
Yuiko, what happened? From your face, something bad must have happened. And if it's related to the Black Namekians, I don't even want to know, because I won't marry that arrogant idiot, said the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at her friend, who approached her with short steps.
Yuiko said,
You showing a little of your power earlier was a bad idea,
Yuiko said while looking at the floor, not wanting to look at Yamoshi's face, who found that very strange. Yamoshi said,
Yuiko, you know I hate it when someone is being mysterious. Say at once what you...
Yamoshi said before looking at Yuhiko's face, who had a cold and serious expression in her face.
Yuiko said,
He woke up again. Yuiko said just with the sentence. Yamoshi's eyes widened because she knew very well who Yuiko was talking about. Somewhere in the 7th universe. In one of the thousands of existing planets in the 7th universe, it was possible to see that a planet was being attacked by an extremely powerful enemy that had caused enormous destruction throughout the planet. At that moment, the being responsible for all that was sitting on a pile of rubble of a city he had destroyed. The mysterious being spoke. It seems you are not on this planet, my dear sweet Yamoshi. I hope you release your power again. After all, I miss seeing my dear and beloved wife that I haven't seen for a while, spoke the mysterious being with a psychotic smile on his face, while his tail swung on one side to the other, showing that he was a Saiyan. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the training arena of the village where Yamoshi lived, Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan God first stage. At that moment, they were facing 2 Namekians called Benimaru and Kinaru, who were also transformed. Goku and Vegeta felt the divine energy that was being emanated from the body of those 2 Namekians who possessed the power of the deity. Benimaru and Kinaru possessed a divine energy similar to Yuhiko's, but it was very weak considering their power level. Further away from the arena was Yuiko and Yamoshi, who were talking about a subject that made Yamoshi sad, because it was connected to her past, and the person she had loved in the past, and who now once again started to move, which left Yamoshi scared and angry at the same time. Yamoshi said, Why did that damn thing start moving again so suddenly? That guy shouldn't go back to destroying everything in his path for no reason. Why did he go back to doing that? Said the ancestor of the Saiyans while clenching her fists, irritated. Yamoshi had to remain calm enough not to let her power be released, because the energy released from a Saiyan who is angry is higher than normal. Yuiko spoke.
You know the answer to your question, Yamoshi. He returned because of you. When you decided to show some of your power to those 2 Saiyans, some of your power ended up going outside the barrier. I don't know if you remember, but you had defeated that man with a lizard body years ago. But he had managed to run off the planet, and you left a trail of energy in his body. And when you decided to release your power by sheer will, you must have made the energy that was in that guy's body awaken like a small flame. And that was enough for that monster to feel her power, and go to that planet, and like all the other planets, he ended up destroying everything, and everyone he saw on that planet. Yuiko spoke with a very serious expression on her face, and at the same time she had a cold expression, because she knew that the person responsible for having destroyed an entire race
should be Hiroki, because that was his way of acting, and Yuiko had already seen that several times. Then she would be able to recognize it very well. Yamoshi said,
So it means that once again Hiroki destroyed an entire planet just because of me? How many more times will this happen again? How many planets and people will be destroyed because of his blind desire for revenge? How many more families will cry because of my lack of courage to eliminate Hiroki in the past?
Yamoshi spoke in a sad tone. She was irritated for being weak enough to not be able to finish off Hiroki when it was possible in the past. Yuiko said,
Don't blame yourself so much, Yamoshi. You know that bastard will do everything to make you go after him, and he will use that pure heart of yours to take you to him. So don't blame yourself so much. But I must say that you were quite an idiot for releasing your own energy to show those two how strong you are. You could have done it another way, but it's already done. So there's no point in blaming yourself, because that will only hurt yourself,
said the old woman while looking at her longtime friend, who just sighed heavily, but soon Yamoshi put a smile on her face. Yamoshi said,
You're right. I'm not responsible for the bad things Hiroki has done over the years, and will do in the future. I just hope that in the future someone can stop Hiroki, and maybe it could be one of these two saiyans,
Yamoshi said, turning around and looking at Goku and Vegeta, who were facing Benimaru and Kinaru.
Yuiko spoke. Those two? Hiroki is stronger than me. Those two saiyans aren't even half as strong as us, even using all the power they have. So I don't think it would be a good idea to pin your hopes on Goku and Vegeta.
Yuiko spoke while looking at Goku and Vegeta, knowing that these two didn't even have half the power that Yuiko possessed, and Hiroki is stronger than the Namekian elder.
Yamoshi said, I know that. Goku and Vegeta can't hurt me in their current state, but I'm going to train those two Saiyans so that they master the true power of the Super Saiyan God. And after Goku and Vegeta finish off that Frieza guy, I'm going to make them both kill Hiroki. I train the two Saiyans without asking anything in return. When they complete their objective, I will offer them the chance to be even more powerful. But in exchange, Goku and Vegeta will have to eliminate Hiroki, and they will do that for sure. After all, they are Saiyans, and we Saiyans like to fight and get stronger. And I'm sure Vegeta and Goku will want to get stronger,
said the Saiyan ancestor while looking at Goku and Vegeta with a slight smile on her face. Yamoshi remembered her past when she attended the academy on the Saiyan planet. Yuiko spoke.
So you're already planning how you're going to put an end to this once and for all? Well, if you really do that, you will be putting an end to what haunts you about your past. I think it will work. After all, you Saiyans managed to evolve quickly, and even if Goku and Vegeta do not have enough power to defeat Hiroki alone, they will be able to defeat them together using the two Saiyans called fusion, I think. That's the name of the technique that the angel Whis told me about.
Yuiko spoke while bringing up one of her hands to her chin in a thoughtful way, because she didn't exactly know what it was called, the name of Goku and Vegeta's ultimate technique.
Yamoshi said, That's true. If they had used that fusion, they could have even broken your barrier without you having weakened it. But Hiroki doesn't know that technique, so if they face each other, Goku and Vegeta could end up winning against Hiroki. And with that, the same end, Vegeta would give Frieza. He would give to Hiroki.
Yamoshi spoke with a more excited tone, because she would be able to train those two to finally end one of the biggest mistakes of Yamoshi's past.
Yuiko said, Well, have you thought about what you're going to do after Hiroki is eliminated? Because I know that you still hadn't gotten married or even dated for fear of Hiroki finding out and going after the person you like. But if he's eliminated, that won't have any chance of happening, Yuiko asked while looking at her friend, who ended up bringing both her hands to the top of her head.
Yamoshi said,
I don't know yet, but I know that after Hiroki stopped being a burden on my life, I'm going to start living it for real. Maybe I'll try to find someone to form a new life with. Maybe I'll continue to live as free as I currently do, or I'll do something else. Now, until today, I never really thought about what I would do if I wasn't afraid of what Hiroki might do anymore. But when time comes, I'll figure out how to move on with my life,
Yamoshi said while looking at the sky, and Yuiko, seeing that, just sighed. Yuiko thought, As usual, you can't see a future with anyone or any family in your future.
But after Hiroki disappears, maybe you'll be able to live your life the way you really want to, and the way you really deserve. I just hope the future is kind to you, old friend,
thought the old woman while looking at the sky with Yamoshi. Yuiko and Yamoshi looked at the sky calmly. None of them noticed the direction of Goku and Vegeta's confrontation with Benimaru and Kinaru. But soon a big explosion happened.
And with that, Goku and Vegeta ended up being thrown in the direction of Yuiko and Yamoshi, who only realized what was happening when both Saiyans fell on their bodies. When the women were able to realize what was happening, they saw that Goku had fallen over Yamoshi's body, with his face in the middle of the chest of the Saiyan ancestor, and Vegeta had fallen between Yuhiko's legs, who upon realizing this ended up feeling ashamed, and Yamoshi just smirked. Yamoshi spoke, "You guys got bolder all of a sudden." Yamoshi spoke provocatively, while Yuiko was embarrassed. Yuiko said, "I'm going to kill you two perverted monkeys." Yuiko said irritably as she got up quickly and at the same time released her aura, making Goku and Vegeta run away in fear of being beaten by the old woman, who started running after them. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on the planet that had been devastated by a Saiyan who destroyed the planet because he wanted to, it was possible to see the Saiyan was still present on the destroyed planet. The Saiyan in question was Hiroki, Yamoshi's ex-husband, who had gone to the planet with just one objective, which was to find his ex-wife and defeat her. But unfortunately for the Saiyan Hiroki, his ex-wife was not on that planet that was inhabited by beings with low fighting power. There were some exceptions among the beings that lived on that planet, but there were so few that it became insignificant to the face of the power that Hiroshi possessed. His corrupted Super Saiyan God form was something so ridiculous that Hiroki never would think of using such power. Hiroki is a powerful and evil Saiyan who had large upturned black hair that reached halfway down his back. Hiroki had gray eyes and a black beard. He wore 2 golden rings on his arms, and also wore a more noble outfit similar to that of the king, because that was how he saw himself before all other beings. Hiroki didn't lower his head even to the god of destruction. Hiroki spoke, "I really thought that today would be the day that I would meet my beloved Yamoshi again. But it looks like it won't be today that I will be able to meet her again. I felt her energy in a scar of one of the warriors of this world. And from that he told me that he was injured by a woman with long white hair, and she didn't have a tail. This shows that my beloved Yamoshi must be alive, and that her Saiyan tail hasn't grown since I cut it off in one of our last encounters." Hiroki spoke while looking at the city that was in ruins with several bodies everywhere, in addition to destroyed buildings and flames all over the city. Hiroki said, "The last attack of mine wasn't enough to kill that insect, and that's good for me. After all, if he faced Yamoshi, he might know where she is, or where she's been at least. And knowing Yamoshi, I know she must have gotten friendship with the people of the planet she lived on for a while. And she'll be very upset and irritated when she learns that all these people were eliminated by me. And if Yamoshi stops acting rational and is moved by anger, she will come after me. And with that, I will have my long-awaited reunion with my beautiful and wonderful Yamoshi, the woman who doesn't let me sleep even after many years since our separation. If Yamoshi only knew how much I still loved her." Hiroki spoke while looking at the sky from the planet. The silvery moon in the sky reminded Hiroki of Yamoshi's hair. Hiroki said, "This moon is as beautiful as my sweet Yamoshi's hair. She's so beautiful that I can't stand the urge. I have to destroy her completely," said the Saiyan before a spear of ki formed in his hand, and then was shot against the moon of that planet. When in contact with the Saiyan's attack, ended up destroying and generating a great shockwave that made the planet tremble. Hiroki spoke, "Now it's much better. Just like this moon. When I find you, my dear Yamoshi, I will destroy you with all my strength. And our next meeting will also be the last. And that I guarantee you, my beloved." Hiroki spoke while looking towards the destroyed moon with a very psychotic look, and at the same time letting out an evil laugh. Hiroki said, "Well, now it's time to chat with the guy who faced my beloved. He won't tell me anything about Yamoshi at first, but I think he'll open his mouth and tell me everything he knows when I'm going after his family. I'm sure this guy's family won't know anything, but maybe a little pain will remind them of something. And if no one talks, he'll have to see his family meet the same end as the rest of the planet. Maybe I can have a little fun if he has a wife and a pretty daughter. Well, I don't like to keep anyone waiting, so I'd better go soon," said the Saiyan before sighing and then flying towards the house of the being who faced Yamoshi in the past, and who now would be forced to say anything he knew about her. After all, he would have no choice. Hiroki thought, "The day of our reunion is closer than you think, Yamoshi.
And when that happens, you will wish from the bottom of your soul to have eliminated me in the past, when I was still weak. Because now I am much stronger and I will definitely defeat you," thought the Saiyan Hiroki with an insane smile on his face. His eyes suddenly glowed in a bright wine-red tone. Now on planet Namek. Currently on planet Namek, more precisely in the village where Yamoshi lived, it was possible to see Goku and Vegeta sitting on the sand in a lotus posture under the hot sun. So hot that both Saiyans had their training suits extremely wet, with so much sweat. Yamoshi was together of Yuiko under a guard because they didn't want to stay in the hot sun. Vegeta said, "Look, I know you said that everything we are doing is part of our training, and that includes me and Kakarot being under this extremely hot sun. But why are you wearing those clothes? And what happened to the clothes that you were using before?" asked the Prince of Saiyans as he opened one of his eyes and looked towards Yamoshi, who was drinking some kind of juice in a relaxed way while enjoying the shade that prevented the sun's rays from touching her skin. Yamoshi said, "You don't want to know why I'm dressed like that on a beach? Actually, on a crystal clear lake, which is the closest we have to a beach," said the ancestor of the Saiyans before returning to drinking her drink. And after that, Yamoshi got up and removed a cloth that was over her body, revealing that she was wearing a bikini and mini shorts. Goku said, "Oh, this kind of clothing that Yamoshi is wearing is because of the training in hot places, isn't it? Every time I decide to train in places like this, Bulma and Chi-Chi wear these type of clothes. So it's normal for her to wear that, isn't it?" asked the Saiyan innocently as he opened his eyes and looked at his current master, who upon seeing that just gave a malicious smile. Yamoshi said, "Exactly, Son Goku. This outfit I'm wearing is to improve my performance in areas where the temperature is higher. That's why I'm wearing this outfit, and I left my other clothes at home," said the Saiyan ancestor with a big smile on her face, because Goku was very innocent, and that made Vegeta and Yuiko look at each other and sigh at the same time. Vegeta thought, "Sometimes I'm surprised at how innocent Kakarot is. Goku has been married for years and has 2 children, and he didn't even know what a kiss was until the day he saw Trunks kissing Mai for her to swallow the seed of the gods. And now Goku doesn't even notice that Yamoshi is dressing that way simply because she wants to show her body. It's an attempt to conquer me or Kakarot, but I doubt that will happen. I'm faithful to Bulma, and I don't intend to cheat on her with anyone. And Kakarot is so innocent and slow, he doesn't notice Yamoshi's advances. So she certainly won't be able to make Goku fall in love with her. It's a brief and easy way to understand. Even Yamoshi trying her won't be able to make me and Kakarot like her. If it was, in the past, I might even like her. But that would be in the past and not in the present," Vegeta thought as he looked at Yamoshi and saw the shameless advances of the ancestor of the Saiyans. Yuiko thought, "That's a big lie, Yamoshi. You're not just using the outfit because you want to show your own body to Vegeta and Goku, and that outfit doesn't help at all in combat," said the old woman mentally to Yamoshi, who ended up getting irritated with Yuiko. The old woman just started laughing at the situation, and it didn't take long for everyone to start laughing, including Yamoshi herself. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the time room where Goku and Vegeta were being trained by Yamoshi to be able to use the true power of Super Saiyan God, it was possible to see that Yamoshi was facing Goku. Vegeta watched the fight with some injuries showing that he had already faced the ancestor of the Saiyans, and now Vegeta was just resting. Yamoshi said, "Come on, Goku, show me that you can use the power of the perfect Super Saiyan God," said Yamoshi before hitting a kick on Goku that fell to the ground. Yamoshi then immediately advanced against Goku, who was on the ground. Yamoshi was going to perform a top-down kick, aiming at Goku's abdomen, when she was prevented by Vegeta, who ended up catching her, and Goku's attention. Vegeta said, "What the hell am I seeing? Yamoshi, you need to change your clothes now," said the Prince of the Saiyans with a red tone on his cheeks, while looking at the Saiyan's ancestor, who remained with her few clothes, and that made Vegeta feel ashamed to see Yamoshi fighting with those clothes. Elsewhere in Universe 7, Beerus had accomplished his mission given by the Daishinkan to eliminate strange beings that were invading all 12 universes, and after that mission, Beerus was on his planet, and it was possible to see Beerus and Whis in a room. Beerus was lying on a bed with several injuries from all over the body. These wounds were healing over time. All those wounds were made by the warriors coming from another dimension. Thanks to the crystal that Yuiko had given to Beerus and Whis, they could find all the beings coming from another dimension. And with that, Beerus ended up facing everyone. And not only that, but also eliminating all beings from another dimension,
using his power of destruction, causing all these beings to have their existence completely erased, and how the attacks that Beerus received had a strange energy that Whis could not heal the god of destruction immediately, and not even the seeds of gods that Whis ended up picking up on the earth were useful at that moment. So Whis and Beerus would have to wait for that energy still present in Beerus's body and to disappear, so that Whis could heal the god of destruction. Beerus was annoyed with that, but he couldn't do anything to speed up his self-healing. Beerus spoke. I can't believe I ended up getting so badly injured because of those otherworldly being attacks. Those bastards were much stronger than I thought, and they all had characteristics of animals similar to those on planet Earth. And the worst thing is that one of them is still alive, because that being somehow managed to use the teleportation technique. And how weak was I that I couldn't go after him? And that being is somehow not being tracked by the interdimensional tracker that Bulma managed to create, said the god of destruction of the 7th universe, irritated by being injured by the enemy he faced still being alive, and by Beerus being so weak and to the point of not being able to go after that being at that moment. Whis said, You should focus on recovering soon to be able to go after that being from the other dimension that has the appearance of a white fox, similar to the god of destruction of the 8th universe, Mr. Liqueur. That warrior that you faced has some powers and different skills, and apparently those blue and white flames of his have the ability to cancel the regeneration of beings that are touched by them. Apart from the fact that these flames are very powerful, said the angel while cutting some fruits and putting them on a tray so that Beerus could eat. Whis was going to eat a few pieces too. Beerus said, Those damn flames that white fox can create are too strong, and they can even block my power of destruction. If it wasn't for his blue flames, I would have defeated him easily. But unfortunately, those flames managed to deactivate my power of destruction, and thanks to that power he used, that being didn't have his body disintegrate my power of destruction, said the god of destruction while remembering the fight he had against the being from another dimension that had a similar appearance to the god of destruction of the 8th universe. Beerus spoke. Thinking about those cursed ones coming from another dimension, the other gods of destruction already managed to defeat those who were in their universes or not, because Bulma had made several trackers and I had given them to you, Whis, so that you could hand them over to your brothers, so that the other gods of destructions could go after the beings from another dimension that were in their respective universes. They already ended up with them or not? Asked the god of destruction while picking up a piece of fruit, and at the same time looking at Whis. Whis spoke. Most of them, yes. Some are still missing, but there are a few enemies now. Champa and some others have already managed to eliminate the threat from their respective universes. Now, some like Quaitella still haven't managed to defeat all the beings from the other dimension. But apparently all the gods of destruction are trying to eliminate the beings coming from the other dimension. I would say that there is little left for us to finally get rid of this threat. Whis spoke calmly while looking at the sphere of his staff and showing Beerus the progress of each god of destruction in eliminating that threat, and there was very little left for everyone to finish killing the beings of another dimension, and that included Beerus himself, who still needed to eliminate one of them to complete his part. Beerus said, As soon as I recover, I'm going after the damn thing. Apparently the tracker is no longer capturing the interdimensional energy coming from that guy. It looks like the energy that was inside him ran out, so I'll have to go after him the old way. But now I know what his energy looks like, so it won't be so difficult to go after him, Beerus said before picking up some pieces of fruit and bringing it to his mouth to eat. Whis said, Mr. Beerus, are you sure you are the way you are just because you let that fox-faced guy get away? Or are you the way you are because of something else? Because I realize that you are a little strange. A few hours ago, it became easier to understand when we found Yamoshi, and she disappeared and reappeared in front of you, Whis said while looking at Beerus, revealing that he had already realized that his god of destruction was strange for a long time. The angel was wanting to know the reason for his strangeness. Beerus spoke. Looks like you figured out quicker than I was expecting. I'm weird that way because now that Yamoshi proved to be alive, I remember the dream of mine where I could face the Super Saiyan God. At that time I thought it was Yamoshi, but everyone thought she was dead, and I ended up settling in face on Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan God to face me. And after that, I decided to put that prophetic dream of mine aside. But now that I know that the first goddess of Saiyans is alive,
I think that maybe in my dream it was Yamoshi who appeared, and not Goku, and that makes me want to face her. I don't know what will happen now, or if someday Yamoshi will try to defeat me. I know that she proved to be strong enough to do that. Beerus spoke in a serious tone, and cold at the same time, that he remembered his dream a long time ago, where he would face a Saiyan who had the power of a god. Whis spoke.
So you're afraid that maybe the prophecy that you would face the Super Saiyan God in combat, where you could end up dying, is true? And that your lifetime in this world is ending? You're afraid that this can happen, isn't it, Mr. Beerus? Asked the angel Whis, looking at the god of destruction, who ended up turning his face to the other side, so that Whis would not look at his face.
Beerus said, Yamoshi has already shown to be very powerful, and she hasn't even shown her true strength, which should be superior to mine in my current case. I'm afraid in relation to Yamoshi because I can end up dying if I face her. And even if I use my full power of God of Destruction, and even transform into my true divine form, I will not be able to defeat Yamoshi. After all, if she has already managed to reach the true power of a Saiyan, probably Yamoshi must possess not only the Super Saiyan God, but also the other Saiyan forms that Goku and Vegeta have. So I don't know if I could defeat Yamoshi, said the God of Destruction, admitting that he was afraid of having to face Yamoshi, and with that discovering her true power, which could defeat the God of Destruction, as the Saiyan ancestor appears to be stronger than Beerus.
Whis said, I don't think Yamoshi is going to do something like that. After all, she was in the Namekian village for many years, and never had any interest in leaving to do anything. I would say that Yamoshi will not try to face you, Mr. Beerus, so relax and rest, because you need to recover to be able to go after that fox from another dimension, said the angel before getting up and leaving that place.
Whis thought,
Really, Yamoshi didn't seem to want to face Mr. Beerus to be the new goddess of destruction. But I can't say the same thing about this Hiroki. From what Yuiko told us, he is someone ambitious who's focused on Yamoshi. If Hiroki eliminates Yamoshi or changes his objective, Hiroki could try to face and eliminate Mr. Beerus to be the next god of destruction, and with that Hiroki could use me to get to Yamoshi, and I would be obliged to obey his orders. After all, my duty is to obey the orders of the god of destruction of the 7th universe, regardless of who or what the orders of this god of destruction are,
thought the angel in a serious way, as he walked through the halls of the temple where Beerus lived, and at the same time, Whis took all his staff and saw the image of Hiroki, who looked towards the sky as if he were staring at Whis, and his smile made the angel believe that Hiroki knew he was being watched. In the 7th universe, returning to the village where Yamoshi lived, it was possible to see Vegeta scolding Yamoshi because of the new clothes, because for Vegeta, that was not a suitable training outfit. And this made Vegeta realize that Yamoshi is a perverted girl. After Vegeta remembers that after the explosion of his battle against the Namekians, Benimaru and Kinaru, he and Goku were thrown in the direction of Yuiko and Yamoshi. The Saiyans fell on the bodies of the two women, and that made Yuiko very angry, different from Yamoshi, though she was not bothered. Yuiko spoke, "Get out of there, immediately!" The old woman shouted at Vegeta, who had his face between her legs, and upon hearing that, the Prince of the Saiyans immediately got up and started to walk away from Yuiko, who was very irritated. Yamoshi said, "Don't you dare leave here," said Yamoshi before hugging Goku's head, forcing him to stay between her breasts, since she liked that, and Goku seemed to be enjoying the feeling of being between the chest of the Saiyan ancestor. Yuiko said, "Yamoshi, stop it immediately, you pervert," said the old woman while looking at her friend, who ended up letting go of Goku's head so that he could stand up calmly. Yuiko said, "Eat one of the seeds of the gods and then go back to face Yamoshi. And you take your duty seriously this time, Yamoshi. Now I'm going before I end up killing a certain prince," said the old woman in a threatening tone as she looked at Vegeta, who ended up trembling with fear when he felt the gaze on him. A few moments after that event, it was possible to see that most of the village members were in the arena where Goku and Vegeta were facing Benimaru and Kinaru. After the explosion, the battle had ended with a tie between the four warriors, while Yamoshi, who was analyzing how that combat had been, the ancestor of the Saiyans, was still wearing her few clothes because she refused to change, and because it was hot. Yamoshi had said that he would not change until it was an emergency to which she needed to fight seriously. Yamoshi thought, "It seems that these four are stronger than before, especially Goku and Vegeta, but Benimaru and Kinaru have also become more powerful.
than before. And all that just because they are facing each other during this short time. And I must say that the evolution of these two Saiyans is great, because of that ability to evolve that we Saiyans have, but Benimaru and Kinaru do not have this ability to evolve during the course of the fights. But even so, they are evolving quickly, thought the ancestor of the Saiyans, while after analyzing the battle of the two Saiyans against the two Namekians, that it was well balanced, unlike the last time when the Namekians had the advantage because of their strength level. Yamoshi thought, if the pace of evolution of Goku and Vegeta continues like this in a few days, they might be strong enough to be able to reach the power of perfect Super Saiyan God and maintain it for some time. But that time should be enough for Goku and Vegeta to be able to defeat that Frieza guy. And after that, I will ask them to train to be able to beat Hiroki, so that I can finally leave my past behind permanently. And that is what I desire the most right now, thought the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at the two Saiyans who could be the key to her freedom, something that Yamoshi had been looking for years and still hadn't been able to achieve. Yamoshi thought, it seems that Hiroki ended up destroying the planet where the lizard-looking guy should be, and apparently there are a few more planets that ended up being destroyed recently, and they must all be part of the Galactic Alliance where the Galactic Police are, and as the police want Hiroki eliminated, they must have tried to defeat Hiroki. But as expected, the police ended up being eliminated by Hiroki. After all, that guy is as strong as I am, and I know that alone, I am capable of destroying the entire Galactic Alliance. So it's easy for him too, thought the Saiyan ancestor while closing her eyes and concentrating on feeling all the energy of that universe. After a few minutes, Yamoshi was able to feel Hiroki's energy in that place. Yamoshi knew that Hiroki had eliminated several planets and thousands of beings in the process. This made Yamoshi feel sad because of her ex-husband's actions. Some hours later, Goku and Vegeta went to Yamoshi's house to eat and rest before training again. The Saiyan's ancestor remained with her few clothes, which made Vegeta uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything to change that. After all, he was weak and had no authority over his ancestor. It didn't take long for Yamoshi to feel a powerful energy arrive on her planet, but she wasn't worried because she already knew who owned that energy. It was Beerus and Whis who had arrived on the planet, and now they were going to her house, and she could tell that just by the energy that came from Beerus. At that moment, Beerus was very excited. Whis, who helped Beerus in his recovery, had never witnessed so much determination from Beerus, and all this had a reason, that was to see Yamoshi after the God of Destruction was recovered from his last mission, given by Daishinken. Beerus was 100%, and it was no longer possible to see any injuries on his body that were caused by beings from another dimension that had the appearance of animals. Yamoshi thought, I wonder what happened to Beerus for him to be emanating this aura of apprehension, and at the same time determined to fight. For Beerus to be emanating that aura, he must want to face me. And I would say that Beerus must be afraid of that prophecy where he should fight the Super Saiyan God, and possibly die in that fight. Or it would be the best fight he would have in his life. Well, at least that's what Goku and Vegeta told me when I asked how they got the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God in the past, thought the ancestor of the Saiyans, while feeling the presence of Beerus approaching her home. Yamoshi was trying to understand the aura Beerus was releasing, something she had learned from Yuiko, who knew how to read people's emotions by their aura. It didn't take long for Beerus and Whis to arrive at Yamoshi's house, and the moment both divine beings entered the Saiyan ancestor's house, everyone who was in the house felt a presence on their bodies, and when looking at Beerus, all the three Saiyans saw that his aura was overflowing from his body, creating a great pressure on all the beings that were close to him, and his main target was the Saiyans inside Yamoshi's house. The Saiyan's ancestor was very calm and did not seem to be upset about it. Yamoshi said, It seems that someone didn't come to visit Goku and Vegeta with the aim of asking how the training is going, or talking about the beings from another dimension that you defeated, thanks to the crystal that Yuiko gave you. Or they came to say that they ended up letting one of the beings from another dimension escape, and that he needs another crystal to go after him. And also, Yuiko has a crystal of the same type, so after we finish solving this problem, you can take the crystal and go after the last being from another dimension that is in the 7th universe, said the ancestor of the Saiyans, who was looking at Beerus in a carefree way, even though he already knew the true intention for him to be in the place at that moment. Beerus said, You apparently know why I'm here, so let's go outside, because I don't want to waste time in destroying this planet.
Come soon, because I'm not asking you to come, but ordering, and if you don't obey, I'll have to destroy the planet," said the god of destruction in a serious and authoritative tone, surprising Goku and Vegeta, who didn't understand why he was speaking in such a serious way.
Yamoshi said, "It looks like you're not in the mood to talk to anyone, isn't it? Well, since this will be the will of the great god of destruction of the 7th universe, who am I to question it? But it better be careful with your words, because I can even obey your orders, but don't threaten my planet, or I will forget to hold my power. And with that, the whole universe will be destroyed, because of the impact wave that will be generated when two beings with divine powers meet," said the ancestor of the Saiyans while opening her eyes, revealing that they were red, which showed that Yamoshi was talking very seriously at the moment, and that it was clear when seeing the red aura it was coming out of her body.
Beerus said, "Let's go," said the god of destruction of the 7th universe, quickly leaving the house and seeing that Yamoshi left his house and began to follow the god of destruction, and in doing so, Whis, Goku, and Vegeta began to follow the duo to see what would happen. But Whis already knew what would happen. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the place further away from everyone in the village. When they arrived at the place, they saw Yuiko sitting on top of a rock and just looking at Beerus and Yamoshi. The old woman understood what was going to happen, so she got up and approached Goku and Vegeta, and while doing that, Yamoshi and Beerus positioned themselves, and when they did that, Yuiko ended up snapping his fingers, making Yamoshi's clothes change his clothes, taking off the bikini and returning to her classic Saiyan outfit after the energy of Yamoshi and Beerus began to be released, showing that both would start a fight at that moment. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on one of the planets of that universe, it was possible to see Hiroki sitting on some rubble while having an individual with the appearance of a lizard under his feet. That being that looked like a lizard had several injuries all over his body, and that being no longer had one of his legs, and most of the wounds he had were deep, and a lot of blood was coming out. But that being looked like he wasn't going to die because of the loss of blood, since that being had a certain degree of regeneration, and this was possible to be seen thanks to the wounds that were self-healing little by little. Hiroki said, "Well, it looks like we've already finished showing who is the king, and who is the worm that will be crawling on the ground. So let's skip the formalities. Just tell me where you found a woman with long white hair, who must have humiliated you in a very easy way. So where is my dear Yamoshi?" said the Saiyan while looking at the lizard-like being that was on the ground trying to regain his strength.
Namek spoke. "I'm Namek, one of the warriors of an ancient lineage of lizard men, and we are descendants of the great dragons. And because of that, I'd rather die than reveal information about a formidable warrior who defeated me in the past. I know you don't have good intentions with that warrior, but I already say that I will never give you information about her."
Namek spoke using the forces he still possessed, showing that even being treated like a worm by Hiroki, he wasn't going to reveal anything about Yamoshi. That was good for Hiroki because Namek had just revealed that he knew Yamoshi and really faced her in the past, which made the Saiyan smile. Hiroki thought, so, Namek really knew Yamoshi and faced her in the past. That means that Yamoshi is still alive and somehow managed to hide her own existence all these years. But now I'm very close to knowing the truth, and nothing will stop me from being able to find my beloved Yamoshi, let alone this stupid worm. The Saiyan thought before lifting one of his feet and stepping hard on Nenek's head, making his face sink into the ground and a little blood coming out of a wound he had on his head. Hiroki said, "Look, I'll give you two options. The first is you tell me what I want to know, and I'll kill you, but I'll let your family live in peace. The second option, I'll kill you and make your family slaves, and for all I know there's a planet that sees its people as a delicacy, and they would pay a huge fortune for good ingredients. So which one do you choose? Do you want me to eliminate you and leave your family alone? Or do you want me to eliminate you and sell your family like dog food?" asked the Saiyan with a big evil smile on his face, as he continued to step on Nenek's head without caring if he was feeling pain or not. Namek didn't know what he should do. He didn't know if he should put his honor and pride above his family or not, because for the members of his race, pride and honor was everything, and losing her was like losing your own soul, or living a lifetime of sadness, something that no member of his race liked, and a race of lizards would even rather lose their lives than have to live a life without honor. So that dilemma was something difficult for Namek. After a few minutes of thinking, he managed to make his own decision. Hiroki said, "Have you decided what you're going to choose? Because I don't have all day. I have to go after my ex-wife, so answer soon, Hiroki said while removing his foot from Nenek's head so that he could speak. The Saiyan waited for Namek to say what he wanted to hear, otherwise Hiroki would have to finish off Namek right then and there. Namek said,
When I fought this warrior named Yamoshi, I was on a blue and red planet located in the extreme south of the universe. When I faced Yamoshi, she was helping some people from that planet. And if I remember correctly, Yamoshi was with a group of refugees from a planet destroyed by a being called Frieza. And his army that had destroyed a planet, she was helping people to take refuge. But I don't know if Yamoshi is on that planet yet or not. But there was a last place I saw the powerful warrior. And maybe there you can find out where Yamoshi is currently. Namek spoke in a low tone, but audible enough so that the Saiyan would be able to hear his words. Hiroki ended up smiling at that information. Hiroki thought, a blue and red planet in the far south of the universe. I know where it is, so I don't need that disgusting worm anymore. The Saiyan thought as he got up and then started to float away from that planet. Namek said, Hiroki said he would kill me and spare my family, but apparently he sees me as an insignificant insect that doesn't even deserve to be killed by his hands. At least my family and I are safe. Well, I have to get my family off this planet as quickly as possible, and take them as far away from this monster as possible before he changes his mind and comes back. Namek spoke as he got up, little by little, and when Namek managed to get up, he started to walk until he arrived in a room where his wife and son were. When they saw Namek, they ran to him, hugged him, because they were worried and afraid. Namek said, We have to go before Hiroki comes back, because I think he forgot about us. But it won't take long for him to remember, and if that happens, we will have lost our lives. Namek said while looking at his family, who agreed with Nenek's words, and soon they all left the house with everything they could take, and went to Nenek's spaceship. On the moment the family entered the spacecraft, they ended up seeing a huge reddish glow, similar to the sun of the solar system. And when they looked out of the spacecraft, Namek and his family saw a gigantic sphere of energy coming from the planet's orbit. This sphere was so large that it would be able to cover the entire planet. Namek said, It looks like that monster has forgotten his promise. I see he has no intention of fulfilling part of his plan. But what we can expect from a monster without honor like Hiroki? Namek said while looking at the sphere of energy coming towards him. Hiroki said, Did Namek and his family really think they were going to make me waste so much time and then leave without any kind of punishment? As if I'm too pious to allow Namek and his family to leave without any divine punishment. Hiroki spoke with a big evil smile on his face, and he saw his ki attack go towards the planet. And when the attack collided, a big explosion happened, completely destroying the planet and all the living beings that inhabited it. Hiroki said, Well, now I already know where Yamoshi could possibly be. But I doubt she's there yet, since she's smart enough not to stay in very busy places, like that planet that is a center of mercenary and refugees. But I don't care. After all, this is the best tip I've had in many years. Hiroki spoke excitedly while thinking about his reunion with his ex-wife, who should already know that Hiroki was back. While Hiroki thought about his future reunion with his ex-wife and watched the wreckage of the planet, a being appeared behind him. That being had a humanoid appearance and characteristics of a white fox, with some red details spread over his body, and with the arrival, the white fox, Hiroki snapped out of his thoughts to greet his visitor. Hiroki spoke. Looks like you managed to recover already. Well, apparently the recovery of you beings from another dimension is better than the natural recovery that our world has. So now that you're recovered, what do you plan to do, Caillou? Asked the Saiyan as he turned around and looked at the humanoid fox, who was sitting on his own fox tails. Caillou said, I'll recover first and then I'll go after the god of destruction that left me in this state. But until then I'll follow you, because if I go with you I can find something fun to do. And I'm sure that somehow that god of destruction is linked to this Yamoshi person, as he mentioned the name while fighting me. But I don't think we're going to be able to go to that god of destruction now, said the fox while looking at the Saiyan, who just smiled at that. Hiroki said, I've been behind Yamoshi for years, so waiting a little won't hurt. And if we find that god of destruction, I'll let you beat him. And then I'll interrogate him to find out more information about my ex-wife. Meanwhile, let's go behind Yamoshi for the information we have, Hiroki said before flying towards the planet where Namek had spoken. Hiroki was being followed by Caillou.
Many years ago, before Goku and Vegeta found out their ancestor Yamoshi was alive, the ancestor of the Saiyans had always been the target of many men and even women, and because of her beauty, Yamoshi had several pursuers who tried everything to have her for themselves, but none of them had managed to make the Saiyan enter into a serious relationship. Among these pursuers was a certain Namekian who was very fond of Yamoshi, since the Namekian was young and at the time he tried to make Yamoshi feel attracted to him. But Yamoshi always ignored all his attempts to get close to her. And the ancestor of the Saiyans didn't even remember his face or name. Upon realizing that Yamoshi didn't remember him, that Namekian trained every day to become more powerful so he could stay with Yamoshi. But even so, she didn't want to stay with him, and that angered the Namekian, who used the authority his father possessed to create an arranged marriage with Yamoshi. But the marriage did not work out, and so the Namekian tried to face Yamoshi, who defeated him easily. Even after being defeated, the Namekian continued to do the same things for years and was always rejected. The Namekian tried to act as if he commanded Yamoshi, touching her body, and he always received a blow that made him fly away, which was making the Namekian extremely angry. Many years later, currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in one of the farthest places from the 7th universe, it was possible to see a planet that had the size of a medium moon, and that planet had an extremely evolved technological level compared to other planets, such as the planet Earth. This evolved planet had blue seas and pieces of land in a red tone, and was also a planet where several galactic mercenaries went to be able to buy weapons, supplies, and sell their services as mercenaries. Some people who inhabited the planet were refugees, and others were being wanted for their crimes on other planets. The intergalactic police did not enter the planet because they were afraid of being killed by the hands of mercenaries who did not have the slightest mercy when eliminating their targets. And the police were always targets, since they were the law and the mercenaries were the outlaws. So in a nutshell, none of them really liked each other, and when they met, they always got into a fight, where often the police were the ones who were very injured or eliminated by the mercenaries and some guardians of the planet. Among all those mercenaries that were currently in a bar that was quite full, there was a certain black-skinned Namekian named Kukuon, who, by the name, was the same Namekian that had been humiliated and despised by Yamoshi a long time ago. Now, Kukuon was on this planet drowning his sorrows in the drink while betting on some games and earning a little money. Kukuon knew that two Saiyans had appeared on his planet, and unlike him, the Saiyans had been well received by Yamoshi, and that made Kukuon even more irritated than before, because in addition to being humiliated and rejected, Yamoshi treated two worthless Saiyans better than she treated the future elder of the Black Namekians, and it was a laughingstock among his villagers. Kukuon thought, I can't believe that damn Yamoshi traded me for those two damn Saiyans. Those damn monkeys! Thought Kukuon, very irritated at having been exchanged for two Saiyans who in his view were just useless monkeys that didn't deserve Yamoshi's attention. Kukuon thought, that damn Yamoshi really dared to hit me even though I gave her the glorious honor of becoming my wife. Yamoshi rejected me in a very humiliating way, and because of her everyone in the village was laughing at me. Even my father said that I was a disgrace, and that he would focus his attention on training my brother, so that he could be the new elder, because I was not worthy to be an elder. Kukuon thought irritably as he drank a little of his drink and then slammed the glass on the counter with force, making a loud noise. But nobody cared about it since things like that were common in a bar. Kukuon thought, if I am not worthy of being an elder, then no one is worthy either, because I am the strongest, the smartest, and the most beautiful among my brothers and sisters. If my father thinks I don't deserve to become an elder, it means no one deserves it, thought the Namekian, irritated as he drank his drink. This time Kukuon drank until he finished all he had in the glass, and then asked the bartender for another drink. He filled the Namekian's glass. Kukuon thought, it's that damn Yamoshi's fault. If that bitch hadn't rejected me, I wouldn't be the joke among my people. They would now be kissing my feet like they always did. Yamoshi, I swear I will make you pay for the humiliation you put me through. The Saiyans are a race of warriors who are always looking for a good fight. So if I become stronger, I can go after Yamoshi and defeat her. Even if it takes 100 years, I will defeat Yamoshi. Kukuon thought as he drew up a plan to humiliate Yamoshi, and the best way to do that was to become stronger and defeat her in a fight. Kukuon was thinking about his plans for the future, where he would find a way to defeat and humiliate the Saiyan ancestor Yamoshi, and thus regain his honor. If Kukuon succeeded, he would be hailed as a king again. And as everyone sees Yamoshi as a pillar or an unshakable barrier, once Yamoshi was defeated, Kukuon would become even more desirable than he already was in the past. But while Kukuan was thinking about what he was going to do to get revenge on Yamoshi, everyone in the bar turned and looked at the entrance of the bar, where Hiroki and Kyu were entering, and at that moment they both entered the place. The mood and atmosphere became heavier than before. Everyone had felt that change in atmosphere except Kukuan, who was more focused on his thoughts than around him. Most of the people who were in that bar were mercenaries, and when they looked at Hiroki, most of them remembered that the Saiyan had a bounty of billions or even trillions on his head. Both the people of the other races and the Galactic Police wanted to eliminate the threat that it was Hiroki as soon as possible. Hiroki spoke.
It seems that we have a very large group of mercenaries, and apparently the bounty on my head is higher than before. So are you going to stay put, or are you going to try to hurt me at least? It's been a while since I've dealt with mercenaries, so I hope I'm not rusty.
Hiroki spoke while looking at the mercenaries with an arrogant smile, which made everyone irritated with the tone Hiroki used. The mercenaries slowly started to stand up and face the Saiyan, who remained standing, still waiting for the mercenaries to make the first move. And seeing that, Q started walking until he reached the counter and sat on it, and in doing so he used his tails to grab a bottle that was on the shelf and filled his glass, completely ignoring the fight that would start in that establishment. It didn't take long for one of the mercenaries to advance against Hiroki, and in doing so, the mercenary unsheathed his sword and tried to perform a top-down cut on Hiroki, who held the blade of the sword and with a simple slap ended up making the mercenary go against the wall. Seeing that the other mercenaries advanced against Hiroki, who just laughed at that useless attempt by those mercenaries, for the next few minutes, all those who passed near that bar heard the agonized screams of the mercenaries being slaughtered, and it was even ridiculous how all the mercenaries were defeated and eliminated in a short period of time. Hiroki didn't even have a scratch on his body, even fighting with several mercenaries. After some time, it was possible to see that the bar was all destroyed, with broken chairs and tables, cracked and fallen walls, glasses and bottles destroyed, and many other things had been destroyed during the bar fight, and Q, who was still drinking, had some bottles already empty by his side, showing that that fight didn't disturb his leisure time, enjoying some drinks he never tasted because they didn't exist in his home world. Q thought,
these drinks are better than those in my world. While he investigates the whereabouts of that Yamoshi woman, I'll enjoy drinking as much as possible, thought the fox while drinking and enjoying the taste of those drinks. There were several empty bottles next to Q and other full ones that he was holding with his tail so that the bottles wouldn't break in the middle of the bar fight. Hiroki said, well, it looks like all these worms can't move anymore. So now it's time for me to ask the question that brought me here. I hope you have the information I need. If not, I'll destroy this bar, just like I did with the other establishments I went to before, said the Saiyan before sitting down in one of the counter chairs. Hiroki sat beside Kukuan, who finally realized what was happening, and was now afraid of the Saiyan beside him. Kyu spoke. If you want to live, you better tell everything you know about a white-haired Saiyan named Yamoshi, who faced a lizard-like being in the past. You speak the truth and you can live, and even earn a reward in addition to continuing to live. But if you don't know anything related to Yamoshi, then it's better to ask for protection from the god you believe in, said the fox before returning to drink his drink quietly. Kyu's speech made those who were still conscious fear Hiroki, who was grinning evilly, just waiting to eliminate the rest of them. Kukuan said, by the way you acted, I'm sure you don't want to talk to Yamoshi. By the energy that Hiroki is transmitting, I would say that your intentions are not good, said the Namekian while looking at Hiroki, who stared at him at that moment. Hiroki said, do you know where Yamoshi is, Namekian? Asked the Saiyan with absolute certainty that the one in front of him had information about his ex-wife. Kukuan thought, I myself wanted to defeat and humiliate Yamoshi, but I think these two should already be able to do that. So why not let them do the dirty work, and then when this Hiroki and Q guy are tired, I'll eliminate them both and become the village hero. Yamoshi, wait for my revenge, it's about to begin, thought the Namekian while he saw the opportunity to take revenge on Yamoshi right in front of him. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in a more isolated place in the village where Yamoshi lived, it was possible to see that the ancestor of the Saiyans was releasing her power in a small amount. Yamoshi was wearing her clothes that she had said she would only use if there was a serious fight on the other side of that area was Beerus, who, just as Yamoshi was releasing her energy, the god of destruction had a serious expression on his face, and he faced the ancestor of the Saiyans. Vegeta thought, Why are these two so serious? Mr. Beerus is different, with a strange look. Mr. Beerus' look reminded me of the time when he arrived on planet Earth for the first time, in search of finding or discovering some information about the Super Saiyan God. But this is very strange, since there's no reason for him to be like that now, thought the Prince of Saiyans while looking at Yamoshi and Beerus, trying to figure out why that was happening, until Vegeta came to a conclusion. Vegeta thought, I think Mr. Beerus is afraid of the power that Yamoshi has. In the past, when Beerus went to planet Earth, he said that he was after the Super Saiyan God, because he had a kind of prophetic dream that he would face the Super Saiyan God. But at that time, nobody knew that Yamoshi was alive. Mr. Beerus had to face Kakarot after transforming into Super Saiyan God. But now that Yamoshi is alive and Mr. Beerus knows where she is, he must be wanting to face her for fear of being killed in the future by Yamoshi. I just know that I can't interfere in this fight. If I do, I'll be killed, and possibly planet Earth could be destroyed by Mr. Beerus because of me, and I don't want that to happen, thought the Prince of Saiyans without understanding why exactly Beerus wanted to face Yamoshi, but he knew that it was because of the prophetic dream that Beerus claimed to have made before meeting and facing Goku in the past. Goku thought, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but apparently there's going to be a fight between Yamoshi and Mr. Beerus. Will this fight be the same as my fight with Mr. Beerus? I don't know, but I would really like to be able to fight Mr. Beerus again, and I would also be able to face Yamoshi, since I haven't faced her yet, thought the Saiyan excitedly while looking at Beerus and Yamoshi waiting to see what would happen, even though he knew what could happen at that moment. Yamoshi spoke. There is still time to reconsider this and resolve the matter without causing any problems, Beerus, said the ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi, while looking at Beerus. She was trying to solve the problem without having to face Beerus in combat, but apparently the God of Destruction was not very keen to follow this idea. Beerus said, I would also like to resolve the matter without causing any problems, but I can't live with this doubt in my mind, and the only way to make it disappear is to face you, Yamoshi, so let's see if that prophetic dream of mine was really right, said the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, putting himself in a combat posture and at the same time making his aura surround his body. Yuiko thought, everyone thinks that knowing about a prophecy or having had a prophetic dream that this will really happen, but what few know is that even if someone tries to prevent this prophecy, it will somehow come true, and wanting to face someone who could possibly kill you would be the same thing as provoking a serial killer who never had an interest in that individual. But after provoking him, you become enemy number one, thought the old woman while looking at her longtime friend Yamoshi, who ended up closing her eyes and sighing. Yamoshi said, If that's your wish, Mr. Beerus, then let's see what will happen in our clash. But I say that if you want to end this fight, just say so, because I don't want to fight. But if you want, then let's fight, my dear God of Destruction, Yamoshi said while looking at the God of Destruction, at the same time putting herself in a combat posture and making his red aura coat his body. Beerus spoke. Show me your power, Goddess of Saiyans, said the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, raising his power and then advancing against Yamoshi, who, upon seeing that, raised her own power and advanced against Beerus. Beerus and Yamoshi clashed their fists, generating a great wave of impact, causing the ground to shake, and several cracks being generated because of that exchange of punches. Then both separated and advanced against each other again, and in this way, Beerus and Yamoshi started a fight, where they began to perform a rain of blows, each against each other, generating a great wave of impact that was so strong that it could be felt in the village. And seeing this, Yuiko and Whis raised their hands and created a barrier to prevent the impact wave and energy from Beerus and Yamoshi affecting the village. Yamoshi managed to get away from Beerus, and in doing so, the ancestor of the Saiyans ended up raising her power and turned into a Super Saiyan, showing everyone that she did have the ability to transform into a normal Super Saiyan. When transforming into Super Saiyan, the ancestor of the Saiyans advanced against Beerus and tried to hit him with a kick, but Beerus managed to defend himself by raising his arm and blocking Yamoshi's kick. Then Beerus tried to punch Yamoshi, but the ancestor of the Saiyans ended up dodging it in a way that was even easy, as at the same moment she attacked, hitting Beerus with a punch that ended up going backwards, revealing that Yamoshi's blow had been defended by Beerus, who ended up putting his hand before to receive the attack. Yamoshi thought, Beerus is very strong. Well, I can't say that this surprises me. After all, he is the God of Destruction, and as such he should be very strong. So it's time to take the fight more seriously.
I will not use my perfect Super Saiyan God transformation, since if I use it, the barrier will not be able to hide my power, and Hiroki will be able to track me. And if that happens, all the inhabitants of this planet, and especially the village, will be in danger, and I cannot allow that. Yamoshi thought while thinking about what he would do, and with that in mind, Yamoshi concentrated, and her hair that was blonde before, because of her transformation into Super Saiyan, ended up turning white again. Only at that moment, when Yamoshi's hair turned white, she closed her eyes, and by doing so, a flaming aura appeared and covered Yamoshi's body, and when she opened her eyes again, they were red. And so was her hair, and by doing so, she showed everyone that she activated her imperfect Super Saiyan God transformation, which was the same one that Goku and Vegeta normally used. So when transforming into her Super Saiyan God form, Yamoshi disappeared and reappeared in front of Beerus, who was surprised. Then Yamoshi ended up kissing Beerus, surprising the god of destruction, and everyone who was in the place. But soon after, Beerus ended up receiving a kick that made him go backwards, and that had irritated the god of destruction. Beerus thought, "Damn Saiyan. Since Yamoshi is going to take this fight more seriously, so will I," thought the god of destruction while looking at Yamoshi. Seeing that the fight would get more serious, Beerus raised his power, and in doing so, his eyes ended up glowing in a violet tone, while some marks appeared on his body showing the power of destruction that was in Beerus's body. When Beerus and Yamoshi finished their transformations, everyone present, including Yuiko, were surprised by the power they both had. This power was so great that even the barrier did not let Beerus and Yamoshi's energy out. It was still possible to feel the great energy amounts coming out of some cracks created by the release of the power of both beings who had levels of divine power. Yuiko thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen Yamoshi's hair that color. The last time I saw her, she and I had just fought, and I lost easily. I just hope this doesn't attract unnecessary attention," thought the old woman as she looked at the barrier and saw that it was almost destroyed because of Yamoshi and Beerus's energy. Before Yamoshi and Beerus faced each other again, everyone except Goku and Vegeta felt a presence approaching the planet. And when they felt that, everyone looked to the sky and saw that the barrier was around the planet and had been destroyed. And then everyone could see three beings landing in a flat field. And when everyone realized who the beings were that arrived, everyone was surprised. The being that had arrived on Yamoshi's planet were Kyu, the being from another planet who had fled the last encounter with Beerus, Kukuon, the pursuer who was after Yamoshi to have her as his wife, and Hiroki, who was after Yamoshi to get revenge. Hiroki said, "It looks like I finally found you, my dear, sweet Yamoshi," Hiroki said while looking at his ex-wife, who upon seeing him was slightly irritated and afraid. But that fear soon became concern because of the villagers. But Hiroki looked at Beerus, saw that in his mouth there was lipstick marks of the same color of the lipstick that Yamoshi was using. Hiroki thought, "That bastard dared to kiss my wife," thought the Saiyan, irritated when he saw that Beerus had kissed Yamoshi, and that infuriated Hiroki.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in a place further away from the village where Yuiko and Yamoshi lived, it was possible to see Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, Whis, Yuiko, and Yamoshi. Everyone was looking in the direction of Hiroki and Kyu, who were staring at them back, and further away from everyone was Kukuon, who was hiding his power so that no one would notice his presence in that place. Kukuon thought, "I would really like to face Yamoshi, but I'm too weak to do that right now. So I'll have to leave it to those two and hope nothing happens to Yamoshi, or my plans will be destroyed, and I don't want Yamoshi to be eliminated," thought the Namekian as he looked at Hiroki and Kyu, and then at Yamoshi, who had a look of fear and anger. She had never shown that expression before. Kukuon thought, "Yamoshi has a very serious expression on her face, and I can see that she's scared. I don't know exactly who this guy called Hiroki is, but I know he's very powerful as a Saiyan, who could end up destroying a planet in a simple and easy way. I know that Hiroki is dangerous," Kukuon thought while looking at Hiroki, and he felt a little scared of the Saiyan, but since Kukuon wasn't Hiroki's focus, he managed to keep control over his emotions. Vegeta thought, "This costume that this guy is wearing reminds me of the ancient combat costume that the high-class Saiyans used. This type of costume was only for the king's personal elite. This elite was handpicked by the Saiyan King himself, showing that these warriors weren't weak at all. On the contrary, they were the most powerful warriors of the generation. So I would say that this guy must be Yamoshi's ex-husband, that Hiroki, and by the energy he's releasing, this ancient Saiyan is very strong, and he's dangerous."
thought the Prince of Saiyans while looking at Yamoshi's ex-husband, who had just arrived at the place and didn't seem to be wanting to do anything good. Goku thought, this guy is also a Saiyan just like me, Vegeta and Yamoshi, but he's releasing a very evil aura that reminds me of the aura that Majin Buu had in the past when I faced him. So judging by the Saiyan's aura that arrived and from the story that Yuiko told me and Vegeta, this guy must be defeated. So why am I shaking even though I know this? Thought the Saiyan while looking at Hiroki and feeling afraid of him. Even though Goku wasn't a coward, his body told him to leave that place, but that was something he wouldn't do. Kyu thought, apparently Hiroki is angry with the god of destruction that defeated my brothers and sisters. So far I don't know exactly what happened to them, since I haven't felt my brother's energy for a while. I'll have to find out what happened to them before Hiroki kills this god of destruction, because by the way Hiroki is looking at the god of destruction, he will definitely want to kill her, and all that because of a woman. Kyu said while looking at the Saiyan partner who was staring at Beerus with a look of pure hatred. Hiroki thought, I originally came here to defeat Yamoshi and possibly make her come back to be my wife, whether she wants to or not. But this god of destruction dared to kiss my wife. And even though Yamoshi and I are no longer together, she is still my wife. And no one touches my wife. And for that now, this god of destruction will pay. Hiroki thought in an irritated way as he looked at Beerus, who was looking at Hiroki at that moment, without understanding why he was staring at him that way. Beerus thought, why is this Saiyan staring at me like that? Wait, he's a Saiyan. So that means that this guy must be Hiroki, Yamoshi's ex-husband. And the second Saiyan who managed to become a deity. Even though he is an evil deity, Hiroki is still a deity as powerful as Yamoshi. So what the hell is this Saiyan doing here? Hiroki should not have been able to find Yamoshi. So how did he manage to find this village? Asked the god of destruction when he found out who the Saiyan who was in front of him was. Whis thought, so that Saiyan must be Hiroki. From what Yamoshi said, he is dangerous, and the power I feel emanating from him is greater than Yamoshi's. Apparently Hiroki managed to become more powerful during the years that Yamoshi and he stayed away, and apparently this Hiroki guy is on the side of that fox from another dimension that Mr. Beerus ended up letting escape, and that Namekian who is far away from everyone, who is hiding his presence, could be with them, or was forced to help Hiroki. After all, if Hiroki wanted to know where Yamoshi was, that Namekian would have to say where she was in order not to be killed, thought the angel as he watched everything that was happening at that time. Yamoshi thought, how did that bastard find me? The barrier wasn't supposed to make my power found by anyone outside of it. Unless, damn, because of my fight with Beerus and the fact that I transformed into my divine form, this must have helped Hiroki discover my whereabouts. With the information, he must have come after me as quickly as possible. And now Hiroki knows where I am and what I am, thought Yamoshi, while grinding her teeth because of the anger of her ex-husband, who remained with his eyes fixed on Beerus. Hiroki said, Kyu, you just need that guy to tell you where your family is, right? Asked the Saiyan to the fox without even looking at her face. Kyu said, that's right, so you can beat him almost to death. But please don't kill him because I still need him alive to know where my brothers and sisters are. I'm going to the other universes to find the rest of my companions and family, so we can plan what we'll do next, said the fox coming from another dimension, who just sighed because even though he didn't know Hiroki enough, he already knew what kind of person Hiroki was. Hiroki, upon hearing Kyu's words, he raised his power, making the entire planet tremble. And many of the members who were in the village ended up fainting because of the evil energy that Hiroki was emanating. And seeing that, Yuiko left the place and went to the village, where she created a new barrier to protect the people. After all, that was the old woman's duty. Yuiko thought, I thought that bastard was strong, but I didn't know that the evil energy he possessed was so violent as to do all that. Damn. I wanted to be there to help Yamoshi, but if I leave here, the chances of the village being destroyed or all of its inhabitants being wiped out are very high, and that's very worrying. You will be alone this time, Yamoshi. I hope you can survive, the old woman thought before sighing, because she wanted to be able to help her friend, but Yuiko couldn't help Yamoshi and protect the village at the same time. So now she could only hope that Yamoshi come out alive from the possible clash that would happen at that location.
Returning to the place where Yamoshi was, it was possible to see that Hiroki had stopped releasing his evil energy, and in the next second the Saiyan opened his eyes, revealing that they were wine red and were emitting a gigantic murderous intention that was being redirected towards Beerus. Hiroki suddenly appeared, surprising everyone including Whis, who had to struggle to keep up with Hiroki's speed. The Saiyan reappeared in front of Beerus, who ended up having his shoulder cut by a keyblade created by Hiroki that was so powerful that it ended up cutting the barrier made of destruction energy that was around Beerus, leaving the god of destruction completely desperate. Hiroki said, "You can be the god of destruction or whatever shit you are, but nobody is allowed to touch what is mine, and Yamoshi belongs to me," shouted the Saiyan when performing his attack that ended up creating a cut that started on Beerus' shoulder and ended at the end of his abdomen, making the god of destruction split a large amount of blood. Goku and Vegeta said, "Mr. Beerus!" said both the Saiyans while transforming into their most powerful forms, which in this case was Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego, and when they did that, Goku and Vegeta advanced against Hiroki, who was surprised when he saw that. Hiroki thought, "Those two are Saiyans too? Impressive that they reached this level of power, but they are still too weak to face a true Saiyan like me," thought the Saiyan Hiroki before disappearing and reappearing on the back of Goku and Vegeta. As if by magic, several cuts appeared on the body of both Saiyans, who screamed in pain and returned to their base forms as they fell to the ground unconscious. A puddle of blood was formed underneath the bodies of Goku and Vegeta. Hiroki spoke. "It's good to see you again, my beautiful and adored Yamoshi," said the Saiyan, looking at his ex-wife, who had an angry look. "To the 7th universe." Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in an isolated place within the village where Yuiko was the elder, it was possible to see that some warriors were injured, like Beerus, who had a cut on his shoulder. A lot of blood came out of this wound. The god of destruction was not the only one who was injured like that. Son Goku and Vegeta had several cut injuries spread all over their bodies, and all of these injuries were made by Hiroki, and under their feet there was a pool of blood. Yamoshi, seeing all of that, was very irritated with Hiroki because he still had something that Yamoshi always hated, which was the fact that he was very possessive with the things that Hiroki thought belonged to him. And Yamoshi was part of the group of items that the Hiroki thought was his, and that made Yamoshi very angry. And in the past, like Yamoshi loved Hiroki, Yamoshi ended up accepting several of Hiroki's wrong attitudes, but now that they were no longer together, Yamoshi could stand to be treated that way, and because of that, her anger only increased, because even after years away from each other, Hiroki is still acting the same way he acted in the past. But now, Hiroki looked even more possessive and proud than he had in the past. Of all those present at that place, Whis could be considered the most surprised by the latest events, and what left Whis more surprised was the fact that Beerus was brutally injured by Hiroki. That was something unbelievable for the angel, because Beerus, since the day in which he became the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus was never injured that way he had been injured by Hiroki. This was the first time that this happened to the god of destruction. Whis did not consider the battle against beings coming from another world like a true battle. After all, these beings did not belong to the natural order of their dimension. But Hiroki belonged to that dimension, and had hurt Beerus like never before. But not only that, but Hiroki's power was as strong as the power of Beerus, that even spending years being trained by Whis, the angel had never seen Beerus move as fast as light. Hiroki had already shown everyone that he was as fast as light. Only Whis could see the movement of the former Saiyan, who was one of the few who possessed the ability to move at a greater speed than the speed of light. Whis thought,
Hiroki, he is more powerful than Mr. Beerus, and Hiroki can move at a speed greater than the speed of light. And the most incredible thing is that he's a Saiyan just like Goku, Vegeta, and Yamoshi. So Hiroki must be able to transform into a true Super Saiyan, thought the angel while analyzing everything that had happened at that moment, and mainly the level of threat that was ahead of him. To the unhappiness of Whis and everyone else, the angel could not get involved in the fight because Whis could be the one only who was in that place who was having the ability to face and defeat Yamoshi's ex-husband. Beerus thought, that bastard, he hurt me a lot, and that attack, it's the first time I bleed like that. But Hiroki isn't paying attention to me now, but to Yamoshi, so I can try to use my power of destruction. Thought the god of destruction, panting because of his wound that was overflowing with a lot of blood.
Beerus, seeing the gap that Hiroki had left the God of Destruction, concentrated his power of destruction and used his attack of destruction called Hakai, which ended up generating a large sphere of destruction that went at high speed towards Hiroki, destroying everything in front of him. And Hiroki, when he saw that attack, he tried to defend himself, and soon a great explosion of energy of destruction appeared, making everything around be thrown away, and that included the body of Goku and Vegeta that ended up being thrown away. But Yamoshi soon appeared next to both Saiyans and held them. Then Yamoshi went to the two Saiyans to Whis, where both Saiyans would be safe from attacks by Hiroki or any other warrior. Thanks to Beerus' attack, a huge smoke screen was created, but in a few seconds all the dust subsided, making everyone surprised to see that Hiroki's body had an aura of blue flame around it. These were the same flames that had surrounded the Kyu's body to defend him from Beerus' attack, who, upon seeing that, immediately understood what it meant. Beerus thought, "Those flames around Hiroki are the same flames that the fox used to neutralize my Hakai. So that means he's immune to my destruction power, and any other normal ki attack. So that means Hiroki can only be injured by physical attacks. I don't know how, but that bastard caught the damn fox's flames. But those flames are more powerful than my Hakai," thought the God of Destruction, looking at Hiroki, who just laughed when he saw Beerus' shocked look. Hiroki said, "I should kill you for attacking me from behind like a cowardly worm. But that shouldn't come as a surprise to me, since worms don't have honor, and wouldn't try to face someone superior to them head on. So just for that, you should die. Unfortunately, Kyu needs you alive for his plans. So today I'll let you live. But if Kyu wants to eliminate you in the future, that's up to him, not me. This worm called Beerus is all yours now, Kyu. So do what you want with him," said the Saiyan while looking at his fox-looking ally, who at the moment was drinking a bottle of wine he had taken on the planet of mercenaries that was the last bottle Kyu had. Kyu thought, "It seems that Hiroki exaggerated a lot when performing that attack against the God of Destruction. And if he had put a little more energy into the sword, Hiroki could have cut the body of the God of Destruction in half. And that would be bad for me. So it's time for me to get the information I need about my brothers and sisters, and how I can travel between universes to reunite the rest of my family and friends. And I hope none of them try to do anything rash," thought the fox as he squeezed the bottle of wine that he was drinking as he finished drinking the liquid inside. Kyu squeezed the bottle hard enough to break the bottle easily, and then he started walking towards Beerus. Beerus, seeing Kyu approach him, the God of Destruction started to fire several ki blasts mixed with the power of destruction, which were at high speed against Kyu. But all of Beerus' ki attacks upon contacting Kyu's body, they ended up becoming fragments of flames, and these attacks didn't affect the fox, that when seeing Beerus' failed attempts, Kyu ended up smiling with that. Kyu suddenly flexed his knees and then disappeared, only to reappear in front of Beerus, landing a punch to his abdomen, followed by a spinning kick to Beerus' face, causing the God of Destruction to crash into a small mountain, and before Beerus could react, he felt his shoulder that was being injured by Hiroki. Now was being pierced by Kyu's claws that forced him to stay against the wall of the mountain they were on. Kyu spoke, "I'll get straight to the point, so answer me as soon as possible. The beings that came from my dimension, where are they?" asked the fox as he tightened his claws in the flesh of Beerus' shoulder, who moaned in pain. Beerus spoke, "Dead," said the God of Destruction with a frown of pain and anger on his face. Kyu was shocked to hear such words, because all of those beings were his family and friends, so that made him very angry, to the point of making his claws catch fire, making Beerus scream in pain. With that, Kyu said, "Because you killed them?" Kyu asked in a furious tone, as his eyes changed with his anger. Beerus said, "Because thy Shinka, the High Priest, ordered us to defeat and eliminate all beings coming from another dimension. But even if he hadn't given that order to us, I would hunt each one of you until I finish you all," said the God of Destruction with an arrogant tone, as he released his energy of destruction, forcing Kyu to retreat with his flames that were getting more intense than before, and all that because of his anger. In Universe 7. Currently in the 7th universe, it was possible to see that in a remote village where Yamoshi lived for many years, there were some powerful beings from the 7th universe, and Yamoshi, the first goddess of the Saiyans, Hiroki, the ex-husband of Yamoshi, Beerus, the God of Destruction from the 7th universe, and Kyu, the fox that came from another dimension. Yamoshi and Hiroki were looking at each other, and while Hiroki was watching his ex-wife with a romantic and psychotic look at the same time, Yamoshi just stared at him with a look of hate and disgust from your ex-husband. Hiroki said, "It seems that even after years have passed, your beauty has not diminished, my dear Yamoshi. In reality, it seems that you have become even more beautiful. Some parts of your body have become bigger, which is something wonderful for me," said the Saiyan, looking at Yamoshi. In reality, Hiroki was looking at her body. Yamoshi saw the desire in Hiroki's eyes, and that was disgusting in Yamoshi's opinion. Yamoshi said, "Don't be fooled, Hiroki, because I'm not yours, and I never was in reality. In the past, we may have been husband and wife, and even had a child together, but the moment you eliminated all those Saiyan children just to satisfy your own ego and your lust for power, just because you were jealous of being me and not you, the Saiyan who ended up becoming the Saiyan God. Since that day, you and I are nothing more than two strangers. So get the thought that I'm your wife out of your head at once, you bastard," said the ancestor of the Saiyans with hatred in her voice, as she remembered the past and what happened in it, so that the couple of Saiyans ended up separating. Hiroki said, "Aren't you my wife just because I ended up eliminating those losers in the past? As if we all Saiyans and such, we want more and more power. And if it is necessary to eliminate the weak in our path, we will do that. And that's what I do. So don't blame me for following the nature of Saiyans, my dear. Yamoshi understands one thing, my dear. You are my woman, and you will remain until the day you die. And even after death, you will still be mine. And the only person who can change that is me, and not you. So stop thinking that you and I don't have anything together anymore, because you are mine, and that will never change," said the Saiyan while looking at Yamoshi, at the same time releasing a very strong evil divine energy, strong enough to make everything around her tremble and the soil under her feet become with big cracks. Yamoshi thought, "It looks like he still is as strong and possessive as he was in the past. No, in reality he's more powerful and possessive than before, because in the past he could almost make everything around him tremble without being transformed, and now he's not even transformed and is unleashing the giant evil of his power. That means I'll have to use my full power against him, but if I do, I'll end up destroying the planet, and even if Yuiko is protecting the village, her power won't hold my power and Hiroki's power together. So I'm going to have to control myself until I get him away from the planet. No, I need to get Hiroki out of the solar system." While Yamoshi thought quickly, Hiroki appeared in front of Yamoshi and grabbed his chest. With a mean look, but quickly Yamoshi punched Hiroki in the face, pushing him away, and soon their attention was directed to where Beerus and Kyu were raising their respective energies, showing that both were going to start their fight. But Beerus was at a clear disadvantage because he was well injured and Kyu didn't have any wounds on his body. Kyu said, "I'm going to finish you off, and then I'm going to find a way to travel between the universes and finish off the other gods of destruction that ended up destroying all those that are important to me. And after I've done all that, I'll go after the high priest called the Daishinkan, and I'll finish him off. And everyone he cares about. I want that Daishinkan to know how I feel," said the fox, with hatred in her voice as she stared at the god of destruction in front of her. She was grinding her teeth because of the pain of the wound on her shoulder. Beerus said, "That will not happen, because before you think about leaving this planet, I will finish you off and fulfill my mission to eliminate all beings from other dimensions that are in my 7th universe," said the god of destruction while raising his power, creating an aura of destruction around his body. And even knowing that Kyu's flames made it useless, the aura of destruction still strengthened Beerus's body. The aura of destruction would be very useful for him. Beerus and Kyu looked at each other for a few seconds, and suddenly both disappeared, leaving only a trail of destruction, energy, and a trail of flames behind. And then Beerus and Kyu reappeared and clashed their fists, generating a great wave of impact. And not only that, but the aura of both warriors ended up colliding, causing a great wave of flames and destruction to be sent to all sides of the planet, causing the entire land to tremble. Beerus and Kyu, when they're clashing their fists, they faced each other and used their strength to try to win each other.
And in this fight of strength, the winner was Kyu, who managed to overcome Beerus' strength, and by winning that strength dispute, Kyu hit a punch at the base of Beerus' stomach, making him spit a little saliva along with a little blood. But the God of Destruction didn't stay still, and threw his body against Kyu, hitting a headbutt on Kyu's nose that made him take a step back. And taking advantage of that, Beerus landed a punch on the fox's chin, followed by a kick on Kyu's abdomen. Kyu spoke.
For someone who holds the title of God of Destruction, you are quite weak, because these blows of yours look like a child's strike. No, in reality, even a child is stronger than you. Sir Grand God of Destruction, said the fox while facing Beerus, and found the level of strength that Beerus had funny. Because even though Beerus landed all those blows, Kyu barely felt them, and that made Beerus very angry. Beerus, upon hearing such words, became enraged and advanced again against the fox. And when Beerus was close enough, he performed a rain of attacks with great power, having all his blows charged with the energy of destruction that he possessed, and thanks to the attack, a curtain of dust was formed. But before Beerus could do or say anything, he ended up receiving a blow to his abdomen, making him meet the same mountain where he was before. The mountain ended up being destroyed when Beerus crashed into the mountain. Beerus was feeling pain in his body, but still he got up and looked at the dust and soon saw a foxtail coming out of the dust curtain. And after a few seconds, Beerus could see that all his blows had been blocked by Kyu's tail, which had black fur similar to iron. But soon the tails returned to their original color and to Kyu's back. Kyu said, I must say that those blows of yours were strong, and thanks to that I ended up getting a massage in my tails, like never before. And I must say thank you for that. After all, they were a little hardened, and now they are more relaxed than before, said the fox with a clear tone of irony and sarcasm. After all, those blows were no big deal for him, and Kyu wanted not only to defeat Beerus, but also to humiliate him and crush his ego, which was something that most divine beings possessed. Kyu said, Well, now I think it's my turn to show you the power of my, big difference between the two of us. Kyu spoke before his eyes glowed in an orange tone, as if it were the flames coming from a flaming star, like the sun of the solar system of planet Earth. Kyu raised only one of his legs and suddenly appeared in front of Beerus, and using his claws, Kyu ended up making a cut from the bottom up, creating a large wound in Beerus' abdomen, who screamed in pain, before looking with hatred at the fox, who just smiled, while looking at Beerus, who fell to the ground. In the 7th universe. Currently on the planet Namek, it was possible to see that the planet where the Namekians lived, a real war was ongoing between Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, and the one who should be the most powerful in his universe, was on the ground without strength, completely defeated by the last being coming from another dimension. His name was Kyu, a humanoid being with the appearance of a fox. Kyu, after showing some of his true capabilities in that fight, he realized that Beerus, even having the title of God of Destruction, he was not that powerful, and because of that, he refused to believe that someone like Beerus had defeated his friends and family. After all, they were all powerful, not as much as him, but they all still had a power superior to Beerus, and that made Kyu uncomfortable. Kyu thought, this power level of Beerus is too weak for him to have defeated my friends and family alone. Did he have any help? It's that Saiyan called Yamoshi. She's more powerful than Beerus. It was she who helped him. No, she never managed to leave this planet, or if not, Hiroki would have found her in the past. But anyways, that means Beerus had to have received help from someone else, or he had a hidden power. That, for some reason, he didn't show in our battle. But regardless of that, it's better for me to eliminate him at once and avenge my companions who are no longer with us, thought the fox while concentrating his energy on one of his hands, and then raising one of his hands, a sword of energy mixed with his blue flame ended up forming a key sword, and with that Kyu lowered his sword towards Beerus' neck. But inches away between the sword and the neck of Beerus, the sword ended up being stopped. Kyu thought, no, ending him now would be boring, and it wouldn't be a good battle, where I could really have the honor of saying that I avenged my teammates. After all, they would want to see an exciting fight. And this fight was extremely boring and dull, so I'll have to wait for him to pass, recover, and become more powerful. And while that doesn't happen, I'll go after the other gods of destruction in search of avenging my other companions, thought the fox while looking at Beerus and feeling sorry for the pitiful state he was in. and because of that, the sword of flames that was in Kyu's hands ended up breaking into energy particles. Kyu said, "You're so weak that I even feel sorry for you. So even if I wish to end you today, I will let you live with this shame and humiliation. So if you want to get rid of this shame, become stronger to face it again in the future. And until that day comes, I will hunt down all your fellow gods of destruction, so you can feel the pain of losing a companion. And after I hunt you down, I will go after the Daishinken, so you better get strong soon, or if not, it's all their fault ceasing to exist will be yours, and yours alone, because you didn't do the job, as you should, Beerus, god of destruction of the 7th universe," said the fox after crouching down and holding Beerus's head, forcing him to face him, because even though Beerus was very hurt, he was still conscious enough to hear Kyu's words. Beerus thought, "That bastard, I have to get stronger. I need power. I need to get stronger," thought the god of destruction as he looked at Kyu and felt the great difference in power between the two. Kyu said, "I'll be waiting for our reunion, Beerus. Until then, he becomes more powerful to be able to provide me with a truly glorious battle, which will be remembered for ages, and which will leave our names engraved in history. Until then, become strong, god of destruction, and don't let me down," the fox said before throwing Beerus's body in the air, and then hit him with a kick, making him go against the ground, forming a small crater. Kyu thought, "It seems that Hiroki and Yamoshi stopped what they were doing to observe my fight against Beerus. If we can call that a fight I had with Beerus, because what happened here was just a humiliation and not a fight between the both of us," he thought as he looked in a certain direction and saw the two Saiyans looking in his direction, and with that the fox simply disappeared and reappeared beside Hiroki. Hiroki said, "I thought you were going to finish him. When Beerus said he eliminated all his family and friends, if he had to, he would do it again. Don't tell me you gained empathy for the god of destruction, or did you feel sorry for him?" Kyu said, "Ending him now in the state he would be in would be a boring thing in my opinion, and I'm not in the mood to end him now. My race has had enough honor to not attack the weak unless provoked. So I'm leaving him alive today so he can use the shame and humiliation I put him through as fuel to train and become stronger for me. After all, I want a good fight, and that's the only way I'll eliminate him. But if he doesn't train, I'll have to finish him off without a good fight. But I don't want that to happen. After all, it wouldn't be fun to crush someone weak," said the fox while looking at Hiroki, who just chuckled, hearing those words coming from Kyu's mouth. Hiroki spoke. "Even if you're not a Saiyan, you talk and think like one, and that's fun. Because the way the two of us are getting along well," he said, before composing himself and looking to the side, seeing that Yamoshi was still there paralyzed. Kyu said, "We get along well because we both have common goals, and neither of us is weak. Now you better finish off what you came to do here so we can leave soon. I have to go to the other universes to look for my companions who are still alive, and hunt the gods of destruction. So solve your problem with your wife or ex-wife, I don't care, and let's go," said the fox while looking at the Saiyan, who just laughed a little more, and then started walking towards Yamoshi, who put himself in a combat posture. Hiroki, at a speed above the speed of light, advanced against Yamoshi, hitting her with a punch. But that blow had been defended by the ancestor of the Saiyans, who crossed her arms to defend herself from the blow that ended up throwing her back with a certain pain. But Yamoshi, upon seeing that, uncrossed his arms and advanced towards Hiroki. And as he approached Hiroki, she launched several attacks with punches and kicks, using a great level of strength and speed. But Hiroki was fast enough to dodge the blows, and proving that he was playing with her, Hiroki ended up letting Yamoshi land a kick that ended up hitting his abdomen, making him go backwards. But on Hiroki's face there was no sign of pain or irritation, and that made Yamoshi even more irritated. Yamoshi, even knowing that it could be useless, she shot several blasts of energy towards Hiroki, who just stood there receiving all the attacks that ended up self-destructing when they came into contact with his skin. But because of those energy attacks, he ended up making a big curtain of dust, which prevented Hiroki from seeing Yamoshi, and with that in mind, the ancestor of the Saiyans advanced towards Hiroki and tried to punch him. But even Hiroki not seeing the Saiyans attack, Hiroki managed to lower his head, dodging Yamoshi's attack, and before Yamoshi could dodge, she ended up receiving a punch in the stomach, which made the Saiyan ancestor spit a little saliva. Then she fell to the ground with pain in her stomach, causing Yamoshi to return to his base form. Hiroki said, "It looks like you really can't be as powerful as you were in the past, Yamoshi.
But don't worry, because today I'm going to finish you off, or something like that. Because this here is boring, since you don't have the slightest intention of killing me, and that's annoying in my view. After all, facing someone who doesn't want to fight is dull, just like Kyu said before. So I'll let you live for now, said the Saiyan while looking at his ex-wife on the floor, who raised her head just to stare at him. Hiroki said, I might not eliminate you today, but I already know what we're going to do. I'm going to leave you and those people that you must like in peace for a few days. But after Kyu solves his problems, I'll come back and I'll finish you and all the beings on this planet. So either you start wanting to face me with the intention to kill, or all those beings you like will be eliminated, said the Saiyan, who placed his hand carefully on Yamoshi's face and brought his lips closer to Yamoshi's mouth, and that made the Saiyan's ancestor afraid and angry at the same time. Kukuan thought, it seems that this Hiroki is more dangerous than I was thinking, but if I'm not mistaken, there's a certain weapon that can finish him off. Since he's an evil deity and this weapon can finish him off easily, since this weapon destroys everything that is evil, thought the Namekian who was flying over the planet's clouds while he thought, until we finally remember the name of the weapon. Kukuan thought, if I remember correctly, the name of the weapon is Excalibur, thought the Namekian as he remembered the name of the sacred sword capable of destroying all that is evil for eternity. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, being more precise on the planet Namek, it was possible to see that in one of the most distant places of the village where Goku and Vegeta still passed out, with several injuries on the body, and beside him was Whis, who was being protected by a barrier, being that the angel had seen the complete battle of Kyu and Beerus, where Beerus was defeated and now he was thrown into a crater, with several injuries on his body and almost dead. But there were some remnants of the energy of destruction in his body that prevented him from dying. Whis thought, Lord Beerus was completely humiliated by Kyu, who just didn't eliminate him yet, because he didn't want to, and Lord Beerus is still alive just because of the power of the Hakai. That is preventing him from losing his life because of the lack of blood. I'd rather bring him here soon and try to heal him, or if not, he could have Squile, thought the angel before swinging his staff, making a golden light appear in front of him, and such light ended up surrounding Beerus's body. And suddenly Beerus, he ended up disappearing and reappearing in front of Whis, who immediately used his divine power to heal him. But unfortunately for him, Whis' divine power ended up being useless when it came to healing those injuries. Whis thought, my powers can't heal the wounds caused by the fox? It seems that those flames were left by the fox and Beerus' body. They have the ability to block the divine power of both creation and destruction. I have to find someone who can take care of Mr. Beerus. But I need to keep him safe, so he doesn't end up losing his life because of those wounds, thought the angel, surprised to see that his power couldn't heal the wounds that Mr. Beerus had on his body, and all that because of the blue flames that were on his body, Beerus' wounds. Beerus said, this is useless, Whis. These flames have the ability to nullify the power of a deity, and we are both deities, and because of that, our power is nullified. So stop using your power on me. Use it on Goku and Vegeta, said the god of destruction weakly for not having enough power. Whis said, I will do as ordered by Mr. Beerus, said the angel, then taking his hands to the two Saiyans, and in a touch of magic both Saiyans were completely healed by the divine power of Whis. After healing the two Saiyans that remained unconscious, Whis ended up looking at the barrier he had created and saw that Hiroki was standing in front of that barrier, looking at everyone inside the barrier. Hiroki spoke. You must be the representative angel of the 7th universe, so I'll be direct. After I help Kyu get his revenge and gather the rest of his friends who are alive, we will go back and Kyu will fight Beerus again. And if he remains as weak as he is in his current state, he will lose his life. And if that happens, I'm going to help Kyu return to his dimension, and then I'm going to take the position of God of Destruction. And before you say that you already have an heir for the position of God of Destruction, which is the Saiyan on your left. But that's not a problem, because after Beerus is defeated, I defeat this Saiyan and officially become the new God of Destruction. So I want you to get ready. And you will teach me as my guide how to use the power of destruction as you serve me. In fact, how to control him, because mine is still a little unstable, said the Saiyan before, making one of his fingers start to glow in a dark purple tone,
and soon an energy arrow was shot by his finger, and that purple arrow of energy disintegrated everything that played, but ended up being stopped by a barrier that was protecting the village where Yuiko was. But still, large cracks ended up being formed in the barrier. All those who were still conscious and saw the attack made by Hakai by Hiroki, and everyone was shocked to see that Hiroki possessed the power of destruction that only the gods of destruction and the heirs of successors of the gods of destruction possesses, or should possess, and Hiroki did not have either. So the question on everyone's mind was, how did he have that power of destruction in his hand without having been trained by Whis or Beerus? Hiroki said, "Interesting, isn't it? No one can have the power of destruction without at least being trained by a god of destruction or an angel. And you must be wondering how I answer that in an easy way. Years ago, I found a place where an ancient god of destruction lived. And then I realized that my divine energy was not so different from the Hakai power. And in that place over time, I ended up getting the power of destruction. But without the proper training, I don't know how to control it in a complete way. And as it is still incomplete and I need to train, so you will train me, Whis?" said the Saiyan, while facing Whis, who was still surprised by that. And his surprise only increased when hearing that he had managed to copy the destruction power from a god of destruction just by feeling the remnants of the energy of destruction. Kyu spoke. "You can learn the power of destruction at any time, more in the future, Hiroki. Now we have to go because I have scores to settle, and then we'll be back to finish up the loose ends," said the fox, appearing on top of the barrier while looking down, where Beerus was on the ground with his face turned to the sky, and the fox had good vision to see Beerus' destroyed face. Hiroki spoke. "You're very annoying, Kyu, but you're right. We're going to say goodbye for now, but in a few weeks or days, we're going to return. So I hope you guys strengthen up until then and give us a real fight. And besides, before I go, I want to do something," said the Saiyan before approaching Yamoshi. Yamoshi, when she saw Hiroki approaching her, she tried to punch him, but Hiroki held her fist easily, and before she tried to say anything, Hiroki pulled her close and kissed her intensely. But Yamoshi bit his tongue, making him move away from her, and then she slapped him hard enough to send him flying. Hiroki said, "See you later, my dear wife, and remember to stay strong, or if not, this planet together with all of them will be eliminated by my hands," said the Saiyan while looking at Yamoshi, and soon he and Kyu flew away from the place at high speed. Only when they both left the planet they saw Kukuan floating and watching everything that had happened. Kukuan said, "By the look of it, things worked out for you too. And by the looks of it, Yamoshi and Beerus were defeated by you too. And I must say that it was a beautiful sight to see. After all, it's not often that I can see a fight between two divine beings," said the Black Namekian while looking at the two divine beings in front of him, who didn't like him, but he was useful to Hiroki and the fox. Hiroki spoke. "Things went well for us, but now we're going to solve some problems, so we're going. But you're going to stay here and watch over Yamoshi, and then you're going to let us know everything that happens during the time. And don't try to deceive us or I'll finish you off." He spoke while making his eyes glow in a dark purple tone in a dangerous way which made Kukuan shiver, but he managed to maintain cool. Kukuan said, "Don't worry, because I'll do what you told me. So rest assured, future god of destruction. Now if you allow me, I have to go. After all, if I don't go now, the god of destruction will end up dying. And I know healing techniques, which will be easy to cure him. So I say goodbye to the two of you," said the Namekian before leaving the room, location, and go to the place where Yamoshi and the rest of the group were. Yamoshi said, "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you're working with Hiroki." She spoke to the ancestor of the Saiyans as he stood up and faced the Namekian who was a stalker, who was extremely in love with her. Kukuan said, "Yamoshi, don't yell at me like that. It's really good to talk to you again and so close," said the Namekian before grabbing Yamoshi's breasts, but then he ended up getting a slap on his face. Kukuan said, I don't work for him. The only thing I did was stay alive and discover some things about Hiroki's life. And I know a way to defeat Hiroki, because there is a weapon that is capable of destroying any evil being. And as far as I know, Hiroki is an evil being because of his evil divine energy. So this weapon is literally his weak point, and maybe the only thing that can defeat him is this weapon," said the Namekian while looking at Yamoshi with a look of passion for a person who ended up widening his eyes, and hearing that, Whis ended up remembering something. Whis said, "Excalibur, this is the name of a weapon created by my father millennia ago to defeat the evil beings that existed at that time. And it is the only weapon that cannot be destroyed, but can cut everything. Especially beings with evil energy. But it was lost millennia ago here in the 7th universe, and nobody knows where it is, said the angel while carrying Beerus on his back, and Goku and Vegeta were beside him, already awake but in pain with their bodies. Kukulkan said, "That's funny, because I know where it is, and I know how you can get it, and especially who will be able to use it," said the Namekian with a big smile on his face as he looked at everyone present, who were surprised, except Beerus, who passed out.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in Yuiko's house, it was possible to see several people inside the village elder's house. All those present had fought or witnessed the battle of Beerus against Kyu and Yamoshi against Hiroki. The winners of the battles were Kyu and Hiroki. Almost everyone was at the Namek elder's house to hear the news that Yuiko had about his village. Yuiko also wanted to know how Kukulkan knew about this weapon called Excalibur. Beerus was not in the old woman's house because he had been very injured in the fight against Kyu. The god of destruction was in one of the rooms, still very injured and tired, but he was not at risk of his life because the power of Whis could keep Beerus alive for a while longer if he stayed still without making any physical effort. Beerus obviously couldn't enter any combat because if he entered, anyone could defeat him with a single blow. Even Bulma could defeat Beerus in that current state. In the living room where everyone was, it was possible to see that some were eating because they had lost a lot of energy during the battle, and others were not doing anything. The atmosphere of the place was heavy because Kukulkan had revealed that he knew the location of a weapon that could destroy Hiroki. Whis said, "How do you know about Excalibur, and especially how do you know its location? Excalibur was a weapon created by my father, and not even we angels have been able to locate this weapon for the past millennia. So how do you know about Excalibur?" asked the angel, completely intrigued by the fact that a mere mortal knew about a sacred weapon that had been lost for millennia ago. Kukulkan spoke. "It wasn't very difficult, actually. I'm a warrior who likes to explore space, to search of learning more about everything, especially about martial arts. And in one of the planets I went to, I ended up meeting Master Swordsman, who told about the legend of the holy sword Excalibur," said the Namekian while looking at Anjo, and then to Yamoshi and Yuiko. Kukulkan said, "As far as I remember, the legend said that in the past there were several evil beings scattered throughout the 7th universe, and with that, one of the Kaioshins of the time ended up going to a planet composed of completely dark water. And in that water it was not possible to see any light in that place. There was a weapon called Excalibur, and this Kaioshin ended up being worthy enough to use this sacred weapon. And in the middle of the dark lake, a great golden light appeared, and then a sword that emitted such pure power that could light up the dark world appeared," said the Namekian while remembering the way he had heard the story of the legendary sword. Kukulkan said, "According to what that guy said, this Kaioshin ended up using Excalibur to eliminate all evil beings. But this Kaioshin ended up being very injured, and because of those injuries, he ended up perishing. But before that happened, he used his power and he separated the sword into fragments and sent them to all sides of the 7 universe to prevent any evil being from trying to corrupt the sword. Because during the fight with those evil beings, the sword was almost corrupted by those beings. And to prevent that from happening, the Kaioshin divided the sword. If the sword was resembled, any corrupted fragment would be automatically purified," said the Namekian while looking at those present, who, when they heard that Excalibur was the weapon that could end Hiroki was fragmented, were surprised and shocked at the same time. Yamoshi said, "If Excalibur, the sacred sword that can defeat Hiroki, is fragmented, how are we going to use it?" said the Saiyan's ancestor angrily. After all, if Excalibur would be the weapon they should use to defeat Hiroki, how would they use it if it was fragmented? That was what was going through the minds of Yamoshi and the others present. Yuiko said, "That's true, Kukulkan. How would we be able to use Excalibur if it's fragmented? And how would we find all the fragments of that sacred weapon before Hiroki and Kyu returned and destroy the entire planet, along with all the inhabitants of our village?" asked the village elder, who was leaning against the wall in a corner of the place and stared at Kukulkan the whole time. Kukulkan spoke. "Before continuing with the questions, why don't you let me finish telling the story? I know where the fragments are, and I also know a way to gather all the fragments using only one of them.
without the need to find or pick up other fragments, said the Namekian with a face of boredom and slight irritation. After all, he was already being criticized by the two women without even having finished talking, and that made Yamoshi and Yuiko feel ashamed for being scolded. Especially for Yuiko, because she's the highest authority and she never gets scolded in that village, and there aren't many people who would challenge her orders, since Yamoshi was more used to that. Kukuan said, "I know where the handle of Excalibur is located, and with it, it is possible to gather all the fragments of Excalibur. But for that, Excalibur itself must accept someone as its new master, and that master must have powers and divine energy. And not only that, but he must also have a good heart. As far as I know, the handle of the original Excalibur was used to create a new Excalibur with drastically weakened power. But still the sword is capable of cutting anything that exists on the planet. And its former wielder, other than the Kaioshin, was a member of the human race called Arthur Pendragon, who was one of the kings of that world who used the power of Excalibur and was capable of great deeds," said the Namekian while revealing some things about Excalibur and how to recover all its fragments without the need to go behind all other fragments. Among all those present in the place, Vegeta, upon hearing such words, was the only one who spoke up, and Whis had noticed this and immediately looked at the Prince of Saiyans, and then questioned Vegeta. Whis said, "Master Vegeta, by any chance do you know this Arthur Pendragon? Because you got a strange expression when you heard that name. So do you know him, or do you know the location of Excalibur's handle?" asked the angel while looking at the Prince of Saiyans, who thought a little before answering his question. Vegeta said, "No, I never got to see this man called Arthur Pendragon, but I know what planet he lived on. Arthur Pendragon was one of the ancient kings of planet Earth, who ended up becoming a legend along with his legendary sword Excalibur. When you said the king's name, I remember that Bulma liked to tell his story to Trunks, who liked to pretend to be King Arthur. I usually ignored that and stayed in the training room, since it didn't make sense to me," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at the angel, and then at Kukuan, who gave a slight laugh at that. Whis said, "Well then, we just have to go to planet Earth, and go to the place where King Arthur's coffin is, and take Excalibur, and if it isn't there, we'll go to some museum where the sword must be. After all, it's a legendary weapon, and humans like to expose things like that," said the angel as he looked at everyone and looked after he got up to go to the planet Earth. Kukuan said, "You can go, but I guarantee you'll not find Excalibur, not the real Excalibur, in any museum, or in that king's tomb. But you can go and do whatever you like. And you don't need to worry about that god of destruction called Beerus, because unlike the angel, I can heal his wounds. So go on. I'll do you a favor to take care of the god of destruction," said the Namekian, looking at the angel before facing him and sighing, because just looking at the face of the Namekian, Whis already knew that Kukuan wanted something. Whis said, "What do you want to cure, Mr. Beerus? Just by looking at you, I can tell you're not going to do this for free. Tell me what you want to take care of, Mr. Beerus," asked the angel to the Namekian, who raised one of his hands to his chin in a thoughtful way, but soon spoke. Kukuan said, "You will owe me a favor, and besides that, I want you to train me in the future. But now, I'll take care of the god of destruction, and you'll find out what I'm saying about Excalibur, whether it's true or not. After all, I'm sure Yamoshi and Yuiko won't trust me, so I'll be waiting for you here," said the Namekian before getting up and going to the room where Beerus was. When he got there, Kukuan started taking care of Beerus' wounds using one of his power. In the 7th universe. Currently the 7th universe, more precisely in Yuiko's residence, it was possible to see that the only one who were still in the place were Yuiko, Kukuan, and Beerus. The god of destruction was in a bed, passed out with several injuries on his body. Most of these injuries were already being healed. The most serious one, that had been caused by Hiroki, was already almost completely healed, but it gave indications that it would end up leaving a scar, since the wound in Beerus' abdomen that was caused by Kyu had left a small scar, so the chances of that wound caused by Hiroki leaving a scar on Beerus' body were pretty high, and it wouldn't be a simple scar like the one caused by Kyu. In the other room, along with Beerus and Kukuan, Yamoshi sat in the corner of the room, facing the Namekian and the god of destruction. The Saiyan was not willing to stay in the same room with the man who confessed his love for her and who several times tried to touch her.
in her body, or on several occasions Kukulkan succeeded, and whenever that happened he ended up receiving a blow well given by the ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi, who really liked to flirt with several men, but Kukulkan was one of the few that she did not feel even the slightest desire to flirt with. Yamoshi didn't like being around him, and even if Kukulkan was the last man in the universe, the ancestor of the Saiyans wouldn't have the slightest interest in him. And that was something that Yamoshi made a point of making very clear to Kukulkan. Yamoshi thought, I have no idea what that pervert Kukulkan is thinking, but I'm sure he's not going to give away the location of Excalibur's handle for free. And even with the favor he's going to receive from Whis and Beerus, he still owes wanting something more. After all, this favor Kukulkan will win for saving Beerus' life, but Excalibur is something completely different. Kukulkan will want something, and just thinking about it makes me worry about what will happen. And I'm sure that what he's going to ask for will be something related to me. And just thinking about that makes me angry, because coming from that worm, I know it's not going to be a good thing. And I'm going to have to do what Kukulkan wants to get information from Excalibur, and finish off Hiroki once and for all. And what Kukulkan is going to ask, it shouldn't be so bad if we compare everything that Hiroki might end up forcing me to do in the future, thought the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at Kukulkan, thinking of some things he could ask Yamoshi to do, so that he would reveal the location of Excalibur's handle. Because the ancestor of the Saiyans was already sure that the true handle of Excalibur was neither in King Arthur's tomb nor even in a museum. So whether or not she would have to obey Kukulkan's wishes for her friends to discover Excalibur's location. Yamoshi watched Kukulkan heal Beerus for long minutes, until Beerus' body was completely healed by Kukulkan. Yet Beerus' closed wounds ended up becoming scars. The wound created by Hiroki was the biggest scar that Beerus currently had on his body. But besides her, there were a few more small ones, like the one Kyu had created, when he made a cut in Beerus' abdomen, which coincidentally was the last attack Kyu had made before defeating Beerus hours ago. Kukulkan said, Well, I did everything I could to heal all his injuries, but Beerus had some injuries that were too big, so those bigger ones ended up becoming scars. Well, that won't be a problem. After all, having a scar is not something as bad as some think. And it will even improve Beerus' look, which we agree is not very intimidating. So the scars will do him good, said the Namekian while looking at Beerus' body, and all that Kukulkan said was in a tone mocking the face of the god of destruction who was passed out on the bed. Even though he was healed, Beerus still had his energy at 0, and would not be able to wake up for some time. Yamoshi said, Alright, you already did what you promised to do, which was to heal Beerus, and scars are just after effects that you weren't able to heal completely. So what do you want in exchange for the location of Excalibur's cable? You and I aren't close, much less a best friends, and I know you're not going to give out Excalibur's location information for free. So just say what you want right away so I can think better about the situation and your wishes, because with all certainty you want something in exchange for the location of Excalibur's handle, asked the ancestor of the Saiyan, with a cold and calm tone at the same time, and when hearing that Kukulkan gave a slight laugh. After all, the ancestor of the Saiyan seemed to know Kukulkan much better than he was imagining. Kukulkan said, Wow, it seems that our last few years together and my attempts to win you over and have you as my wife made you learn a few things about me, and one of them is that I don't do anything for free. But how about we talk in the living room, or in another room if you prefer? I don't want to talk near the god of destruction. It'd be kind of strange to talk here, said the Namekian as he approached and looked at Yamoshi. Yamoshi said, Okay, let's go to the living room, and there we can talk a little, said the Saiyan ancestor while looking at the Namekian, who just accepted and followed Yamoshi to the living room. And when they got there, they sat both on the sofa. Yamoshi said, Now say at once what you want in exchange for Excalibur's location, Yamoshi said while looking at Kukulkan, who soon answered. Kukulkan said, Well, I'm going to tell you where Excalibur's cable is located, but for that I want 3 things first. I want you to go back to wearing those clothes you were wearing before you fought Beerus. I also want you to kiss me in front of all your friends, including Yuiko. And after that I want you to ask me for forgiveness for all the times you rejected and humiliate me. And you will have to do it all in front of all these villagers. And you will also have to accept marrying me, said the Namekian with an arrogant smile on his face as he looked at Yamoshi, who upon hearing that, the ancestor of the Saiyans wanted to finish off Kukulkan, but she controlled her own anger. Yamoshi said, Okay, I accept your proposal. I'll change. said the ancestor of the Saiyans, soon leaving the place and going to one of the rooms. And after a few seconds, she returned to the living room, already with her clothes changed. Kukuan spoke. It seems that you are more beautiful up close than from afar, my beautiful future wife. Now how about we do the second part of our agreement? Because your friends are already returning with Yuiko. And when will we do the third part? Kukuan said as he approached Yamoshi, started stroking her face, something she clearly wasn't enjoying, but was endearing for the sake of her friends, and to put an end to Hiroki. Yamoshi said,
I'll apologize to you and accept getting married only when Excalibur is already in our hands. Until then, we won't be engaged or anything else like that. After all, you could be lying about Excalibur. And if you're lying, I'll end it with you, and I will not leave a single molecule of your existence in this world, said the Saiyan ancestor with an intense red glow in her eyes, showing the seriousness in her words, something that made Kukuan feel a slight fear, but he managed to control himself and not show that he was afraid of Yamoshi. Kukuan said, Don't worry, because I'm not lying about Excalibur. And now I want to taste my bride's lips, said the Namekian, looking at the ancestor of the Saiyans, and even hesitating, Yamoshi Kukuan started kissing, and in a few seconds the door was opened, revealing Whis, Goku, Vegeta, and Yuiko. The village elder, upon seeing that, almost screamed in surprise, but contained herself, and Yamoshi, realizing the presence of all, separated from Kukuan. Yamoshi said, From your faces I would say that you don't know where the Excalibur cable is. So tell us where the Excalibur cable is, Kukuan, said the ancestor of the Saiyans with her back to the group, because she didn't have the courage to look at them at the moment. Kukuan said, Look, as far as I know, the hilt of the legendary sword Excalibur is at the bottom of the sea, but you can find that place easily because there's a small island in the middle of the sea, and under the island is the sword Excalibur. But only beings who possess divine powers and pure heart can remove it from the spot, said the Namekian while looking at everyone present, and soon one of them remembered something. Goku said, A small island in the middle of the sea? I know where that is. That's Master Roshi's island, said the Saiyan, already knowing where the place of Excalibur would be in the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in Yuiko's house, it was possible to see Whis, Yuiko, Goku, Vegeta, Yamoshi, and Kukuan together in the place. Everyone was surprised to hear that Goku knew the location of the handle of the Excalibur sword, that by what Kukuan had spoken was on planet Earth, on an island in the middle of the sea, and by coincidence Goku knew very well where it was. After all, this island was one of the places where Goku had trained with Master Roshi, the man who had taught Goku to use the Kamehameha in the past when the Saiyan was still a young child. Whis said, Is the Excalibur sword on Master Roshi's island? Well, judging by the description of the place, it seems to be there. And I remember once feeling a strange energy coming from below that island. At the time, the divine energy I was feeling was very weak, so I thought it was just a simple divine artifact given to humans by some very ancient deity. And as this artifact was under the sea, I thought it would be the trident of the god of the seas, Poseidon, said the angel, while remembering that he had already felt a divine energy coming from somewhere underneath the island where Kami lived. But that energy was so weak that it couldn't be something important. That's what the angel thought at the time. Vegeta said, Poseidon? Are you talking about Poseidon, the god of the seas, and one of the most powerful gods in the Greek-Roman pantheon? Asked the prince of the Saiyans while looking at the angel, full of surprise. Whis said, Exactly. Humans already worshipped these gods in the past, but at that time they were really alive and lived among humans, but because of a war called Ragnaroks, they ended up being eliminated, and with that their artifacts and weapons ended up spreading across the planet. And as I said before, I thought that divine power I felt was from the trident of Poseidon. But in reality, it was not from the trident, but from Excalibur's sword, said the angel while remembering the time when he met some of the divine beings who lived among the mortals on planet Earth. Kukuan said, It doesn't matter if some beings were divine and existed on the planet called Earth in the past. What matters now is for you to recover the Excalibur sword, and then take the other fragments of it so that you can defeat Hiroki at once, said the Namekian while looking for everyone present, making everyone pay attention back to the original goal, which was to get Excalibur and remove all its fragments in order to face and defeat Hiroki once and for all. Whis said, Now the big question, who will use Excalibur? because no one here knows how to use a sword, and from what has been said, only someone with a pure heart can use the sacred sword. So we have 3 options. In that case, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, or Yamoshi, who have pure hearts, enough to use Excalibur. In fact, Miss Yuiko also has it, but she can't leave the village to get the sword, so it's not an option at the moment, said the angel while looking at the 3 Saiyans present in that place, who began to look around. Yamoshi said, "This will only be between Goku and Vegeta, because Hiroki will notice if I suddenly get one of the Excalibur shards, because I'm pretty sure he knows about the Holy Sword, and I believe Hiroki must have one of the shards of Excalibur. So when Goku or Vegeta pulls out this Holy Sword and unites it with all the other fragments, Hiroki will know that the Excalibur sword is back, and I'm sure he'll go after the current user of it. And if he thinks that I'm the current holder of the sword, he could get very angry, and for sure he could destroy the planet completely, along with all those who live on it," said the ancestor of the Saiyans before sighing heavily because Yamoshi thought that Hiroki already had a fragment of Excalibur, which probably should have been corrupted because of Hiroki's evil power. Whis said, "That's true, but in addition to the Excalibur problem, I'm worried about the position of Mr. Beerus, since he's badly injured and will not be able to act as the god of destruction of the 7th universe. And from the information I received, it seems that some of the survivors of the beings who came from the same dimension as Kyu managed to open a portal to their world, and with that they managed to bring more warriors from their home world, and these warriors are invading all universes. We will need our god of destruction to defeat them all, and this will be a big problem. Because unfortunately, I am an angel, I cannot face these warriors from another dimension, because of the rules created by my father, preventing me from fighting someone, even though they are from another dimension," said the angel while looking at everyone who was present there, and ended up being surprised by the news. But everyone was more surprised to hear Beerus's voice in the place. Beerus said, "I won't let that happen. I don't have all my power, but I can easily face those beings from the other dimension," said the god of destruction when he arrived at the place with a large part of his body bandaged, preventing everyone from seeing his scars. Goku said, "Mr. Beerus, you should be sleeping and resting right now since you're still weak," said the Saiyan, surprised by the fact that Beerus was awake and looking at everyone at that moment. Beerus spoke, "I'm well enough to deal with these vermin that are coming from another dimension," said the god of destruction while looking at Whis, who was looking with a certain concern at his god of destruction. Yamoshi said, "Since it's like that, then I'm going to take the position of god of destruction temporarily. After all, Beerus is only like that because he got involved in my personal problems," said the ancestor of the Saiyans, surprising everyone, especially Beerus, who didn't like that. Beerus said, "Not at all. I knew you were after my god of destruction position, and I won't hand it over so easily to you," said the god of destruction, very irritated with the ancestor of the Saiyans. But even against his will, Whis extended his staff towards Yamoshi, and suddenly her clothes were replaced by the clothes of a god of destruction that ended up being very revealing in Yamoshi's body. Whis said, "At the moment, we're not in a position to choose who should be the current god of destruction. Yamoshi will temporarily be the goddess of destruction of the 7th universe until Mr. Beerus is in a position to return to that. During that time, Yamoshi will have to go after and face all the beings coming from another dimension, and that is not debatable at the moment," said the angel in a firm tone, which looked at Beerus, who just turned his face with an expression of anger. Yuiko said, "Now that you finished this pointless discussion, it would be good if you went right after the Excalibur sword, so that you can put a definitive end to that monster. And you better go soon, because the faster you go, the faster you will return to finish off Hiroki," said the Namekian elder, as soon as she looked at everyone present. Vegeta said, "Yuiko's right, so let's go to Master Roshi's house soon, so we can get the Excalibur sword," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at Whis, who understood the message. The angel approached the 2 Saiyans, and then they disappeared in a golden light on planet Earth. After leaving the village where Yamoshi and Yuiko lived, Goku, Vegeta, and Whis went to Earth. There the Saiyans and the angel went to Master Roshi's house, and when they arrived at the place, they realized that Master Roshi wasn't there in reality. There was no one on that island. Whis said, "Looks like there's no one here, so let's go right after the sword. I will go first, and I will try to remove Excalibur, and then I will leave it to one of you two. So wait for me here."
said the angel before entering the water and going towards the holy sword. And now it was several kilometers below the sea. It would be very complicated for Goku or Vegeta to stay there. But when Whis arrived at the place where the sword was, the angel tried to remove the sword that was stuck in the ground. But Whis could not remove the sword, and with that he returned to the place where Goku and Vegeta were. Whis said, "I wasn't able to remove Excalibur from the place, so you two will have to go down there. But at the depths is too great. You'll have to use these diving suits," said the angel, holding two similar diving suits, the clothes that were used to train with Whis when they first met. And without hesitation, both Saiyans put on the clothes and entered the sea. Goku and Vegeta, using their energies, managed to reach the place where Excalibur was. And when they arrived, Vegeta took the front and tried to withdraw the sword, and remembering Kukuon's words, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan God form. But even so, he couldn't pull the sword out of the ground, even using all his strength. Goku, seeing that Vegeta was unable to remove Excalibur from the ground, he took its place and also transformed into Super Saiyan God. And using all his strength, Goku tried to remove the sword from the place, but his strength was not enough. At that moment, Goku began to release such a large amount of energy that it began to make the surrounding water become hot and evaporate upon contact with the surface of Goku's suit. And with an explosion of energy, Goku's suit ended up destroying itself, and the sword that was previously struck in the ground ended up being removed. And at the moment, Vegeta ended up scarring to see that Goku was different because his costume had been destroyed, and his body had a large amount of white hair, and even the tail of a Saiyan that Goku had lost for years had returned, leaving Vegeta in shock. The one in front of everyone was the true Super Saiyan God transformation at Master Roshi's house. Currently on the 7th universe, more precisely on the island of Master Roshi. At that location, it was possible to see Whis looking at the sea, waiting for the return of Goku and Vegeta. Both Saiyans had gone to the bottom of the sea to try to remove the hilt of the sacred sword Excalibur that was several kilometers at the bottom of the sea. And as with Whis not being able to remove the sword from its place, he had to create a device so that Goku and Vegeta could breathe underwater, and now he was waiting for the two to surface. Whis thought, "I really hope that Mr. Goku or Mr. Vegeta are able to remove Excalibur's handle, or we will have a very serious problem with Hiroki, since the Holy Sword may be the only chance we can defeat him," thought the angel while looking at the sea. Then Whis looked at the sky that strangely began to gather many clouds, as if it were going to rain. Whis ended up ignoring it, as a certain thought ended up attracting his attention. Whis thought, "Now that Yamoshi has become the goddess of destruction of the 7th universe, things will change. My father and Zeno-sama already know about my decision to make Yamoshi the new goddess of destruction of the 7th universe. In reality, I made her the temporary goddess of destruction of the 7th universe, but it seems that my father wants to make Yamoshi the new goddess of destruction of the 7th universe in a definitive way," thought the angel while looking at his staff and reading a short message sent by his father, the Daishinkan, the high priest, which was about Yamoshi and about who should be the new god or goddess of destruction who would succeed Beerus. Whis continued to look at his angel staff and read all the messages that his father had sent him, and in all the main topic was Yamoshi and Beerus. The messages talked about the possibility of Yamoshi succeeding Beerus as the new goddess of destruction of the 7th universe, since Beerus was too injured to maintain his position as god of destruction of the 7th universe. Yamoshi had a great power in her hands that she just didn't use because she didn't think it was necessary, and Yamoshi was afraid to use his power and end up destroying everything around because she cared about the lives of living beings. The ancestor of the Saiyans also had a sense of justice, which would make her an impartial and neutral goddess of destruction, which would be perfect for the position, and Yamoshi was not lazy like Beerus, something that made her the perfect candidate. Something that nobody knew, including the angels, was that Daishinkan was analyzing all the current gods of destruction to choose which of them should be replaced by new gods of destruction, since many universes ended up participating in the Tournament of Power because their current gods of destruction didn't know how to do what they wanted. His due works, and because of that, Daishinkan was wanting to change the old gods of destruction for new ones, and Beerus was weak at the moment and wasn't doing his job in the best way in the last centuries. Daishinkan was just waiting for the right moment, and with the return from Yamoshi, the moment had arrived, and now Beerus would retire definitively. And all this information had been sent to Whis, who knew that now it was a matter of time for Yamoshi to become the goddess of destruction of the 7th universe definitively. Whis thought, "Apparently,
Mr. Beerus will no longer be the god of destruction of the 7th universe. And like it or not, Mr. Beerus was right. In the past, Mr. Beerus had said that he would face the Super Saiyan God, and after the battle, Mr. Beerus would stop being the god of destruction, and that Super Saiyan God would be the new god of destruction. And apparently he was right. Yamoshi and Beerus ended up facing each other, and even though the battle didn't have a winner, the ancestor of the Saiyans and Beerus fought, and now Yamoshi will be the new god of destruction of the 7th universe. Thought the angel before letting out a heavy sigh. Whis always thought that Beerus's prophetic dream was something worthless, but now the angel realized that his dream was actually a prophetic dream, just a prophecy would come to pass sooner than later. Whis thought, for Yamoshi to become an official goddess of destruction, she has to show that she has the power to do so. After all, Mr. Beerus is still alive, and because of that, Yamoshi will have to go through the succession ritual, which in this case would be a tournament against the other gods of destruction. And if Yamoshi proves worthy and powerful enough, she will become the new goddess of destruction of the 7th universe. And I'm almost sure that Yamoshi will be able to go through the ritual. Thought the angel when he remembered of the process to become a god of destruction, even though the previous one is still alive. It didn't take long for Whis' attention to be stolen. The angel felt a wave of divine energy just explode in that place, and with that Whis ended up widening his eyes when he felt that enormous divine power coming from the bottom of the sea. The angel looked at the sea and saw that right there at the bottom of the sea there was a great flaming reddish glow, and it didn't take long for an explosion to happen, making a lot of water go flying. And with that, Whis noticed Vegeta coming out of the water with most of his diving suit destroyed, and even a little from his original outfit. The Prince of Saiyans was transformed into his Super Saiyan God form, and he too was panting. Whis said, "Vegeta, where is Mr. Goku? And where is the hilt of the Holy Sword?" asked the angel quickly to Vegeta, who was panting, while looking at the sea. Soon the Saiyan recovered and answered the angel's question. Vegeta spoke. "Goku and the hilt of the sword are over there," said the Prince of the Saiyans while pointing to the sea. And when Whis looked, he saw a large whirlpool of water forming in the place Vegeta was pointing. From that whirlpool, a great amount of divine energy was being released, and the energy was so great that it was able to make the entire solar system tremble with the release of that energy. And not only that, but the entire planet Earth started to be changed. The clouds turned back, the water began to glow in a bluer hue, and the rays that were falling were completely black. Whis was surprised with so much divine energy surging and coming from the person who should be Goku. The Saiyan had never presented this much power before, and that left the angel surprised with Son Goku's divine power that seemed to keep increasing. Thanks to this divine power, the planet Earth was collapsing, and seeing this, Whis hits his staff on the ground and uses his power to keep planet Earth under control, so that it would not be destroyed. After long seconds, a new explosion of divine energy ended up happening, making a great pillar of energy rise to the heavens, making all the clouds that were seen on the horizon disappear completely because of that pillar of energy that ended up spreading throughout the planet Earth. After that great amount of divine energy released, everyone looked at the origin of the pillar and saw Son Goku with a new transformation, where his body had several body hairs on the sides of the body, and on the arms to the wrist, Goku's hair was similar to Super Saiyan 1, but white in color. In fact, all the fur on Goku's body was white. And not only that, but also the Saiyan now had a large tail on his waist that had the same color as the fur on Goku's body, which was now very much resembling an Uzaru transformed into Super Saiyan God, mixed with Ultra Instinct. And if that wasn't enough, in one of the hands was a silver sword with a flaming golden aura, similar to the aura that Goku was releasing at that moment. Goku, who until that moment had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and revealed that his eyes were in a mixture of silver and gold, and emitted a flaming aura so intense that it could be compared to a solar star of the solar system where they were. Whis and Vegeta were very surprised and even shocked when they saw that form that Goku had. The Saiyan who was floating started to descend until he landed on the ground, and in doing so, he looked at his two companions. But before Goku could speak or do something, everyone including Goku heard a strange noise, and with that, everyone looked at the sword in Goku's hand that suddenly began to crack, and then the sword broke into thousands of pieces. And with that, the destruction of the blade that was united, only Excalibur's handle was in Goku's hand. And Son Goku's new transformation simply disappeared, and with that, Goku ended up returning to his original form, with Excalibur's handle in his hand.
and everyone was surprised at what had just happened.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely at Yuiko's residence, it was possible to see that Yamoshi and Kukuan were still there. But Yuiko was no longer there because he had left to use his power to recreate crystals that would be useful in tracking all beings coming from another dimension. Because according to the Namekian's elder, she would be able to create new crystals so that Yamoshi would be able to go after the being coming from other dimensions. But until then, the Saiyan's ancestor would have to wait for Goku, Vegeta, and Whis with the sword Excalibur. Then Yuiko would go to them to teach to use Excalibur how to use the holy sword, because even Yuiko was not the bearer of the sword. She had used the last millennia of her life to learn to use all types of weapons. So Yuiko knew very well how to handle the sword in a correct way. She was the best choice of master to teach who would use the sword. As Yamoshi had nothing to do at the moment, she was sitting on a sofa at Yuiko's house. Kukuan was sitting on the other side. The Black Namekian was looking at Yamoshi with desire, because if Kukuan had already pleased to see the Saiyan ancestor using a bikini, but the new Goddess of Destruction outfit was something much better and pleased his eyes even more. Yamoshi was noticing that lustful look from Kukuan, but the Saiyan's ancestor wasn't caring too much, because she was thinking about much more important things than that. After all, now Yamoshi was the goddess of destruction of the 7th universe. Being temporary or not, she was the successor of Beerus, who was resting in one of the rooms because he was still very weak. Yamoshi thought, I remember this sentence that said the following of God of Destruction and the Super Saiyan God will meet, and at that moment a battle will happen where the God of Destruction will fall, and the Super Saiyan God will take his place as the new God of Destruction. These were the words Whis spoke to me regarding the prophetic dream Beerus had in the past, before meeting Son Goku and Vegeta. Beerus had thought that one of them would be the true Super Saiyan God, but in fact the prophetic dream was always related to me, but no one knew that. I am the new temporary goddess of destruction of the 7th universe, and how things are going, I believe that Beerus will no longer be able to be the god of destruction of the 7th universe, and with that the 7th universe will need a god of destruction, and in that case, it will be me. I just wonder when Beerus and I will face each other again to finish our battle. Though the ancestor of the Saiyans completely focused on the fate of the 7th universe, Yamoshi knew that among all the individuals that Whis knew, she was the most competent to be the new god of destruction. Yamoshi thought, we have only one option, which would be for me to become the new goddess of destruction of the 7th universe. Beerus, even though you wanted this prophetic dream of yours not to happen, it ended up happening, and even though I didn't defeat you directly, you were defeated by the Super Saiyan God, which in this case was Hiroki. And in your prophetic dream, it didn't specify that the Super Saiyan God who defeated you would be the one who would assume his position. Who knew? I just wanted to live a life in peace. Now I have to become the new goddess of destruction. And with that, I will bring balance to the universe. What Beerus could not do, I will do, thought the ancestor of the Saiyan, analyzing everything that could have happened if Beerus had done his job right. Because if Beerus had done his job, Hiroki would be dead and thousands of beings would be alive. Thinking about it ending up causing a great irritation to Yamoshi. Yamoshi thought, Beerus wasn't a god of destruction who knew how to do his job right, so I'll do it in his place. And if I have to eliminate Beerus to become the goddess of destruction of the 7th universe, definitely I will. Yamoshi thought before his eyes glowed in an orange tone mixed with a flaming red something that Kukuan didn't realize, but he felt a strange shiver that made a drop of cold sweat descend from his forehead. Kukuan thought, how strange. I felt a chill go through my body. It was as if death had just knocked on my door. This feeling was similar to what I felt when Hiroki threatened me before leaving with Q. Well, that shouldn't be important. It's time to take advantage of the situation a little, thought the Namekian, feeling a great unknown fear that made him tremble all over it. And it didn't take long for Kukuan to put his fear aside and look back at Yamoshi. Kukuan said, Now, my dear Yamoshi, before you go after the warriors who came from another dimension like you, would you do a little favor to your future husband? You know you're going to be away for a while, so you might as well satisfy your future husband, spoke the Namekian in a lustful tone while looking at Yamoshi's body and licking his lips, just thinking about what he would do with the Saiyan ancestor. Yamoshi said, Sorry, Kukuan, but you and I are not going to get married anymore. In short, our agreement is over. After all, you are no longer useful, and Whis knows how to recover the other fragments of Excalibur, so our agreement is over, said the Saiyan ancestor, standing up and looking at the Namekian, who, upon hearing that, got very angry. Kukuon, on hearing such words, ended up getting very irritated with Yamoshi, and at the moment he was going to complain or say something, Kukuon ended up receiving a punch, with extreme force in his abdomen, making the Namekian to faint because of the blow. Yamoshi thought, "It seems that now I will go to planet Earth to train Son Goku. Well, it's time to work a little," Yamoshi spoke as she walked out of Yuiko's house. Then Yamoshi flew away towards planet Earth. Now on planet Earth. Currently on planet Earth, it was possible to see Goku, Vegeta, and Whis on the island where Master Roshi lived. It was possible to see that Goku was holding the handle of Excalibur. Whis said, "Mr. Goku, now that you already have the handle of Excalibur, you must use your divine power to transform yourself back into the form you were. And when you do, I will bring the fragments of Excalibur and unite them again," said the angel while looking at the Saiyan who was facing the holy sword. Goku listened to Whis' orders and started to raise his power to transform into his Super Saiyan God form, but he couldn't use that new form at all, and seeing this, Vegeta had an idea. Vegeta said, "Kakarot, Hiroki invaded planet Earth and said he's going to kill Chi-Chi along with Gohan and Goten," shouted the Prince of Saiyans with false information to see if Goku activated his new transformation again. For a moment he stopped releasing his power and started thinking about Vegeta's words. Even knowing that information was false, Goku began to think about what would happen if that happened. And just thinking about it, Goku ended up getting extremely irritated, making his aura increase a lot. And with that, he ended up managing to activate his new transformation again. But in a matter of seconds, Goku was back to his basic form. Whis watched that quickly use his power to summon all the other 4 fragments of Excalibur and use his power to unite the parts. And with that, Excalibur ended up being rebuilt again. But Whis knew that this would not last long, as Goku would need to control the power of the true Super Saiyan for them to unify in a definitive way. Yamoshi said, "Looks like things worked out. Congratulations, Son Goku. You managed to transform yourself into the form of the true Super Saiyan God, and even got Excalibur," Yamoshi said, arriving at the place and landing next to Goku. Yamoshi had even seen, for a few seconds, the new transformation of Goku, the true Super Saiyan God. Goku said, "I never thought I would have such great power, and for some reason, I think I still have more power. But for some reason, I can't keep this transformation activated for a long time," said the Saiyan in his base form. And with that, he ended up letting Excalibur fall to the ground, since in that form, he was too weak to wield the sword. Yamoshi said, "It looks like we'll have to train you to be able to keep your transformation activated for a long time. But I can't train you to keep that form activated and at the same time teach you how to use a sword. After all, I'll have to go after beings coming from another dimension," said the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at the Saiyan, but soon Whis spoke. Whis said, "Train Goku to use the sword. During this time, I will help him keep his true Super Saiyan God form activated. We will work on the 3 of us together. But after that, you will have to find a way to keep your transformation activated by yourself. Because I also have work, which in this case is to stay next to Yamoshi, since she is the new goddess of destruction, and I will help her solve this problem," said the angel while looking at Goku, who nodded in agreement, and then tried to transform again. And seeing this, Whis put one of his hands on his coat of Goku, who managed to activate his transformation of the true imperfect god. That is red in color, and with that the Saiyan took Excalibur and pointed it at Yamoshi, who smiled at that. Yamoshi said, "Come on, Goku," said the ancestor of the Saiyans with a smile on her face while looking at the Saiyan who advanced against her.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on planet Earth, it was possible to see Goku being trained by Yamoshi to use Excalibur in the best possible way. Goku was using his new transformation, where he was very similar to Uzaru, only the size of a person, normal, and much more powerful. Vegeta was no longer in that location. The Prince of Saiyans was within a dimension, and he was sent there by the staff of Whis. Vegeta had asked the angel to send him there and to change that dimension to be as difficult and heavy as possible so that Vegeta could train. Because even though the Prince of Saiyans did not immediately demonstrate, he felt inferior to Goku when he saw that his friend and rival had achieved a new transformation and that Goku was worthy of using Excalibur. This shook his ego and the pride of the Prince of Saiyans, and not to feel that way, Vegeta decided to train to be able to transform himself into the form that Son Goku was using. Vegeta had a great mastery over his own ki. So much so that it was thanks to this mastery that he had achieved the power of Super Saiyan God without the need to perform the Saiyan Divine Ritual, just like Son Goku. Goku was standing a few meters away from Yamoshi, who was just staring at the Saiyan with a certain disdain because she thought that Goku would learn to use the sword in a short time. But that didn't happen. Goku and Yamoshi were in that place a few hours ago, and with the help of Whis, who created a temporal dome on Master Roshi's island, time inside passed faster than usual. Goku, seeing this disdain on Yamoshi's face, advanced against the Saiyans' ancestors and tried to make an attack with the sword from top to bottom on Yamoshi's neck. But she used a branch that was on the ground to defend herself from the blow, and then landed a blow from top to bottom on Goku's chin, making the Saiyan lift his feet off the ground. Then Yamoshi hit the stick in Goku's abdomen and ended up being thrown away, and Excalibur ended up falling from the hand, and at that moment the Saiyan fell to the ground. He ended up returning to his base form, something that made Yamoshi sigh heavily because Goku was coming out of his transformation all the time, and that delayed his training because Goku could only lift and use the holy sword when he transformed. Yamoshi said, "It seems that even after these years of training inside the Dome of Time, you still can't keep the transformation activated for more than 10 consecutive minutes without the help of the power of Whis. And even after these years, you managed to learn the basics. And I'm talking about this in a very positive way, because in reality, you look like a baby using a stick with great power in your hands," said the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at Goku, who was currently sitting on the floor, panting while trying to recover his breath and his energy. Goku spoke. "It's not easy to keep in the shape for a long time. The feeling of using this new transformation is quite different from being transformed into the normal Super Saiyan God. When I'm using this new form, I feel a strange feeling of wanting to destroy everything around me, and fighting this instinct is very bad. So, focusing on using Excalibur and fighting this destruction instinct at the same time is something very difficult, and it uses a lot of my energy. But I'll be better in a few years, and after that I won't waste so much energy, and so I'll be able to keep the transformation under control long enough to use Excalibur and defeat Hiroki," said the Saiyan as he sat on the floor and talked about how he felt about stepping into that form. A mysterious voice spoke. "You feel that way because a Saiyan's instinct is to destroy everything in sight. And I would say that this feeling you are feeling is the same as what a Saiyan feels when he becomes a giant ape and loses control about his own actions. Or that's what I think at least, Goku," said a slightly tired male voice, making Goku turn around immediately, only to see his former master and father figure, who was looking at the Saiyan from afar. Goku said, "Master Roshi, what are you doing here?" asked the Saiyan, getting up quickly and facing his former master, who, after his grandfather, was the closest person that Goku had to a father. Master Roshi said, "I don't know if you forgot, this is still my house. Apparently the divine energy I saw there at Krillin's house was caused by you, and from what I can see, you managed to pull Excalibur from the bottom of the sea. I had thought that I had put it in a place where no one would be able to find it, but apparently you managed to find and remove the sword from the pedestal where I had placed it when I was younger," said Goku's former master. Everyone was surprised to hear that the Lord's words. Yamoshi said, "Wait, you knew about Excalibur and you had even placed it under the sea in the past?" asked the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at Goku's master, who only at that moment looked at Yamoshi. Master Roshi said, "What a beautiful girl! Let me see her closer," said the old man before jumping towards Yamoshi with his typical perverted look on his face, with a trickle of blood running down one of his nostrils. Yamoshi, seeing such a scene, was very surprised and didn't even move, and Master Roshi, after taking a jump, ended up falling very close to Yamoshi. And seeing that he was very close to the Saiyan ancestor, he placed his face between the breasts of Yamoshi and started rubbing his face against the Saiyan's breasts. And at that moment that he saw, she got irritated and ended up hitting a punch in the stomach of Kame, making him fly, and when he fell to the ground, Master Roshi generated a large crater. And after a few seconds, the dust that ended up forming lowered, and it was possible to see Master Roshi with a large amount of blood dripping from his nose and on the side of his mouth, but there was a big smile on his face of pure satisfaction. Whis thought, "Seems like some things just don't change. At least Master Roshi is still alive, because Yamoshi is very strong, and luckily she held the fist. Otherwise Master Roshi would be dead by now. Well, I better take care of him soon before Master Roshi ends up fainting because of blood loss or even worse," thought the angel before approaching Master Roshi, and then he raised his staff and a green light came out. And when he touched Master Roshi, he ended up having all his injuries healed, along with fatigue and feeling better. The Lord ended up jumping up and facing the Saiyan he had cared for and trained in the past. Master Roshi said, "Well, returning to the previous subject and answering your question, beautiful lady, I found Excalibur many years ago, and when I realized that it was a very powerful and dangerous weapon, I ended up isolating myself on this island and using my power. I threw Excalibur at the bottom of the sea with all my strength, and with that it's just stayed at the bottom of the sea for years. But this Excalibur is very different from the one I had wielded in the past. The handle is identical, but the blade is very different," said the Lord while looking at Yamoshi's face. Goku was holding Master Kame so that he wouldn't attack the Saiyan ancestor again, because next time Yamoshi wouldn't hold back her strength. Master Roshi said, "Now returning to the main and original point, which was that new form of yours and the difficulty to keep it activated. It's because that transformation is very similar to the giant ape transformation that you and Vegeta used in the past. Vegeta had control because I was already used to that form and you weren't. That's why you don't have control over your current transformation. So I recommend trying to master your primitive instincts before mastering this form. It's better to go after someone who teaches you how to control your divine power correctly, because even though I am human, I can feel your energy being released from your body," said Master Roshi while looking at Goku, who ended up remembering that he never really mastered the primitive instincts he had when he turned into a giant ape in the past. Beerus said,
"I think I can help in this matter. In fact, I know who can help you control your power, Goku," said the current god of destruction, surprising everyone when he arrived at the place.
Beerus said,
"In the past, I also didn't know how to master my divine energy in the right way. And even Whis couldn't help me, so I ended up adopting a dog that was much more than just a simple dog. He was the pet of the gods of destruction of Universe 7. So even though I'm useless in my current state, I'm still useful enough to go to Universe 6 and get my pet. And that pet will help you train properly. Goku."
Beerus spoke while looking at the Saiyan, who was surprised by this shocking news. Sixth Universe. Currently in the Sixth Universe, more precisely on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Champa and Vados eating some goodies that had been made by the humans of their universe. The God of Destruction and his angel were relaxing while eating until suddenly a pillar of energy arrived at the place, making Champa and Vados look towards the pillar. The angel of Champa, Vados, was the first to recognize who her visitors were. The twin brother of Vados had arrived in the Sixth Universe together with the twin brother of Champa, and beyond them there was Goku and a person that Vados didn't know. But from the energy that the angel was feeling, that person seemed to be very powerful, in addition to probably being the person that her brother had spoken to her some time ago about. The person who went along with Whis, Beerus, and Goku. It was a woman with white hair, and she was wearing a God of Destruction costume. Vados knew right away who that woman was. Vados thought,
So this woman who is releasing this divine energy must be Yamoshi, the first Saiyan who got the power of a deity. My brother had said that Yamoshi was strong, but looking at now, she is much stronger than I thought. And this Saiyan is also wearing the 7th Universe God of Destruction suit. So that means she has become the goddess of temporary destruction, or became a definitive destruction goddess. And from what Whis said, Mr. Beerus won't stay in the destroyer post for long. And that's a shame, since Beerus is nice. But just like Mr. Champa, he's a terrible god of destruction. The angel thought before sighing and looking likely at her current god of destruction that just as Beerus did not do his job correctly, Champa would probably be exchanged for someone from the 6th Universe in the future. Vados thought, thinking about it, who do I know from the 6th Universe who could be a good god of destruction? Maybe Mr. Hit will take the job, since he's a famous assassin who doesn't mind killing. Hit isn't a lunatic who goes around killing everyone just because they made fun of him or because of the food he ate wasn't tasty enough. Anyway, Mr. Hit could be a good option. Maybe some Saiyan like Kaba? No, he's too good to leave destroying planets and entire civilizations. Even if it's for the development of the universe, I doubt Cauliflower and Kale would accept it. After all, one loves to fight with strong people, and the other only fights when he really needs to. So the best option would be Master Hit himself. I think I'll go after him to help him train, so that Hit can succeed Mr. Champa. The angel thought, planning who she would train to be able to replace Champa in the position of God of Destruction of the 6th Universe. Hit would be a good God of Destruction, at least a lot better than Champa. Champa said, Beerus, what did you come to my universe to do this time, my dear brother? Because I have a slight impression that you didn't come to talk to me, even less to eat something. In fact, if you want, there's a little sweet called pudding over there on the table, said the current God of Destruction of the 6th Universe while sitting down, approached his twin brother and greeted him. Beerus said, Sorry, brother, I didn't come to talk to you or eat something like the last few times I came to your universe. This time I came to your universe to take Akon and take him back to the 7th Universe, so that Akon can train Son Goku,
so that he's able to maintain his new transformation. And with that, he can use Excalibur to defeat an enemy that is threatening our universe, and possibly the other universes," said the current god of destruction of the 7th universe while looking at the Saiyan behind Goku. Goku had Excalibur on his back and was using Ultra Instinct to be able to maintain the Excalibur on his back. Because without the power of Ultra Instinct, the sword would already be on the ground because it is extremely heavy for someone who does not have such strong and pure divine power.
Vado spoke. "The holy sword Excalibur? I thought it was lost millennia ago, after our father eliminated all the evil beings that were in the past. How did you find it? And why do you need the most powerful weapon that our father created in the past?" asked the angel to her twin brother, who was walking towards him. Whis said, "In a nutshell, we found out that Excalibur was on planet Earth, so Mr. Goku managed to pull it off the ground. But by doing that, Goku got a new transformation. But he couldn't keep this new transformation active for a long time. And without this transformation, Goku cannot handle Excalibur. And because of that, we came here," said the angel while looking at his twin sister, who was surprised by all the new information. Champa said, "And by the way, who is this woman wearing her Beerus clothes? Don't tell me you finally got a woman," asked the god of destruction of the 6th universe while looking at Yamoshi, who was further back looking at the planet of the god of destruction. Yamoshi never got to visit the planet of the god of destruction of the 6th universe, but she knew that all planets were identical regardless of the universe. Beerus said, "No, that over there is Yamoshi, the goddess of temporary destruction of the 7th universe. As you can see, I'm very weak physically and mentally because of the last battle I had to face two beings whose powers and strengths were equal to of a god of destruction. And as you can see, I was defeated, and I just wasn't killed because these beings let me live, so I need someone to take my place during my recovery. And by the way, those same enemies that I ended up facing will go after the other gods of destruction, and that includes you, Champa. And after thinking about it, I conclude that Akon has to train Goku so that he can learn to control his new power, and just end up defeating all beings from another dimension at once," spoke the current god of destruction of the 7th universe while looking at Yamoshi. Then Beerus looked at his brother, who had a slight blush on his cheeks, showing that he had been enchanted by Yamoshi, and Beerus realized that at the same time it wasn't time to think or talk about it. Vado spoke. "Well, your pet Akon may be on one of those planets in the 6th universe, because earlier I had seen him going to one of those planets, so he could sleep peacefully, because Mr. Champa was complaining too loudly about some futile things, and without the slightest importance," said the angel looking at Beerus, who sighed when he heard that. Beerus spoke. "Akon, come here now," the current god of destruction of the 7th universe shouted, causing a large amount of energy to be expelled by his voice that ended up echoing everywhere. It didn't take long, and suddenly everyone felt an energy coming from one of the planets of the god of destruction. And soon everyone could see a flash of violent energy flying out of the planet and going at high speed in the direction of Beerus. When Akon approached, he ended up stopping in front of Beerus, and with that, everyone could see a small dog, similar to a wolf, and wearing a similar outfit to Beerus that was now floating in front of Beerus's master. Akon spoke. "It's been a while since we've seen each other, Master Beerus. What can I do for you today?" asked the wolf while looking at his current master Beerus. Then Akon took a look at Yamoshi while looking at the angel, Whis, who just waved his hand discreetly. Beerus said, "I need you to train that Saiyan, Akon. His name is Son Goku, and he is the new wielder of Excalibur. And to use that sword, he needs to control a power that he got recently, and you in the past helped me to control my power. So you should be able to train Son Goku in time, so that he can defeat Hiroki. He was responsible for these scars of mine. This Hiroki is dangerous and must be defeated as soon as possible. So I came to ask for your help, Akon," said the current god of destruction to his pet that, after hearing it, started to float towards Goku and started circling the Saiyan as if he were sizing him up. Akon said, "Son Goku's problem is very simple to solve. I won't take too long with him. Apparently Son Goku doesn't know how to use a sword properly. Let me train him in these two aspects. So Saiyan, it's better you get ready because my trainings are very heavy. And since you don't have much time, I'm going to increase the training by 10 times. So let's get started. Soon," said the wolf, smiling in an evil way, and before Goku could react, he ended up receiving a headbutt from Akon that made Goku fly. An Excalibur sword ended up falling from Goku's back in the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe, more precisely on the planet of the god of destruction of the 6th universe, it was possible to see Champa, Beerus, and Vados eating some things while they watched Son Goku training with Beerus' pet Akon, was training Goku so that he could use the Excalibur and control Goku's newly acquired new transformation. After all, without it, Goku would not be able to use Excalibur, and without Excalibur, Goku would not be able to defeat Hiroki. Whis and Yamoshi, who were in the place a little while ago, had to leave because Yuiko had finished creating the crystals that would serve as trackers for the beings that came from another dimension. And because of that, Whis and Yamoshi left the place because the ancestor of the Saiyans had to hunt each one of them, and Whis would be her means of transport. After all, the angel could travel at the speed of light, and that would be very useful for Yamoshi to fulfill his first mission as the new goddess of destruction of the 7th universe. Goku and Akon were training. The Saiyan was transformed into his new form, and he held Excalibur with both hands while staying in his combat posture, showing that even with a short time of training with Akon, the Saiyan had already learned at least the basics. Goku, with Excalibur in his hand, advanced towards Akon and performed a sequence of blows, aiming at the wolf's head that dodged all attacks, and in the end shot a spear of ki in Goku's direction. But Goku was quick and raised Excalibur, and precisely he performed a top-down slash that split Akon's attack, who was happy to see that Goku was improving. Akon, seeing Goku's progress, decided to create several avatars of energy of destruction, and at Akon's command, they all advanced towards Goku, who, when he saw so many enemies coming towards him, he concentrated, and at that moment, Excalibur began to release a golden aura, and when one of the energy avatars approached the Saiyan, he performed a horizontal cut that generated an energy cut that destroyed not only the avatar in front of him, but also several that were around. And seeing the amount of energy is decreasing, the Saiyan in a high speed advanced against the other avatars and began to cut one by one until only one original Akon was left there. When seeing his destroyed avatars, he advanced against the Saiyans. Akon hit a precise blow in the stomach of Goku, but at the same time Akon had to dodge Goku's attack, but upon being hit, pulled Excalibur up in an attempt to cut Akon, but Akon narrowly dodged, having some of his hair cut by the holy blade. Goku, because of the attack he received, ended up going backwards, but taking advantage of the momentum, he turned his body and created a blade of energy that ended up going towards Akon, who once again dodged it. But Goku's blow was so strong that everything the energy blade touched ended up being split in half, including one of the small planets surrounding Universe 6's planet of the God of Destruction. Akon thought, if that attack had hit me, it would certainly have hurt a lot. Saiyans are a very interesting race. Goku managed to learn everything in a short time, and now he can keep his transformation activated for long minutes. And not only that, but now he can release the energy of the sacred sword. Now that Goku has managed to master Saiyan's primitive instincts, he can transform himself and keep Excalibur under control. Goku should be able to face this Hiroki guy, even though I don't think it's right at the moment, because he still hasn't learned martial arts, using swords at an advanced level, which would be ideal to face the other evil Saiyan that is causing terror in my 7th universe. But this transformation of Goku is already better than nothing, thought the wolf while looking at Goku, and he saw that he was already getting tired because of the energy expenditure that made his transformation unstable. And with that, the color of the Saiyan's tail and all his body hair began to shine and gradually diminish. Goku thought, my energy is slowly running out, but I can still hold out for a few more minutes. So let's go with everything at once, thought the Saiyan, half panting. Goku recovered and raised his power, making a pressure appear in the place, and that surprised Akon and Vados, who for a moment ended up seeing Goku's Saiyan tail turn white all of a sudden, and then return to normal. Goku, when releasing more of his power, he advanced towards Akon and performed a horizontal cut, followed by a vertical one, and finishing with a top-down cut. The first two attacks Akon ended up deflecting, but the last one Goku managed to hit. And for this first time, Akon ended up being injured because Goku's blow ended up making a cut on Akon's eyebrow, that when he felt the attack, he ended up teleporting a few meters away from Goku. Akon said, "It looks like you managed to get faster than you were before, so that means I can train you more seriously, and show you a little more about my power, and how weak you are compared to a being that already lived for millennia," said the wolf while making a purple aura surround his body. And then the wolf body began to grow until it became a big wolf that easily should be bigger than the wolves of the planet Earth where Goku lives. Akon disappeared and reappeared in front of Goku, hitting the Saiyan, who managed to deflect. But still the Saiyan ended up having his cheek injured with 3 cuts, and along with that the ground ended up being cut into 3 pieces. Goku, when he felt the blood on his cheek, he tried to make several blows towards Akon that he easily dodged, except in the last attack when Akon simply held the blade of the sword with his teeth.
and then, using his strength, he threw Excalibur away as if it was nothing. And before Goku could reach, he felt his leg being held. And when the Saiyan ended up being thrown into the sky, then Akon appeared in front of Goku and shot an energy sphere through his mouth. This sphere hit Goku, who could not react, and ended up being thrown to the ground, generating a small crater. And with that, the Saiyan ended up returning to his base form. Goku said, "Do you need all this to show me that I'm not strong enough to defeat you?" asked the Saiyan weakly as he got up, or at least tried to do so. Akon said, "Yes, I did. I know a little about Saiyans, and I know you guys are lunatics. You Saiyans always want to face other powerful beings, so showing the difference between the two of us will help you, and if it doesn't, it will make my ego happy to humiliate you after you hurt me, you idiot monkey," said the wolf while looking arrogantly at the Saiyan, who soon saw Akon return to his basic form and float while still looking at the Saiyan. Goku said, "You talking like that reminded me of Vegeta talking and calling me a worm all the time," said the Saiyan, while remembering his Saiyan rival who wasn't there, or that's what Goku thought. Vegeta spoke, "For someone who was on the ground and was easily defeated, you talk too much, Kakarot," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at his rival, who upon hearing his voice, quickly turned around only to be surprised to see Vegeta transformed into the same form that Goku achieved. When he removed Excalibur from the ground, and not only that, but the Prince of Saiyans was holding Excalibur in a way that was calm, showing that he was not feeling the absurd weight that the sword normally had. Goku said, "Vegeta, how did you get the power of perfect Super Saiyan God without Excalibur's help?" asked the Saiyan, surprised to see that Vegeta had achieved the same transformation as him, but without the need to use Excalibur. Vegeta spoke, "Unlike you, I don't need someone's help to get a new transformation, Kakarot. I simply followed some of Yamoshi's tips, and with that, I ended up managing to transform myself into an Ozaru, only with the power of a Super Saiyan God. And when I mastered my primitive instincts, something that was quite easy in reality, I got this new form, and unlike you, I can keep it for a good period of time. And by the way, I think this sword here is yours. After all, you'll need it to face Hiroki, since I'll take care of that Kyu guy instead of Beerus," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at his rival and throwing Excalibur at the Saiyan's feet, along with the seed of the gods that Goku ate immediately, and then stood up and looked at Vegeta, who assumed a more serious expression. Vegeta said, "I hope your training has had good results, because now it's time to finish off Hiroki and Kyu, because both have returned to the 7th universe, and now they're coming to the Earth to destroy and eliminate all those who are important to us. So let's get rid of those vermin," said the Prince of Saiyans while tightly squeezing his fists, and looking at Goku, who, when he heard that, and thought of his family and friends losing their lives, it made Goku transform automatically. Goku said, "Let's do it," said the Saiyan, before removing Excalibur from the ground, placing it on his shoulder, and then both used their teleportation techniques to leave that place. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on planet Earth, it was possible to see Hiroki and Kyu flying over one of the biggest cities on planet Earth. Both were looking at all the humans who were from one side or the other. Hiroki and Kyu were analyzing the planet in search of the pulse of divine energy that had appeared on the planet a few hours ago. And even though Hiroki and Kyu were in another universe, they ended up feeling the great amount of divine energy on the planet, and because it was an extremely pure energy, the one who felt the most bad with the energy, it was Hiroki, because Hiroki's divine power was completely dark and evil, which made pure energy a lethal poison for him. And it was because of that energy that Hiroki returned to the 7th universe to put an end to it. After all, Hiroki's enemies could use that source of pure divine power to finish him off. Kyu said, "Are you sure this planet is where the divine pure energy came from? This planet only has weak beings. Well, among these weak, there are some who have a certain level of strength, but most of these beings are so weak that it is disgusting. And just breathing the same air as these inferior beings makes me want to vomit, or destroy everyone who lives in this ridiculous blue planet. I just wouldn't destroy the foxes that exist on this planet, because they remind me a lot of my family members that I have," said the fox in a tone of disgust towards the human race. But on the part of the foxes, Kyu spoke in a more sentimental tone, because the foxes that were on the planet were very similar to him, and some of his closest relatives, and thanks to that, Kyu didn't want to have to destroy such creatures. Hiroki said, "I'm sure that pure divine energy came from this planet, and just like you, I don't like this race or this planet. I want to destroy this planet as quickly as possible. I just didn't do that because I want to know where that one came from pure divine energy to find a way to destroy or simply corrupt this divine energy, turning the energy into evil. After I do that, this planet will turn to dust. But I will give you enough time to rescue these foxes since you apparently like them,"
said the Saiyan, who, like Kyu, had a tone of revulsion and disgust in relation to humans, but in relation to the foxes, Hiroki spoke with a neutral tone to Kyu. After all, the fox that came from another dimension was the only being that Hiroki had. Surely I could defeat him, since both had a very close level of strength. Kyu said,
Since you're sure about that, then let's go find the place where the pure divine energy came from, because the faster we manage to find that place, the faster we can leave. And obviously I'll take the foxes with me and give them away for some important members of my family who are still alive. But I hope that the strong warriors of this planet at least try to resist, because if they don't resist, it'll be very embarrassing to destroy this planet and everyone on it, said the fox, looking at his Saiyan ally, who just nodded in agreement with the fox's statement. After all, he was a Saiyan and wanted to fight someone strong. Hiroki and Kyu began to fly towards the divine energy. Hiroki could still feel a slight trace of pure divine energy, and it made him nauseous. Still, Hiroki and Kyu flew until they reached an island in the middle of the sea. But when they got there, both the warriors were surprised, and suddenly Kyu and Hiroki had to dodge a blade and an energy spear that ended up passing through both warriors. The attacks ended up hitting the sea, generating a big explosion that could be easily compared to an atomic bomb. But thanks to a barrier around the island, those who were there were not hurt. In this case, it was Master Roshi, Whis, and Yamoshi who had gone to the place to see the outcome of that battle that could have put an end to his greatest fear and nightmare that existed for many years, and that now would have its end, or that was what the ancestor of the Saiyans wanted to happen. Hiroki and Kyu quickly recovered from the shock of being attacked with such intensity, and it was there that they saw Vegeta and Goku with their new transformations activated. Goku was holding Excalibur, and both he and Vegeta were with their white auras that left Hiroki afraid of that sword. After all, his evil power was already warning him that the sword was different and too deadly for Hiroki, which made the Saiyan know where the completely pure divine power was coming from. Yamoshi thought, now the battle that I always avoided, and even when I was forced to fight, I ran away, so I wouldn't have to face Hiroki out of fear or because I still like him. And even after years, I still can't fight against Hiroki with the intention of killing him. So now I entrust the mission of defeating this monster to you, Son Goku, thought the ancestor of the Saiyans while looking at the two Saiyans who could rid her of her greatest fear and regret. The target of most of the looks of the ancestor of the Saiyans was Goku, who had Excalibur in his hands. Kyu spoke. That is indeed something interesting. Those two who were on that planet where his ex-wife or current wife was, who, by the way, is on that island, became stronger. I must admit that it is surprising that those two idiots, who were very weak, now stand in front of us with such great power in their hands. And it seems that sword was responsible for releasing so much pure divine energy at once. And that energy is already affecting you, Hiroki, said the fox in a playful way while looking at Hiroki, who had an angry expression on his face. Kyu could see that Hiroki's hand was shaking, which showed that he was afraid of that sword because of its pure divine power. Hiroki thought, that sword with that damn power, how did you know it exists? Especially, how did these Saiyans find it? Excalibur should have been separated thousands of years ago, and one of the fragments I had found I sealed inside a black hole that no one would ever try to look for. And even if they tried, they would not be able to get out of the black hole, or the seal I had placed there. So how did they get all their Excalibur shards? Thought the Saiyan, wondering why Excalibur was in Goku's hands, because Hiroki already knew the sacred sword and knew that the sword was a great danger to him, and that it should never be united, or, if not, Hiroki would be in danger. And upon seeing the completed sword in front of him, and in the hands of a Saiyan, Hiroki was afraid of the power of the holy sword. Goku said, let's say that we both decided to get stronger to finish you two once and for all. After all, you two are dangerous to stay alive, and apparently you two came to Earth to be able to discover the origin of the divine power that Excalibur released when I took the sword out of the ground, and it looked like you two wanted to destroy the planet too. So we're going to finish you off, said the Saiyan while firmly gripping the hilt of the sword in his hand. Vegeta said, the other time you easily defeated us, but this time we're going to finish you too. As you can see, this is my new transformation, the true Super Saiyan God. I feel invincible, and since Kakarot is using Excalibur, I'll have to fight against that useless fox. Vegeta spoke with his new form, his white aura shining like the moon, as he looked at his two enemies, and Kyu felt very offended when he heard that. Kyu spoke. You said I'm not fit to be your opponent, you bastard. For someone who couldn't even stand in our presence, you're pretty damn arrogant, said the fox, with some nerves pulsing in his face. Kyu showed his anger and dissatisfaction with Vegeta's words. Vegeta just closed his eyes and then disappeared, and by pure reflex, Kyu ended up creating a barrier of blue flames around his body.
But that was useless because in the next second he ended up feeling a pain in his abdomen, and when he looked forward, Kyu saw Vegeta, with one of his fists in his abdomen. Kyu felt a great pain and Vegeta put more strength into his fists, causing the fox to be thrown back a few meters. Hiroki, seeing Vegeta's speed, was surprised and tried to hit the Prince of the Saiyans. But when Vegeta was about to be hit, Hiroki ended up having one of his hands cut off by Goku, who appeared in front of Hiroki and performed a cut from top to bottom, severing Hiroki's hand, who in the next second ended up using one of his techniques to leave the place and get away from Goku and Vegeta. Goku said, "The fox is yours, Vegeta, and you can let me take care of this guy," said the Saiyan with his back to Vegeta, who just smiled arrogantly. Vegeta spoke. "Don't you dare lose, Kakarot, and remember not to give me orders, you worm," said the Prince of Saiyans before raising his power and advancing against Kyu, who recovered and both started a battle. Hiroki spoke. "I let my guard down and paid the price. But you should have cut my head off when you had the chance, because now I'm going to show you the difference between the two of us," said the Saiyan before making an aura of black flames, covering his body. The color of his hair changed to wine red, revealing his transformation of corrupted Super Saiyan God. And first of all, Hiroki managed to make his severed hand transform into a hand made of evil ki.
Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on planet Earth, it was possible to see Goku and Hiroki on the island where Master Roshi lived. Both Saiyans were flying over the place and a few kilometers from where Vegeta and Kyu were, who were already facing each other, unlike Goku and Hiroki, who were just staring at each other, while the divine energy was released, giving a clear contrast of difference between the two, as Goku released a pure divine energy in a golden tone mixed with silver similar to that of Excalibur in his hands, while Hiroki was releasing an evil energy in a darker burgundy red. One of Hiroki's hands was made of energy, as Goku had ripped Hiroki's hand off with Excalibur. Goku and Hiroki remained facing each other for a few seconds, until both disappeared in a flash, and then everyone could hear the noise of the impact of the attack of both Saiyans that collided, generating an impact wave so strong that it made the clouds in the sky move away, and the seawater become agitated. Goku and Hiroki, after the first exchange of blows, moved away from each other and again advanced. Hiroki had invoked a sword that was the reverse of Excalibur. Hiroki's sword was completely evil, and that way the Saiyans started a sword fight with each other. Goku and Hiroki were facing each other, intent on killing each other. A few kilometers from the place where Goku and Hiroki were fighting a sword duel, it was possible to see Vegeta and Kyu facing each other in a frantic and intense way. The Prince of Saiyans and the Fox Kyu did not hold back the strength of their blows. Around Kyu, there were a layer of blue flames that was protecting and softening the damage he suffered from Vegeta's attacks, who was with his new true Super Saiyan God transformation, and he mixed his new power with his energy of destruction that Vegeta possessed. The Prince of Saiyans were using destruction energy to power their strikes, and since the destruction energy was not directly touching Kyu's flames, Vegeta's destruction energy was not being nullified. Kyu at first was very confident with his abilities and was sure that even with Vegeta's increased power, the Prince of Saiyans was still too weak to be considered a threat to him. But Kyu quickly regretted that thought, because unlike Goku, who could only keep his transformation activated to use Excalibur, Vegeta had already mastered the transformation, because he already knew the primitive nature of the Saiyans for many years. So for him to maintain that transformation and extract its maximum potential was something very simple and easy. So without even using a sacred sword, Vegeta was already strong enough to face Kyu. Kyu started to fight seriously. He made his body for a change color, showing that he was going to take this fight seriously. Kyu suddenly disappeared, but in a matter of seconds, he reappeared above Vegeta. Kyu tried to land a kick on the Prince of Saiyans, but Vegeta managed to dodge and counterattack with an energy sphere on Kyu's face. The sphere, upon contact with the Fox's flames, ended up disappearing. But still Kyu felt discomfort on his face, something that distracted him, giving Vegeta the perfect opportunity to start a sequence of attacks on Kyu's face, who couldn't defend him from everyone. In the blow that Vegeta used his energy, Kyu managed to dodge and hit a precise punch in Vegeta's abdomen that ended up spitting a little amount of saliva when receiving that blow. And when Kyu used his tail to fire a blast of energy at close range at Vegeta, which ended up being hit and sent into the water, creating a huge explosion that sent a lot of water flying in all directions. Kyu thought, "That bastard was stronger than I imagined, but I think that this attack must have finished him off, or at least knocked him out, because even Hiroki couldn't stand that attack head on, and was badly hurt when I faced him," thought the fox while looking at the sea, just waiting to see Vegeta's body floating lifeless or passed out. But unfortunately for Kyu, the body of the Prince of Saiyans did not appear. Suddenly, the seawater began to release a large amount of smoke, and a purple glow began to appear at the bottom of the sea. And with that, a new explosion happened. And before that, Kyu could think he ended up receiving a punch so hard that it threw him in the direction of a mountain. Then Kyu felt a kick hitting the center of his chest, making him cross the mountain. Even without seeing his energy, Kyu started shooting several blasts of energy and blue flames that ended up destroying everything around. Kyu didn't know how, but Vegeta had gotten stronger than before, because his power was much greater than before, and Kyu knew that Saiyans could evolve quickly, but not that fast. The reason of the Saiyans, they had to have a hidden trump card, and even with those thoughts surrounding his mind, the fox paid attention to everything around him, since he wasn't feeling Vegeta's presence anymore. But Kyu knew that the Prince of Saiyans was still there because of Kyu's fox instincts. Vegeta said, "You're really very strong for a being that came from another dimension, and that makes me want to face others like you. But you are a threat to this planet and to my family, and because of that I will have to defeat you. But not as a Saiyan, but as the future god of destruction of the 7th universe," said the Prince of Saiyans, making Kyu quickly turn around and look in the direction where he could hear someone's footsteps. And when Kyu looked better, he could see Vegeta, but he was different from before. Vegeta not long ago was using the same transformation as Goku, which resembled an Ozaru a lot, but in the white color. That was the most primitive form of the Saiyans. But now Vegeta had his eyes in a different way, shining on his chest. There was a symbol of the god of destruction of Universe 7, showing that the Prince of Saiyans had managed to reunite the power of the Super Saiyan God with the power of the god of destruction, making Vegeta reach the power of the Super Saiyan Perfect God in a unique and unprecedented way. Kyu spoke. "You bastard. Do you think that because you've got this new power, you'll be able to defeat or humiliate me? I'll show you what real power is, you damn monkey," said the fox with extreme anger as she looked at Vegeta, who didn't care a bit about the way Kyu spoke. Kyu began to raise his power to a maximum, making all his 9 tails appear behind him. The 9 tails had 9 spears of flames that had different colors. And along with that, the fox's body fur began to change until it was completely black, with some dark red and blue details across its body. Kyu, after completing his transformation, he advanced towards Vegeta and tried to hit Vegeta with a sequence of blows. But the Saiyan easily dodged all of Kyu's blows and also his spears of flames that seemed to have a kind of conscience of their own, because all the spears of flames were acting on their own without taking orders from Kyu, who was completely focused on trying to land a hit on Vegeta. Vegeta, who at that moment was just dodging Kyu's blows, decided to act and hit a punch, but not a punch on Kyu, but a punch on the ground, releasing his energy of destruction, causing cracks in the ground, causing several rocks to fly out, confusing Kyu, and the spears of flames that began to be extinguished by Vegeta, who simply took them in his hands and squeezed them until they exploded. Kyu felt that his spears of flames were destroyed. He used his energy to make an explosion, causing everything around to be disintegrated, except Vegeta, who ended up using his energy of destruction to protect himself from that explosion, and for Vegeta's energy of destruction to be united to the divine power of the Super Saiyan God he possessed. Vegeta's power of destruction was stronger than Beerus's power of destruction, and taking advantage of Kyu, who was off guard, Vegeta advanced towards Kyu and created a scythe made of divine energy. And before Kyu could react, he ended up being cut into several pieces by Vegeta, and with that the battle between the Prince of Saiyans and the Fox, coming from another dimension, ended up with Vegeta as the winner. Vegeta said, "I did my part, Kakarot. Now the rest is up to you," said the Prince of Saiyans before returning to his base form. Several injuries ended up appearing on his body for having exceeded the limit of his body, and thanks to that Vegeta ended up fainting on the spot. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on the planet Earth, it was possible to see Goku and Hiroki facing each other in a sword duel. Goku was using his Super Saiyan True God transformation along with Excalibur. Hiroki was already using his Super Saiyan God transformation, corrupted together with a sword made completely of evil divine energy, unlike Excalibur, which was a holy sword made completely of pure divine energy in a simple way. It could be said that the fight was between two gods, a good god against an evil god, and that it was clear to everyone, especially Master Roshi. Master Roshi spoke, "When the swords of light and the sword of evil collide, a battle between good and evil will ensue, and whoever wins will decide the fate of the universe. If the god who is carrying the sword of light wins, the universe will enter a period of peace that will last for many years. But if the evil god wins,
the universe will be plunged into destruction and chaos that will last for several years. An enigmatic way making Whis and Yamoshi look at him confused by the old master's words.
Whis said, "What do you mean by that, Master Roshi? By the way, you said it seems like you were making a prophecy about that duel between Mr. Goku and Hiroki," asked the angel without knowing why Master Roshi had spoken that way. Master Roshi said,
A long time ago, a friend of mine who was very young, she had a dream of a destruction of the universe. And in one of those dreams, my friend saw two people facing each other, one being of light and the other of darkness. And the battle between these two beings couldn't completely change the order of the universe. At that moment, my friend was still very young and did not know that she had the ability to see the future for a few moments. So she just ignored it, and when she realized that it was a dream of what really happened, my friend ended up telling me, and that's why I found Excalibur. But at the time, the sword was too rusty and full of blood marks, so I simply threw the sword into the sea to make sure the being of darkness didn't destroy or corrupt it. And now I know that all I did was for Goku to wield Excalibur, even though this Excalibur is not the old sword, but a new one. I think that in the right hands, Excalibur reveals its true appearance," said the old master while looking at the angel, who was surprised by the words from Master Roshi, and not only Whis but Yamoshi too, since now she knew that Goku was always destined to face Hiroki. Yamoshi thought,
"It seems that I had never been the right person destined to fight and defeat you, Hiroki. Son Goku, before I only saw this Saiyan as a way to get rid of my biggest curse, but now I really guess you are the one. So don't think about being defeated by Hiroki, you idiot Saiyan," Yamoshi thought with a smile on her face and a slight blush on her cheeks. Going back to the duel between Goku and Hiroki, it was possible to see that both Saiyans were very motivated to beat each other. The duel of the two was well balanced to the point that neither of the two Saiyans could directly attack each other, because even Hiroki being a master of the sword and Goku a mere beginner, Goku was very fast. He managed to dodge and defend against Hiroki's attacks, and Hiroki easily managed to defend himself from Goku's simple attacks. Hiroki was irritated by the fact that a mere Saiyan that he himself had already humiliated and easily defeated was now making him have to retreat and defend himself from some attacks that could be deadly for him. And this made the evil Saiyan's anger grow even greater. Hiroki, moved by his anger, he released his aura, and with that he managed to push Goku away. Hiroki began to swing his evil sword, creating several beams of evil energy that went towards Goku. But he did not move away, but he cut all the attacks using the Excalibur, and seeing that, Hiroki and everyone around saw that Goku's movements were more fluid and simple than before, showing that he was developing throughout the fight, which left Hiroki slightly worried. After all, if Goku in his current state, it was already making Hiroki tremble with fear. If Goku got stronger during the battle, his victory would be a matter of time. Hiroki said, "I'm already tired of facing you, you filthy Saiyan. Now I'm going to show you the difference between a fake Super Saiyan God and a real Super Saiyan God," shouted the Saiyan. Moved by his rage, Hiroki started to raise his power, making the climate of the place change completely, making the clouds turn into a red wine tone, similar to Hiroki's aura. And it didn't take long for a flash of energy to appear in the place, leaving everyone temporarily blind, except Goku, who remained calm, staring at the energy sphere that appeared around Hiroki. After a few seconds, everyone could see the energy sphere gradually disappear. Suddenly, Goku raised Excalibur and concentrated, making her golden aura shine more intensely. Suddenly, Goku turned and performed an aerial slash that cut the air and collided with another aerial slash that was made by Hiroki, who now had a similar transformation to Goku, but his body hair was the same color as his corrupted Super Saiyan God transformation. When Goku saw Hiroki's increase in power, he wasn't shaken. Goku held Excalibur with more force and advanced towards Hiroki, who managed to stop Goku's first blow. The next instant, Hiroki counterattacked, making a cut in Goku's chest that had started at the shoulder and went to the end of his abdomen, which made Hiroki smile in an arrogant way. But his smile disappeared when he felt a burning sensation on his cheek, which made him move away from Goku and take his hand to his cheek, only to see some blood on his fingers, showing that Goku had attacked him when he didn't realize, which made Hiroki get even more enraged and charge towards Goku.
Goku began to release even more energy and advanced again against Hiroki, and a fight between the two again began, one that no one but Whis could see perfectly, as Master Roshi and Yamoshi could only see two energy flashes facing each other, and the sea being cut several times, and some attacks even ended up falling on the barrier around Master Roshi's island. And to Whis' surprise, the barrier was being affected by the impact waves, which left him surprised, because not even the gods of destruction had managed to cause a mere scratch in the barrier created by Whis. Goku, who was having a balanced fight before, was now very injured by the evil Saiyan that, with each attack that Hiroki landed, his arrogant smile increased even more. This did not affect Goku, because even though the Saiyan was injured, he remained with a calm expression on his face, which showed he had a plan or an ace up his sleeve. Hiroki, seeing this and fearing that he could end up dying if Goku used greater power, or that Excalibur had a special power or ability, Hiroki used its power and generated clones with his energy, and then ordered everyone to attack Goku, who stopped defending himself, and he just concentrated his energy on generating a barrier around himself. Hiroki's energy avatars were many to the point of creating a kind of dome around Goku, so that they could attack the Saiyan, and by doing that, Hiroki's victory was certain. Hiroki spoke. "I finally got rid of you, you damn Saiyan. If you had stayed by my side, we would have conquered all the universes together with Kyu's help. But I think I'll have to do it alone since I don't feel Kyu's energy anymore, which means that the other Saiyan defeated him. Well, what matters is that, in the end, I won," said the Saiyan, convinced of his victory. Hiroki turned his back to look at Master Roshi's island in the intention of finding his beloved Yamoshi. Yamoshi said, "So in the end, not even Goku could beat him. So I'll do it even if I die in the process," shouted the ancestor of the Saiyans, raising her power, making her transform into Super Saiyan true God form by 100%. Her fur turned white, along with a tail of the same color. Yamoshi's hair had grown even more. Yamoshi, who was already transformed, came out within the barrier created by Whis and advanced towards Hiroki, but the moment she approached her former lover, she felt her body getting weak because of Hiroki's evil power that weakened any being that approached him. Hiroki, seeing the perfect chance, he concentrated his power in his fist and landed a punch on Yamoshi's face that ended up being thrown on Master Roshi's island, where she ended up crossing the barrier that Whis had temporarily opened. Yamoshi ended up falling on the house of Master Roshi, and having had his strength drained, Yamoshi ended up returning to her base form. Hiroki said, "Now, nothing and no one can defeat me. After I destroy the cursed sword, I will be the most powerful being in the universe," said the Saiyan before starting to laugh in an evil way, and looking at Yamoshi, who was very angry. Only at that moment he felt a great divine power growing in his back, which made Hiroki concentrate all his power in his sword, making it a gigantic sword. And in doing so, Hiroki brought the sword down with full force towards the dome where Goku was. But the moment Hiroki's sword touched the center of the dome, it was stopped by someone, and then Hiroki's sword turned into energy fragments, and in the next instant the dome was destroyed, revealing Goku in his Super Saiyan God form perfect. But he was different because his body fur was white, and the Excalibur in his hands was nothing less than a sword made of pure divine energy, and it no longer even had the form of a sword. Excalibur was more deadly than ever. Goku said, "Hiroki, I thank you for this great fight and for helping me overcome myself again. But this battle of ours ends here and now. So for the sake of those I love, disappear, evil Super Saiyan God," said the Saiyan while lifting Excalibur little by little and then lowering it with full force, generating a precise cut, and so fast that it was superior to the speed of light. And not even Whis had seen Goku's blow, but everyone saw when Hiroki's body began to disintegrate. And with that, the battle between good and evil was over, and Yamoshi was finally free of his greatest curse. Hey guys, we arrived at the last episode, but don't be sad, because there will be a continuation, and it all depends on you. Comment there if you want a continuation and what you want in this continuation. Will Goku be able to date Yamoshi? Will Yamoshi be officially elected as the new god of destruction for the 7th universe? Well, these are some ideas. Leave yours below, and I'll see you in the next video.